Chapter 201, Limit vs Limit, Strongest vs Strongest. Meanwhile, in the satellite orbit of planet Namek. After several days of flying, Vegeta, who arrived late, finally made it. Looking at the planet Namek below him, a smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Soon, I'll reach planet Namek. As long as I can get the Dragon Balls, I can surpass Kakarot, and even surpass Broly. The thought of being able to use the Dragon Balls to gain the power of a Super Saiyan filled Vegeta with excitement. He knew that although a Super Saiyan's strength could vary greatly depending on the strength in normal state. With his current strength, if he could become a Super Saiyan, even if he can't be compared to Broly, he would surely surpass Kakarot. As for Broly, given enough time, he could also be surpassed. But at that moment, Vegeta's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing on the planet below as an unwilling roar erupted out from his throat. What's going on? Why are there so many powerful auras on planet Namek? Is that Kakarot? How did they get to planet Namek before me? And His Majesty Lynx? Damn it, who is fighting against His Majesty Lynx? Their aura is even stronger than his? Damn it! Damn it! What the heck is going on? Vegeta's eyes widened as he clenched his fists, both his hands trembling uncontrollably. No, I have to find out. Why did Kakarot and the others arrive on planet Namek before me? Why did His Majesty Lynx come here? And what about my Dragon Balls? Vegeta yelled, driving his spaceship towards planet Namek at high speed. As Vegeta turned into a shooting star and fell towards the horizon, the scene on planet Namek was one of apocalypse. In the sea that occupied more than 70% of planet Namek's surface, various aquatic animals kept floating to the surface belly up, scared to death by the powerful and terrifying aura. And the culprit behind all of this was Jinyu, who was in front of Lin Chen. Crackle! Under the flashing electric arcs, the energy that had completely enveloped Jinyu shattered like glass and dispersed in all directions. And within these shattered energies, an even larger figure appeared in front of Lin Chen. He, I've kept you waiting. Saiyan. A deep, ominous voice resonated as Jinyu narrowed his eyes and let out a faint laugh towards Lin Chen. Can you see it? My unprecedented power. If it weren't for me, that fool Cold wouldn't even know how much potential can be unearthed from his body. Look at the strength of this body. Jinyu stood straight, with a body that was probably 6 or 7 meters tall, and raised his forearms, looking proud. Even I am scared of this power. Ha ha ha. Five-fold transformation. Looking at Jinyu in front of him, Lin Chen became serious for the first time. This was the 5th transformation that not even he knew about. Currently, Jinyu has completely turned into a monster. In terms of appearance, his 5th transformation looks somewhat like the second form of the frost demons, with a long head resembling that of an alien. However, he is much bigger and has 2 extra arms, and his back is covered in vertically aligned sharp bone armor. Furthermore, Jinyu's power level is now even more astonishing. After his 4th transformation, Jinyu already had a power level exceeding 400 million. However, his 5th transformation caused his power level to break through to 800 million, reaching 880 million. 880 million power level. Lin Chen furrowed his eyebrows, but suddenly burst out laughing. What's so funny? Have you been terrified by my power? Jinyu looked at the laughing Lin Chen in confusion, but he did not act rashly. Even now, he still could not discern the true strength of the Saiyan before him. Among all the people he had encountered, this Saiyan was undoubtedly the most mysterious. After laughing for a moment, a disdainful and arrogant expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. Jinyu, your strength has indeed surprised me. I never expected you, who only had a power level of a little over 10,000, to reach this level today, even if you are borrowing the body of a frost demon. But thanks to you, I finally have a chance to fully unleash my own strength. Full strength? Are you hiding your strength too? Don't make me laugh. How could that be possible? You. Jinyu's words abruptly stopped. Before him, an overwhelming and boundless aura rose up in a sweeping and majestic manner. Rumble. In the sky, more than 100 bright and sparkling lightning bolts fell down. On the ground, cracks resembling giant snakes twisted and turned from under Lin Chen's feet. Crackle. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Lin Chen's muscles swelled up and he transformed into his legendary Super Saiyan form. Ha ha ha, is this your so-called full strength? A power level of 410 million? It's indeed not bad, but compared to my power, you're still far behind. Foolish Saiyan! Die! After saying that, Jinyu threw a punch. With their power level differing by more than double, Jinyu firmly believed that even if Lin Chen used his time freeze technique, he would not be able to block his attack now. But to Jinyu's amazement, Lin Chen actually caught his punch. What's the rush? I haven't gotten serious yet. Lin Chen smiled and continued to raise his power level. His yellow-green hair stood even more upright, and electric arcs similar to Jinyu's appeared around him. On Jinyu's scouter, Lin Chen's power level was skyrocketing like it was on steroids. 450 million. 500 million. 550 million. 600 million. When Jinyu saw Lin Chen's power level, which finally stopped at 820 million, he was completely stunned. Lin Chen's power level is almost equal to his own? Damn it! How is this possible? How can you still be hiding so much strength? Because I'm a Saiyan. Lin Chen smiled arrogantly, my transformation just now was Legendary Super Saiyan 1 form. Now, my form is Legendary Super Saiyan 2. Every time I transform, my power level increases by dozens of times. Saiyans are the strongest fighting race. I'll let you experience it for yourself. The raging wind lifted sand and rocks as the planet trembled, but at that moment, the clash of the two individuals' auras, which were evenly matched, suddenly brought everything to a halt. And at the same time as the planet's trembling came to a halt, both individuals sprang into action. Punch after punch, their attacks unleashed waves of energy, each strike akin to a collision between heaven and earth, causing tremendous destruction on the surface of planet Namek. Chapter 202, Super Kaioken. Boom. 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 The terrifying sound of collisions echoed throughout planet Namek. But within these sounds of impact, Lin Chen's laughter could also be heard. Ha ha ha! So exhilarating! It's only in a battle of equals that fighting becomes interesting. Lin Chen had to admit that Jinyu is indeed the strongest enemy he had ever faced, apart from Hit. Finally, he could unleash all his energy without reservation. Lin Chen felt ecstatic, but Jinyu felt frustrated. Although he was currently on par with Lin Chen in terms of strength, and even had a slight advantage, the difference in their power level was not enough to compensate for the gap in their skills. And let's not forget that Lin Chen has time skip skill. Facing the time skip skill, Jinyu's advantage of a few tens of millions of power level was nothing. The contest between the two was completely one-sided. No matter what Jinyu did, he couldn't hit Lin Chen, but Lin Chen's heavy blows rained down on Jinyu like raindrops. Ah ah ah! The cruel beating made Jinyu scream in frustration. His anger soared, and he extended all four of his claws, each hand condensing an energy sphere. These energy spheres were small in size, but the energy they contained was purer than Frieza and Cooler's ultimate techniques, the planet-destroying ball and supernova. Whoosh! Cooler waved his forearms, and the energy spheres flew towards Lin Chen. Is that all? Lin Chen sighed, his figure flickering as he used his time skip skill to its fullest. Under the power of his time skip skill, Lin Chen caught each energy sphere with ease and threw them back. You're too arrogant, Saiyan. Seeing his own ultimate technique being thrown back at him, Jinyu yelled and swung his limbs, wanting to imitate Lin Chen by throwing the energy spheres back. But he didn't expect that Lin Chen had added his own energy spheres to the mix, doubling the number of spheres. Without Lin Chen's time skip ability, Jinyu was suddenly at a loss when faced with an attack that had multiplied in quantity. Relying solely on his own power, he only managed to block a few, but the rest of the energy spheres hit him all at once. The immense power exploded and created a massive fireball several hundred meters in diameter. Hee hee. Lin Chen chuckled and he put his palms together, Kamehameha. A dazzling golden energy wave burst out, rushing towards the center of the fireball. But at that moment, two hands emerged from the fireball. Super planet destroying ball. Small red lights flickered on the index fingertips of the left and right hands, and two small fireballs suddenly appeared, then continued to grow. When the fireball on Jinyu's right index finger collided with the one on his left, the two fireballs merged into an even larger one. As Jinyu pushed both hands forward, the giant fireball surged towards Kamehameha. With a loud rumbling sound, the super planet-destroying ball and Kamehameha collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that obliterated everything beneath their feet. The earth shook and lava flowed out as planet Namek seemed unable to bear the battle between them. Two energies collided and ultimately destroyed each other. But at the same time as the energy was annihilated, a burst of light flashed and Jinyu charged directly at Lin Chen. Under his explosive muscles, Jinyu's speed increased to an incredible level, almost to the extent of teleportation. A close-range powerful punch. Although it was blocked, Jinyu continued to swing his arms like a machine gun towards Lin Chen. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them once again engaged in a mid-air battle. However, at this moment, a bystander appeared on their battlefield. Piccolo looked shocked and terrified as he watched the battle unfolding above his head. His feeling of invincibility from earlier vanished without a trace. After merging with Slug, Piccolo thought that his power, while not invincible, was not much different from that of other strong experts. Even though his normal state's power level was only just over 2000, if he used his fourfold Kaioken, his power would be almost comparable to Cooler's astonishing strength. With such power, as long as he didn't encounter monsters, he should have been able to protect himself. But Piccolo did not expect to encounter such a monster so easily. The battle between Lin Chen and Jinyu in the sky made Piccolo's body tremble uncontrollably. The two individuals in front of him, whether it was Lin Chen or Jinyu, seemed like an existence that was beyond Piccolo's reach. I can't intervene in this kind of battle. I really can't understand why Lin Chen used 2 wishes of the Dragon Balls to bring me here, Piccolo said with confusion. He then stepped back a bit, afraid of getting involved in their fight. Although Piccolo was cautious and suppressed his own aura to avoid getting involved, Lin Chen had already noticed his presence. Seeing that Piccolo had arrived, Lin Chen knew that playtime was over. The Kaioken version without any side effects had never been used by Lin Chen since he got it. Because the enemies he had encountered before were not worthy of him using this move. But Jinyu was different. His strength was enough for Lin Chen to use this move. Jinyu, thank you for your hard work, but the game is over. What? A life-or-death battle between them was unexpectedly called a game by the other party? Jinyu furiously exclaimed, Saiyan. Stop bluffing. If not for your trick of manipulating time, I would have defeated you a long time ago. Defeating me? That's impossible, Lin Chen laughed and then raised both his arms, Super Kaioken. With a loud bang, Lin Chen's yellow-green aura suddenly gained a red flaming aura, and his power level doubled at that moment. 900 million. 1 billion. 1.1 billion. In just an instant, Lin Chen's power level broke through the 1 billion mark and finally stopped at 1.6 billion. How is this possible? What the hell have you done? Why has your power level increased again? Oh no. It must be this darn thing that's broken. Your power level couldn't possibly be higher than mine. Jinyu shouted loudly. Whether it's possible or not, you can try and find out. As he spoke, Lin Chen slowly flew towards Jinyu. His speed wasn't fast enough, giving Jinyu enough time to react calmly. But just as Jinyu was about to defend himself, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Time skip. At this moment, the world froze. But when everything returned to normal, Jinyu suddenly realized that his stomach had been pierced by Lin Chen's fist. Spurt. Jinyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and a chill ran down his body. It's real. The Saiyan in front of him actually had a power level twice as high as his own. Why? Why did this happen? For the first time since he took over Cold's body, Jinyu once again remembered that day when Frieza was killed and the fear he felt when saw Lin Chen. Chapter 203, The World's Best Partner. After landing on planet Namek, Vegeta didn't think much and decided to go look for Goku first to inquire about the situation. As for Lin Chen, after landing on the planet's surface, Vegeta felt even more acutely the feeling of an ant looking up at a giant. He used to think of himself as a giant, but today he realized that compared to those true powerhouses, he was nothing but an ant. Just from the aura fluctuations he could sense, Vegeta knew that it would be better for him to stay away from the battlefield. Because now there were aura fluctuations all over the planet from the battle between Lin Chen and Jinyu, Vegeta didn't have to worry about being detected. He flew out of his spaceship and rapidly rushed towards Goku. However, when Vegeta arrived at the scene, his proud ego suffered another big blow. Because he suddenly realized that there were so many experts in this world. Even a guy from Cold Force whom he had never seen before had a power level of over 10 million. And not far ahead of Vegeta, Goku was currently fighting aka. Rather, it should be said that it was more like one-sided abuse. Although Goku once again improved his strength through his battle with Shisami, he now had a power level of 840,000 in his normal state, and with a tenfold Kaioken, he could reach a battle power of 8.4 million. But compared to AKA's power level of 16 million, the gap was still insurmountable. Super Belly Bounce. Ah! AKA used his belly to slam Goku into a small mountain, and the tremendous impact caused the entire mountain peak to collapse. It took quite some time before Goku emerged from the rubble, clearly in pain. He then glared at AKA. He, is that all you've got? But it's understandable, even Lord Frieza in the past couldn't compare to me now. Do you realize how big of a mistake you made before? Yeah, I did underestimate you. Goku replied with a bitter smile. Too late. Regret in hell. Wahaha no. AKA's eyes glowed green as he was about to use his ultimate technique, Wahaha no ha, on Goku. Galit Gun. A purple energy blast suddenly slammed into AKA's face. The sudden attack caused AKA, who was storing up energy, to temporarily interrupt his move. He was hit by the recoil of the technique, even losing a tooth. Vegeta? Surprised, Goku looked up and saw Vegeta descending from the sky with a proud expression, like a savior. Not far away, Bulma, who was watching the battle with Krillin and Gohan, jumped with excitement. It's Vegeta! Krillin, this is great! With Vegeta here, they should be able to defeat that fatso, right? At this moment, while AKA was still screaming in pain, his ears suddenly twitched. Krillin could only smile bitterly and say, Vegeta finally showed up. I almost forgot about him. Kakarot. I have something to ask you. Vegeta snorted coldly as he looked at Goku. But Goku immediately replied, Sorry, Vegeta. Can you help me deal with this guy first? He's really strong, I can't handle him alone. You trash. With your power, as long as you transform into Super Saiyan, you'll surely be able to defeat him. Sorry. I've tried many times, but I just can't transform. Goku said with his palms pressed together. Although his tone was polite, it only made Vegeta even more furious. Why is this world so unfair? He, a high-level warrior, can't even transform into a Super Saiyan, but why Kakarot, this trash low-class warrior can? And now, Kakarot, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan once, can't transform again? What a waste! At this moment, seeing that AKA seemed to have recovered, Goku hurriedly said, What do you think, Vegeta? Let's attack together. I am the elite of Planet Vegeta. How can I attack together with you, a low-class warrior? 10x Kaioken. Vegeta yelled, left behind Goku, and charged towards AKA alone, launching an attack. Vegeta, haven't we cooperated before? Goku scratched his head, then ignored Vegeta's words and followed him. Although Vegeta said he didn't need help, when Goku and Vegeta really cooperated, Vegeta didn't say anything. Moreover, it was remarkable how their coordination seemed to be so seamless and intuitive, as if they had been working together for a long time. One on the left, the other on the right, they made it difficult for AKA to keep up with them. Boom! Boom! The chaotic battle between the three of them caused Krillin and the others to hold their breath, hoping that the two of them could really defeat the powerful monster. However, after the initial tacit cooperation, Goku and Vegeta quickly fell into a situation where their cooperation was not smooth. Often, while they were fighting, they would obstruct each other. It's not working. Goku and Vegeta have completely different fighting styles, they can't cooperate at all. Krillin frowned helplessly. Just as Krillin's words fell, there was a scene where the allies almost hit each other. Goku, who was chasing after AKA, was almost hit by Vegeta's energy blast. Upon seeing this, Bulma stomped her feet in anger, Vegeta, you idiot! Can't you cooperate properly with Goku? At this rate, both of you will lose to this damn fat monster. Hiss! AKA deflected Vegeta's Galit gun with a punch, and his cold gaze fell upon Bulma. This woman actually dares to call me a fat monster? Unforgivable! AKA gathered a massive amount of green energy between his palms, forming a green sphere, then he brought the energy sphere to his lips with a sneer. Super Wahaha no ha! AKA used his mouth to blow on the green energy sphere, instantly dispersing the energy in the sphere into numerous compact and powerful energy bullets. Crackle, the energy sphere bullets rained down on Bulma like raindrops. Ah! Bulma screamed as Krillin and Gohan pulled her back and fled, with the energy sphere bullets chasing them and sweeping everything in their path. In the end, the three of them were hit by an energy sphere bullet and sent flying. Gohan! Bulma! Krillin! Goku yelled as he was about to fly over and rescue them, but he didn't expect Vegeta to be much faster than him. He had already flown past just as aka launched the attack. Bulma! Vegeta flew past Gohan and Krillin who were sent flying and caught Bulma who was flying up into mid-air. Looking at Bulma in his arms with her clothes torn and eyebrows furrowed, a dark cloud shrouded his face. You damn bastard! How dare you hurt Bulma! Click! A terrifying, knife-like aura suddenly burst forth from Vegeta's body, howling like a fierce wind and crushing everything in the surrounding into dust. A golden flame began to burn fiercely. Chapter 204, Pseudo Super Saiyan. Whoosh! Holding Bulma, Vegeta's entire body was surrounded by golden flames, resembling Goku's Super Saiyan form, except that his hair did not turn golden, but rather had a slight brownish hue. Gohan! Krillin! At that moment, Goku also caught Krillin and Gohan, and after confirming that they were both okay, he looked at Vegeta with a surprised expression on his face. Goku, has Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked. It doesn't seem like it. Doesn't he look different? Goku couldn't confirm. Gohan said, Dad, Uncle Vegeta's hair isn't turning gold. Regardless of whether Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan or not, his aura had undoubtedly skyrocketed by several times. Goku could even feel that Vegeta was now even more powerful than when he had used 10x Kaioken at full power. Bang! Vegeta put Bulma down and without saying a word, charged towards aka, emitting golden flames. What's going on with this guy? His strength has increased a lot since just now. Bang! Bang! The two of them exchanged blows, each punch cancelling the other out, and countless after-images appeared in the sky and on the ground. Vegeta and aka transformed into a golden and purple beam of light respectively, sometimes colliding with each other, sometimes merging into one. The fierce winds swept across the land, causing destruction. Although it didn't quite match the intensity of the battle between Lin Chen and Jinyu in the distance, it was still impressive. Go, Vegeta! Kill that fatso! Ow, it hurts! Krillin, be gentle! On the ground, Bulma, who had regained consciousness, encouraged Vegeta while Krillin tended to her wounds. However, at this moment, Goku flew over. Krillin, take Bulma and Gohan and go first. It's still dangerous here. What's wrong, Goku? Vegeta is fighting really well now. Bulma asked in confusion. No, Goku shook his head. Vegeta has become stronger, but he is still not a match for that guy. How is that possible? Bulma was skeptical. But at this moment, the sounds of collision in the sky suddenly stopped. Everyone looked up and saw that Vegeta, who had been evenly matched with aka just now, had been slapped in the chest by aka's claws. Blood spurted out, and Vegeta's body fell towards the ground like a meteor, leaving a golden trail of light in the sky. AKA's body flashed and appeared beside Vegeta, then he grabbed his head with one hand, and accelerated towards the ground. Just as they were about to crash down, AKA suddenly changed course and flew parallel to the ground. However, he held onto Vegeta and slammed him into the ground, creating a 100-meter-long chasm on the ground. Afterwards, AKA ascended into the air and circled around before slamming Vegeta heavily into the ground once again. As he continued to swiftly fly, it created a deep and dark chasm that was a kilometer long. And just as aka was about to finish off Vegeta, Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Masenko! Goku, Krillin, and Gohan unleashed their strongest techniques together. Aka turned around in surprise, and saw three powerful energy attacks coming at him. In the next moment, a huge mushroom cloud swelled up from the ground. Krillin! Take Bulma and leave now. I'll go check on Vegeta. Goku instructed before flying towards Vegeta. As he arrived by his side, Goku saw that the golden aura on Vegeta had disappeared, and his hair had returned to its normal black color. Are you okay, Vegeta? Goku asked with concern as he helped Vegeta up. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was being held by Goku, and immediately pushed him away with disgust. Get away from me, cockroach! Goku was pushed away, but Vegeta also fell to the ground in a sorry state. He exerted all his strength to sit up again, only to find that he had exhausted all his strength. Damn it! Pseudo Super Saiyan wasn't enough. Only a real Super Saiyan can deal with this guy. Wasn't that Super Saiyan just now? No, it can only be considered half a Super Saiyan. Damn it! I've done everything I should, but why can't I transform into a real Super Saiyan? Goku looked at Vegeta's frustrated face, and suddenly his expression changed. He raised his head and looked at the mushroom cloud from earlier. A fierce wind blew over, dispersing the cloud. AKA's figure slowly emerged from the cloud. Although his battle armor was completely torn, there was a mocking smile on AKA's face. Vegeta, do you know something about the Super Saiyan that I don't? If you do, tell me now. Otherwise, we'll both die here. Goku's expression was grave as he said. Pa! Vegeta spat and looked at AKA in the distance, a hint of unwillingness on his face. After gritting his teeth, he finally spoke, anger. A Super Saiyan requires extreme anger as a catalyst. Focus the power on the back to stimulate it. Those were King Link's exact words. Extreme anger? So that's how it is. Goku's face was filled with frustration and anger. No wonder he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan again, because he had always thought that all he needed was anger. But in the end, it turned out that his anger wasn't enough. But it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, with Goku's personality, it's hard for him to get truly angry. The game's over. This planet is about to be destroyed. I'll kill you both and then leave. Full power wahaha no ha. AKA opened his mouth, and a fireball suddenly shot out, with power comparable to the Frost Demon's signature technique, Supernova. The fireball emitted enormous heat, coloring everything around it red. The fireball rushed towards Goku and Vegeta and collided head-on with them. But just at that moment, within the sweeping redness that engulfed the world, a golden light suddenly appeared. Goku was emitting a golden aura from all over his body, and his hair turned a dazzling shade of gold, causing Vegeta to squint his eyes. AKA. The game isn't over yet. Kamehameha. Goku raised his hand, and a blue energy blast shot out from between his palms, slamming into the fireball with a thunderous roar. Like a fire truck's water column, the fireball, which had been emitting immense power, was completely neutralized by the blue energy blast, turning into a cloud of smoke. Through the smoke, the golden-haired Goku dashed straight towards AKA, starting a new round of battle. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sighed. Pucci! Pucci! As waves of Destructo Disc shot out in midair, Genius' body was being sliced into pieces by Lin Chen. Chapter 205, The Fallen Genius, and the Unlucky Jinyu. Ah! Looking at the flesh and tail on his own body, Genius' face twisted in a fierce expression, his eyes turned bloodshot, as he let out a painful roar. A surge of energy enveloped his entire body as Jinyu kicked off the ground, like a rocket exploding, and charged towards Lin Chen. The thunderous sound of flight almost resembled Genius' furious roar. In no time, Jinyu arrived in front of Lin Chen and the energy that was previously enveloping him transferred instantaneously onto Lin Chen, carrying a tremendous momentum with the intention of pulling him down to the ground. However, at that moment, Lin Chen controlled Genius' energy with just one hand and then squeezed it hard, making it disappear into thin air. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly disappeared from Genius' sight. Hey? Where did he go? Genius' eyes widened, feeling a chill creeping up his back. He looked around to try and find Lin Chen but suddenly heard a cold sneer behind him. I am here. Jinyu turned around and saw Lin Chen's face less than 10 centimeters away from him, while the blazing mix of red and yellow-green aura almost threatened to burn his body. Ah! Jinyu screamed and was about to raise his fists. But just as his fists started to move. Time skip. Lin Chen's fist smashed into Genius' face, sending a sharp pain into his brain. But it didn't end there. As Genius' head recoiled backwards, Lin Chen's hands grabbed onto the horns atop his head and with a sudden force, executed a shoulder throw, slamming Jinyu down onto the ground along a straight trajectory. Crack! Genius' two horns twisted and snapped off, while he himself crashed onto the ground like a meteor, creating a massive pit several meters deep. At this moment, Lin Chen stood in the air, and in an instant, teleported once again to Genius' side, lifting his foot and stomping down fiercely. Bang! With an enormous force, Lin Chen completely stomped Genius' body into the ground, leaving behind a large human-shaped pit in the already existing crater. Crackle! This blow shattered all the bones in Genius' body. Lin Chen stopped the Super Kaioken and crossed his arms, looking coldly at Jinyu on the ground. He is indeed a rare genius, possessing the strength of Super Perfect Cell during a time period equivalent to the Planet Nameek's battle in the original work. If it weren't for Lin Chen, Jinyu might have traveled across the universe for a long time before the resurrection of Majin Buu. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era and met him. Damn it, why are you so powerful? Frost Demon's body should be the strongest in the universe. Jinyu, lying on the ground and completely unable to move, looked at Lin Chen's shining golden form in front of him and said weakly. You're wrong. The one who possesses the strongest body in the universe are Saiyans. Lin Chen smiled coldly and said to Piccolo, who was watching from afar, using Kami's magic, Piccolo, come here. I want you to deliver the final blow. Me? Piccolo's eyes widened. Although he had already seen that the battle had already ended, he never thought that Lin Chen would ask him to deliver the final blow. Could it be that he used 2 wishes of the Dragon Balls earlier just for him to do this? How could that be possible? Piccolo shook his head. But he didn't know that his guess was not far from the truth. Trembling with fear, Piccolo flew over to the battlefield and, in the face of the 2 of them's power, he seemed like nothing more than a child. The residual energy in the air caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at Jinyu below, who was already unable to move, Piccolo took a deep breath. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice sounded in his ear, Piccolo, have you merged with Slug? Why yes. Did he say any last words? Piccolo fell silent for a moment, but his previously bewildered expression began to turn resolute. He told me to avenge the deceased Namekians. I will kill cold. Kill me? You despicable Namekian. If it weren't for this Saiyan, I could kill you with just 1 finger. Jinyu angrily shouted, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Piccolo placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and sparkling lightning wrapped around his fingertips. Even though Cold was already on the brink of death, Piccolo knew that the gap between his power level and Cold's was too great. So, Piccolo decided to use his strongest move to end this guy whose hands were stained with Namekian blood. But just as Piccolo was gathering energy, Jinyu's eyes lit up. Chance! Give me your body, Namekian! Body change! A purple light suddenly burst out from Jinyu, and the nature of this light was Jinyu's soul. But Piccolo didn't know. He looked at the rapidly approaching light with a confused expression, feeling extremely puzzled. Is this an attack? But I can't feel any power in it. Piccolo's dazed state caused him to completely lose the chance to dodge Jinyu's technique. If it were just the 2 of them present on the scene, Jinyu would have successfully taken over Piccolo's body at this moment. However, Jinyu forgot that there was another person present besides the 2 of them. And this person had been on guard against Jinyu's final move from the very beginning. Whoosh! Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared next to Piccolo and put 1 hand on his shoulder. Just as Jinyu's soul was about to rush into Piccolo's body, the 2 of them disappeared. Having lost its target, Jinyu's soul hastily returned to its original body. His eyes widened as he watched Piccolo and Lin Chen appear in another location. What did he just do? Realizing that he had been pulled away by Lin Chen to dodge the previous attack, Piccolo asked in confusion. Body change. This is the unique skill of Frieza's top subordinate, Jinyu. It allows him to switch souls with another and take over their body, Lin Chen explained. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. Jinyu? So you're saying he's not cold? That's right. From beginning to end, King Cold in front of us has always been Jinyu. He took over Cold's body several years ago. So that's what's going on. You actually wanted my body? Go to hell, Jinyu. Masenko Beam Cannon. A spiral energy wave flew towards Jinyu below. Masenko Beam Cannon already possessed tremendous power, and coupled with the fact that Jinyu was currently on the brink of death, the blast easily pierced through his body, piercing his heart. Seeing Jinyu no longer moving, Piccolo's eyes turned cold. He placed his hands in front of his chest, gathering another aura. Explosive Demon Light Cannon. As Jinyu lay on the brink of death, he watched as the rapidly growing speck of light filled his vision, and memories from his past flashed before his eyes. From his days under Frieza's command to the day he was humiliated by Cold. Scenes from his life played out before his eyes. Suddenly, Jinyu was struck with a realization that all the efforts he had put in over the past few years had become naught. Chapter 206, Babadai's Shadow. When Jinyu's body was obliterated by Piccolo's unique skill, a prompt rang in Lin Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Namekian's revenge is complete, and now rewards will be distributed. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of power entering his body, increasing his power level by another 1 million. This additional 1 million power level, when amplified by his legendary Super Saiyan 2 form, added another 100 million to his strength. Furthermore, a new move called Dragon Fist appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Excited by this legendary move, Lin Chen was eager to give it a try, but after surveying his surroundings, he found that planet Namek was already on the brink of destruction, and he could sense that the battle was still ongoing on Goku's end. It wasn't the right time to try it out. He could only wait until later. Piccolo. Approaching Piccolo, who was standing frozen in mid-air, Lin Chen said, "We have to leave. This planet cannot hold on anymore." "I know." Piccolo nodded. Although while fusing with Slug, Piccolo only absorbed Slug's power without assimilating his personality, he still received some of Slug's memories, giving him a clear idea of the Namekian's tragic fate in the past few days. "I have avenged your hatred, Slug," Piccolo silently muttered in his heart, then followed Lin Chen. North Kai's planet. North Kai looked excitedly in the direction of planet Namek, the two antennas on his head trembling with excitement. "I didn't expect Jinyu to be eliminated." "Amazing." North Kai's face was filled with disbelief. When Jinyu reached his fourth and fifth transformation, North Kai almost thought this universe was done for. Because at that time, the power emanating from Jinyu's body was simply unbelievable. Even Grand Kai, as North Kai remembers him, never had such terrifying power. But now, with Jinyu's death, all the unstable factors have been resolved. Moreover, with Jinyu's death, frost demons have been completely eradicated, and the entire universe would finally be free from their shadow. Thinking of this, North Kai became excited, jumping and dancing with bubbles. However, at that moment, two figures suddenly appeared on North Kai's planet. Their arrival immediately caused the dancing North Kai's face to stiffen, and large beads of sweat appeared on his face. Supreme Kai-sama?" North Kai rubbed his hands and quickly approached the two figures. These two people were none other than the top bosses of the four Kais and Grand Kai, Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito. "Hey, North Kai, long time no see. What has made you so happy?" "Supreme Kai-sama, just now, the frost demon race that have wreaked havoc in the mortal world have been eliminated," North Kai said excitedly. Before Supreme Kai could even react, his attendant Kibito spoke up, saying, "Frost demon race? They're just a bunch of guys with power level of 10 or 20 million. If they're eliminated, they're eliminated. North Kai, you're making a big deal out of nothing." "Mr. Kibito, that's not it. Power level of 10 or 20 million. What a joke." Even Cooler, who was weaker, had a power level close to 100 million. And the Jinyu who stole Cold's body had an even more astonishing power. How could he say I am making a big deal out of nothing? North Kai was about to explain, but Supreme Kai waved his hand. "North Kai, let's forget about the frost demons. There's something more important going on right now. I came here to inform you about it." "Something more important? Please tell me, Supreme Kai-sama." "It's the wizard Babadai." Supreme Kai Shin solemnly told him a name. "Babadai? Who's that?" North Kai blinked. Standing by the side, Kibito explained with his hands behind his back, "If you don't know about the wizard Babadai, then you should know about wizard Bibadai, right?" "Bibadai?" North Kai's eyes widened, and his body stiffened like he was hit by a petrification skill. "Yes." Supreme Kai sighed. Bibadai was the evil wizard who created Majin Buu. He also had a son named Babadai. Recently, we've discovered that Babadai is investigating the research notes left by his father and recruiting soldiers. We suspect that he may be planning to revive Majin Buu. So, North Kai, please pay extra attention to the mortal world in your north area, especially the planet called Earth." "Earth?" "Yes, because Majin Buu was sealed on that planet." Planet Namek. After annihilating Jinyu, Lin Chen brought Piccolo with him and arrived where Goku and the others were. The scene that appeared before them was of Goku pummeling aka in mid-air. Lin Chen was not surprised that Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan again. After all, he had already transformed once before. Once you know the trick, it's not difficult to transform again. On the ground, Krillin and the others were watching Goku's fight. Apart from them, a tired-looking Vegeta with a weak aura was also there, held by Bulma. He stared at Goku in the sky with unwillingness in his eyes. Judging from his appearance, it seemed that he had also engaged in a fierce battle. "Vegeta, you arrived too," Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Your Majesty Lynx? Vegeta exclaimed in a panicked tone as he pushed Bulma aside and struggled to stand up while using up all his strength. After stabilizing himself, Vegeta's gaze froze on Piccolo behind Lin Chen. To his astonishment, he found that the Namekian had become even stronger than Goku. Why? How is it that these Earthlings can easily increase their power one after another? Despite his desperate efforts, he was unable to attain the level of a Super Saiyan. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan and the others ran over with joy and surprise. Piccolo, why has your aura changed so much? Seeing their surprised expressions, Lin Chen explained for Piccolo, this is Namekian's fusion ability. Piccolo has merged with Slug and gained his power. I see. Namekians really are a wonderful race. Upon hearing this, everyone looked envious. Your Majesty Lynx, were you one of the two powerful auras just now? Vegeta suddenly asked. It was me, and the other was Jinyu. He had taken over King Cold's body. That Jinyu of the Jinyu Force? Vegeta was surprised, but also seemed at a loss, with various complex emotions running through his mind. In the past, he had always thought that as long as he worked hard, he would one day catch up with Lynx. But now Vegeta realized that after all these years, the gap between the two of them not only hadn't narrowed, instead it might have grown even wider. Chapter 207, The Destruction of Planet Namek. Finally, Vegeta couldn't bear it any longer. He had always been someone who didn't want to rely on anyone else, thinking that his own power was enough to help him grow and become stronger. Now, it seemed that this thinking was too naive. So he asked, Your Majesty, how can I become as strong as you? No matter how hard I try, I can't cross the threshold to become a Super Saiyan. Even Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan, while I can only transform into Pseudo Super Saiyan. You can transform into Pseudo Super Saiyan? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. But after a second thought, Lin Chen felt relieved. Vegeta's power level was already over 1 million, which exceeded the requirements to become a Super Saiyan. So, it makes perfect sense that he could transform into a Pseudo Super Saiyan. As for why he couldn't become a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen also understood that it must be because Vegeta's body doesn't have enough S cells. This guy was a fighting maniac, a typical Saiyan from the olden times, who rarely put himself in a peaceful environment. If it weren't for his life on Earth the year before, maybe Vegeta's S cells wouldn't have been enough for him to even become a Pseudo Super Saiyan. Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, You want to become a Super Saiyan? It's simple. When we leave Planet Namek, you should live on Earth for a year. After a year, you'll definitely become a Super Saiyan. What? Your Majesty, are you joking? Vegeta looked incredulous. Just living on Earth for a year would make him become a Super Saiyan? How could it be so simple? But Lin Chen didn't say more. Instead, he looked up at Goku in the sky. Now, because of his battle with Jinyu, the planet Namek was almost on the verge of complete collapse, leaving them little time to waste. Kakarot. Finish the fight quickly. We have to leave. Got it. Goku agreed. As they were speaking, aka was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect that two helpers of the other would arrive, and it seemed that both of them were quite strong. Dealing with just the Saiyan in front of him was already becoming difficult. Was he really going to die here? Damn it! What's wrong with King Cold? Why isn't he coming over? Cold? He's already dead, Lin Chen said suddenly. What? AKA was shocked. How could that be? His Majesty is so powerful, how could he die? Because I'm stronger than him. At that moment, AKA's breath stopped, and he was stunned for a second. But, being distracted in battle, especially when facing an evenly matched opponent, is a major taboo. Goku didn't miss the opportunity. He seized the moment and hit AKA repeatedly with heavy punches, targeting his weakest spots. Rib. One of the punches even pierced AKA's battle armor and penetrated his internal organs. Taking out his fist, Goku kicked AKA into the sky, watching him become a tiny dot, and then clasped his hands together. Kamehameha. A blue light beam rose into the sky, completely obliterating AKA, not even leaving a single cell behind. However, at the same time, the final battle between the two had given Planet Namek, which was on the brink of destruction, a final kick. The moment AKA died, magma representing destruction erupted out everywhere on the planet, and the free energy in the atmosphere transformed into lightning, splitting the ground apart. Grab onto me, all of you! Lin Chen shouted, letting Krillin and the others grab onto his shoulders. After confirming, he teleported and arrived next to Goku, reaching out to grab him. Immediately after, he used instant transmission, and left this planet on the brink of destruction with everyone. Just after their figures disappeared, a tiny dot that was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye rushed out of the atmosphere and flew into outer space. After a few minutes, terrifying loud noises suddenly sounded throughout planet Namek. These sounds spread to every corner of the planet, and then suddenly stopped. Soon after, planet Namek suddenly exploded. Afterwards, things became relatively simple. After returning to Earth, everyone first met Namekians who were sent to Earth by Porunga, and informed them about the final outcome of their homeland. Learning that Slug and Piccolo had merged, and Piccolo had killed the evil Jinyu for them, all the remaining Namekians expressed their highest respect for Piccolo. But Piccolo knew that the one they should really be grateful to was Lin Chen. He had only dealt the final blow to Jinyu, so he felt embarrassed by their gratitude. As for the destruction of their homeland, although they were sad, they also knew that this was inevitable. In order to eliminate evil, their planet could not escape its fate of destruction. Next, just like in the original work, Bulma invited these Namekians to live in her home, waiting for the planet Namek's Dragon Balls to recover so they could wish for the resurrection of their people, while also searching for a new home. This time, because both the Earth and planet Namek's Dragon Balls were in a cooldown period, they would have to live on Earth for at least 3 months. Actually, Lin Chen had also extended an invitation, but after learning that planet Vegeta's gravity was 12 times that of Earth, the Namekians declined politely. Compared to planet Vegeta, planet Namek's gravity was similar to that of Earth and was more suitable for the remaining elderly and the weak among the Namekians. After arranging the Namekians, everyone began to go their separate ways. Lin Chen teleported away first. He was eager to see Tights and then take her back to planet Vegeta. Then it was Goku and Gohan. As they were parting ways, Goku glanced at Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, who would have thought that our trip to planet Namek to rescue you would actually end up making you so strong? When you have time, we should definitely have a good fight." Piccolo sneered, "Goku, if you want to embarrass yourself, I'm always willing to oblige." Goku laughed and then left with Gohan. Afterwards, Krillin said farewell to Piccolo, and then when he looked towards Vegeta, he didn't know what to say and could only let out an awkward laugh before leaving. Then Piccolo silently departed, leaving behind only Namekians and Vegeta on the scene. Bulma pulled out a Hoi-Poi capsule and transformed it into a large airplane before inviting everyone aboard. However, at that moment, she was surprised to see Vegeta boarding the plane with the Namekians. "Vegeta? What is it?" Vegeta turned around impatiently. "Why aren't you returning to planet Vegeta with Lin Chen?" "Humph. Vegeta, will go wherever I please. Mind your own business, woman." Bulma chuckled and refrained from exposing this tsundere any further. Chapter 208, Super Shenron. In the blink of an eye, it had been a week since the end of the Battle of Planet Namek. During this time, although Lin Chen had many things to handle, he had been staying with Tights and Hanasia as Hanasia's due date was approaching. Meanwhile, he also introduced Lazuli to them. Regarding Lazuli, Lin Chen hadn't really figured out what his relationship with her was. Although Lazuli said she wanted to explore the unknown universe, Lin Chen is not a fool. When a girl travels to another world to follow him back, the implication is clear, does it still need to be spelled out? But Lazuli didn't make it clear, and Lin Chen didn't want to hurt his 2 wives, so their relationship remained as special friends for the time being. However, Tights and Hanasia were more tolerant than Lin Chen had imagined, and they did not express any dissatisfaction. Especially Tights, who was very interested in Lazuli's past and often chatted with her. One thing led to another, and their relationship had become like sisters. Soon it was time for the child to be born. When Tights gave birth, Lin Chen was not there, but this time he didn't want to miss it. Being a Saiyan, Hanasia's delivery was very smooth, and soon a healthy boy was born. Compared to Tights' child, Hanasia's child, named Taro by Lin Chen, was a standard Saiyan boy. His hair color was not as unique as Lin Luo's, but a standard black. However, compared to the older brother Lin Luo's power level of 1000 at birth, Hanasia was disappointed with Taro's power level. "What's going on? This kid's power level is only 5? Hanasia grabbed the little guy's leg and held him up in front of her unhappily. On the contrary, Tights felt a bit sorry and spoke up for Taro, saying, "Hana, come on now, power level at birth doesn't mean everything. This child could have great potential in the future, who knows? Lazuli poked Taro's little brother and said curiously, "That's right, Lin Chen will definitely teach him well." "That's right," Lin Chen smiled as he looked at his child. But obviously, Hanasia was still a little disappointed. "Sigh. So annoying. Tights, you can take care of this little brat. I haven't trained for almost a year, my body is getting rusty, I'm going out to train." With that, she swung her arm and left. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry about her. Lazuli is right, my child won't be trash with just 5 power level. Even if he is a trash with just 5 power level, with him here, his child will never be in any danger." The safe birth of the child finally put Lin Chen's mind at ease, and the things that he had delayed previously, he could now finally resume. The first thing to do, of course, was to summon Super Shenron. For Super Shenron, Lin Chen had been intermittently busy for 2 years, and now it was finally time for the harvest. Because Super Shenron would cause too much commotion, Lin Chen did not rashly summon it on Planet Vegeta. Although the divine dragons could grant wishes, they could also attract the attention of those with ill intentions, so it was better for fewer people to know about it. After consulting with the Galactic Patrol, Lin Chen specifically chose an empty star sector to summon the divine dragon. An empty star sector refers to the area between several galaxies. Unlike most areas of the universe, these star sectors often had no stars or galaxies within tens of thousands of light years, so almost no one passed through them in normal times. Using instant transmission, Lin Chen arrived at the deepest part of the empty star sector between the north area and the east area, took out the 7 super dragon balls from the system space, and placed them together. The 7 dragon balls, each comparable to an enormous planet, were arranged together, looking particularly magnificent. Buzz buzz buzz. When the dragon balls of Earth or planet Namek are gathered together, they would react and create an abnormal phenomenon. The super dragon balls were no exception. When the 7 dragon balls gathered together, they began to emit dazzling light in a regular pattern. Each time they flickered, it seemed to cause the surrounding space to tremble. "Oh my! Such a rare opportunity surely calls for witnessing it with one's own eyes," a somewhat feminine voice suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's ear. Accompanied by this voice, a 7-colored stream of light flew from a far distance and Whis, holding his scepter, appeared in front of Lin Chen with a smile. "Mr. Whis? Hello, Lin Chen. Don't mind me, I just came to see Super Shenron. You better act quickly. I sneaked out while Beerus-sama was asleep. If he finds out, I won't be able to explain it." "Mr. Whis, have you been monitoring me all this time?" Lin Chen frowned. "Of course not, I just received a reminder when you took out the Super Dragon Balls." "Okay." Lin Chen didn't think Whis would do anything harmful to him. After all, angels must remain neutral. He took a deep breath and loudly shouted in the divine language. "Come forth, Dragon of the Gods. Grant my wish, pretty peas." Whis looked a bit surprised at Lin Chen. He didn't expect this Saiyan to know the divine language. "I made a wish to Porunga," Lin Chen explained. Whis had a sudden realization. At that moment, a dragon's roar that sounded like it came from ancient times echoed for tens of thousands of light years around them. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the 7 super dragon balls. In the midst of this dazzling light, the body of Super Shenron appeared. An enormous divine dragon with 2 wings, and emitting a completely different sacred aura compared to Earth's Shenron and planet Namek's Porunga, descended in front of the 2. However, the enormous divine dragon did not immediately respond to Lin Chen's call. Instead, it suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Lin Chen and Whis. "Oh ho ho, this scene is always so shocking to see." Whis couldn't help but sigh. "Have you seen Super Shenron before, Mr. Whis?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Yes, but it was a long time ago." Seeing that Whis didn't say anything else, Lin Chen once again focused his attention on Super Shenron. Inside Super Shenron's body was a marvelous space filled with colorful and gorgeous scenery. Not long after, the manifestation of Super Shenron also descended in this space. Although it couldn't compare to its outer body, just this manifestation alone was several hundred times larger than planet Namek's Porunga. After a dragon's roar, Super Shenron lowered its massive head and stared at Lin Chen with its 2 crimson eyes, filled with immense pressure. "Those who have gathered the 7 dragon balls, state your wish." Chapter 209, Making Dragon Balls. The deafening voice of Super Shenron echoed, buzzing in the ears of the listeners. Lin Chen covered his ears and gave a wry smile, then spoke in the divine language, "Divine Dragon, I want the ability to create Dragon Balls." Whis was surprised again. He didn't expect that Lin Chen, who had gathered the Super Dragon Balls, would make such a wish. "Lin Chen, don't you want to make a wish that can make you stronger? Even if Super Shenron can grant your wish, the Dragon Balls you create cannot possess the same abilities as it does." "I know, but getting stronger is something I can achieve by myself. Having the ability to create Dragon Balls is much more interesting," Lin Chen replied with a smile. There was one more thing he didn't say. As a passionate Dragon Ball fan, everyone would have dreamt of having the ability to create Dragon Balls one day and wish for anything they desire. It would be incredibly satisfying. At this moment, Super Shenron let out a draconic roar, then opened its massive mouth and said, "This wish is easy." As soon as its voice trailed off, a golden light shot straight towards Lin Chen from Super Shenron's huge eyes. A strange feeling rushed into Lin Chen's body instantly. At this moment, the detailed method to create Dragon Balls appeared in Lin Chen's mind, as if it were an innate ability. "Your wish has been granted." Super Shenron roared again, and the massive golden divine dragon flashed with golden light before transforming back into 7 enormous Super Dragon Balls that scattered quickly in all directions. Some flew towards Universe 6, while others to some corners of Universe 7. "Thank you for the great show, Lin Chen. I have to leave now. When Beerus-sama wakes up, he will surely be interested in your matters. But I have to remind you, although Dragon Balls can trigger miraculous power, their power violates the laws of nature. Using it requires some restraint, or else something bad might happen." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Whis words were similar to Slug's warning to him years ago. Was there really some hidden secret behind it? "I will take your advice. Goodbye, Mr. Whis," Lin Chen said politely as he bowed to Whis. Then the two went their separate ways. One transformed into a beam of light and returned to God of Destruction's planet, while the other used instant transmission to go to Earth. Soon after, in Lin Chen and Tite's home in West City on Earth. Tites was still on Planet Vegeta, so there was no one here. Only servants occasionally would come here to clean the house. As Lin Chen walked towards the door, he thought back to what Whis had said earlier, feeling that he was hinting at something. In the storyline of Dragon Ball GT, it was mentioned that the misuse of Dragon Ball's power led to the appearance of shadow dragons. In the Dragon Ball Super storyline, although the side effects of using Dragon Balls were not explicitly mentioned, the gods in it showed a disdainful attitude towards the use of Dragon Ball's power, seeming to not want others to use Dragon Balls excessively. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen shook his head. "Never mind, I'll just not use Dragon Balls too often after I create them." Lin Chen came to Earth this time specifically to create the Dragon Balls. Although he had already obtained the ability to create Dragon Balls, according to the knowledge in his mind, he knew that in order to create Dragon Balls, he must first create a model of the Divine Dragon. However, handcrafting was not Lin Chen's strong suit, and there was also unlikely to be anyone on Planet Vegeta who could do it. So naturally, Lin Chen thought of the name Saiyans. With their skills, they would have no problem making a Divine Dragon's model. Upon entering Bulma's house, Lin Chen did not immediately encounter the name Saiyans, but instead saw Dr. Brief. "Hey, Lin Chen. Long time no see. Dr. Brief, it's been a while." Lin Chen smiled and greeted his father-in-law. "What brings you here today? If you're looking for Bulma, you've come at the wrong time. She and Vegeta are out." "Vegeta?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "Yeah, those two have been inseparable lately. Looks like I don't have to worry about Bulma's future anymore." Dr. Brief grinned foolishly. "That's quite something to be happy about. Vegeta, despite appearing cold on the outside, is actually a very caring person." "Yeah, I think so too. So, what brings you here today?" "I'm looking for those name Saiyans." "Ah them. They're sunbathing in the garden. Just go straight ahead and you'll see them." After bidding farewell to Dr. Brief, Lin Chen continued on his way. It didn't take long before he saw many name Saiyans standing in groups of 2 or 3, some admiring the plants in the garden, while others basking in the sun with their eyes closed. Name Saiyans are actually somewhat similar to plants in that they don't need to eat food, and only need water and sunlight to replenish their nutrients. At the sight of Lin Chen's arrival, the name Saiyans present immediately greeted him. The current Great Elder Muri also quickly came to welcome him. "Welcome, Mr. Lin Chen." Lin Chen nodded calmly. "Elder Muri, I've come to ask for your help with something." When Lin Chen revealed the reason for his visit, Muri's mouth widened in surprise. He never expected that someone other than the name Saiyans would possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. So, you need us to make a model for you? Muri asked. Yes, I'm not good at it, so I'll have to trouble you, Lin Chen replied. No, it's just a small task. Muri quickly shook his head. Soon, Muri had someone prepare the materials for making the model, while he asked Lin Chen, may I know what kind of divine dragon you want to make? Well, let me just show you. Lin Chen pointed at Muri's head, and with the help of Kama's magic, the image of the divine dragon in his mind was transmitted to Muri's head. So, this is what you want, I understand. Once Muri understood what Lin Chen wanted, he took the materials and personally started working on making the divine dragon's model. Saiyans are indeed a clever and deft race, and Great Elder Muri is one of the best. With a lump of clay he had acquired from somewhere, Muri quickly molded a rough shape of the divine dragon. Then, his fingertips emitted a faint aura that was like a carving tool, and he began to refine the model. In less than half an hour, a divine dragon that was exactly the same as the one Lin Chen wanted was completed. Chapter 210, Dream Come True and Saiyan Divine Dragon. Shortly afterwards, not far from Planet Vegeta, on an uninhabited desert planet, Lin Chen arrived with a special guest as well as his confidants such as King Vegeta and others. Accompanying them were Tights and Lazuli, the two blonde beauties. They came along to witness the spectacle after hearing about what Lin Chen was going to do. Because it was on this planet that Lin Chen was going to summon his own divine dragon for the first time. As for why he was summoning it on such a planet, it was a suggestion from the special guest with Lin Chen, the current elder of planet Namek, Muri. The power of the divine dragon was determined by the power of its creator. At the same time, the stronger the divine dragon's power, the larger its size would be. Although Lin Chen's power could not match that of Dragon God Zalama, who created the Super Dragon Balls, it was far superior to that of Great Elder Guru who created the Dragon Balls originally. Therefore, it was clear that once his divine dragon appeared, its aura would far surpass that of the divine dragons of Earth and planet Namek. Such a grand spectacle was not suitable to be held on planet Vegeta or Earth, as it could easily attract the greed of those with evil intentions in the Furidra. Dragon Balls were something that could easily evoke the greed of those with evil intentions. Although Lin Chen believed he had enough ability to protect the Dragon Balls, he also knew that Muri's words were reasonable. Thus, he chose to summon the divine dragon on this deserted planet not too far from planet Vegeta. With a suitable location chosen, Lin Chen waved his hand and 7 unique Dragon Balls appeared before everyone. There were not many people in the crowd who had seen Dragon Balls before, but Tights was one of them. When she saw these Dragon Balls, she exclaimed, Lin Chen, why do your Dragon Balls look like this? Lin Chen's Dragon Balls were about the same size as Earth's Dragon Balls. Although they also have 7 stars, they were not like the orange-red transparent crystal balls of Earth and planet Namek's Dragon Balls. Lin Chen's Dragon Balls looked more like metal, or to be more precise, like golden balls made of gold. Upon closer inspection, a faint yellow-green light could be seen emanating from the surface of the gold balls, resembling the color of the aura Lin Chen emitted in his legendary Super Saiyan form. On the surface of the Dragon Balls, there were also black stars, like the iconic black hair of the Saiyans. After examining them for a while, Tights couldn't help but laugh and say, it's easy to tell these are your Dragon Balls, Lin Chen. They have so many of your own characteristics fused into them. The elder Muri explained, Mr. Lin Chen is not a Namekian blessed by the Dragon God. His Dragon Balls will look like this, which we did not expect. But in terms of the effect of the Dragon Balls, I believe that Mr. Lin Chen's Dragon Balls will be especially outstanding. We won't know if they are good or not until we try it. Lin Chen chuckled and placed the 7 Dragon Balls together. The Dragon Balls reacted to each other, and just like the other Dragon Balls, they began to sparkle and shine. Interestingly, the shining light of these 7 Dragon Balls was the same yellow-green color as Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form. Everyone stepped back. Standing in front of them, Lin Chen said in the language of his past life that only he knows. Qilei Bashenlong. Tian, the author here, has written Chinese pinyin which means come out, divine dragon. As soon as he finished speaking this language that no one had ever spoken in this world, the 7 golden Dragon Balls suddenly shone brightly. 3 waves of green energy similar to that of a legendary Super Saiyan transformation suddenly flashed around the Dragon Balls. After 3 waves of energy, the sky above everyone's head suddenly darkened, and dark clouds covered the sky. Just then, a dragon's roar sounded in the sky. The dragon's roar grew louder and louder, and at the same time, golden light began to pass through the clouds. Something seemed to be emerging from within the clouds. The people present all looked up with bated breath, their faces tense as they watched the amazing sight before them. As the dragon's roar grew louder, several golden rays of light quickly pierced through the clouds, accompanied by a majestic aura that suddenly blew away the clouds. A massive golden dragon, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, revealed its true form behind the disappearing clouds. It was a gigantic divine dragon, shining with bright yellow-green aura like a legendary Super Saiyan, with a resemblance to the Earth's divine dragon but covered from head to toe in golden scales. And behind the dragon's enormous head was a cluster of golden hair, exuding a divine and majestic aura that was incredibly noble. "It's so big!" someone exclaimed. Indeed, the dragon that appeared before them was much larger than Planet Namek and Earth's divine dragon. Just the head alone was like an enormous mountain, standing between heaven and earth. This was the Saiyan divine dragon that Lin Chen had Muri create according to his memory of the five-clawed golden dragon, and it belonged to him alone. However, this was far from the true appearance of this dragon. "Divine dragon, reveal your true form!" Lin Chen suddenly shouted. "True form?" The others were all taken aback on hearing it. What did he mean? Did this divine dragon in front of them not show its true form yet? As the others were still puzzled, the divine dragon with the burning aura similar to that of a Super Saiyan looked down at them and replied in a loud voice, "As you command, my creator." The divine dragon's eyes suddenly lit up with a green light. Next, its body was enveloped in golden light. Under this golden light, the originally gigantic divine dragon gradually shrank, and its original five-clawed golden dragon form also underwent a change. Only when the divine dragon was almost the size of a human, the golden light that covered its whole body dissipated. The divine dragon that was emitting a divine aura just now unexpectedly reappeared in front of everyone in a completely unexpected appearance. "Whoa! Lin Chen, is this the divine dragon from earlier?" Tights was startled. King Vegeta and the others' eyes also widened, looking at the divine dragon in front of them, their jaws almost dropping from shock. Elder Muri lowered his head, with a cold sweat on his face, unable to look straight at the divine dragon in front of him directly. Because the opponent's aura was too terrifying, and even he, the person who personally made this divine dragon's model, could not endure it. "Everyone, this is my divine dragon's battle form." Lin Chen introduced it to everyone with a smile on his face. At this moment, the divine dragon had already transformed into a humanoid form. Its appearance looked like Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form, but with a dragon face on its head. Moreover, on its upper body, there were muscles even more exaggeratedly thick and bulky than Lin Chen's and Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form, giving off a sense of extreme ferocity just by looking at it. When making the Dragon Balls, because Lin Chen thought of the scene where the divine dragon of Earth was killed in the original work, he specially prepared a unique battle form for his divine dragon. Otherwise, if Lin Chen's own created divine dragon were to be killed by someone one day, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Now, if someone wants to attack the divine dragon, it will use this battle form to completely eliminate those who don't know any better. Chapter 211, Making a Wish and Reviving the Dead. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, the divine dragon, who had transformed into its battle form, opened its eyes suddenly. Its pupils were completely white, just like a legendary Super Saiyan, causing those around it to unconsciously take a step back. "Your Majesty, your divine dragon's aura feels so dangerous," King Vegeta swallowed and said. "Lin Chen, you said this is its battle form, so does that mean it's very strong?" Suddenly, Lazuli stepped forward with a curious look on her face. Without waiting for Lin Chen to answer, she punched towards the divine dragon. "Hey!" Lin Chen was about to stop her, but a shimmering green shield around the divine dragon had already blocked Lazuli's attack. "Impudent!" The divine dragon crossed its arms in front of the chest and glared at Lazuli. The latter screamed as if she had been hit by a heavy blow and flew backward. But Lazuli didn't fly far before Lin Chen used instant transmission to catch her. "Fool, divine dragon's current power is similar to my legendary Super Saiyan form. Its power level is at least 400 million. You are no match for it." 400 million? King Vegeta and the others were speechless. This divine dragon had completely overturned their imagination. "Okay, enough chatting. Make your wish now, Elder Muri." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Muri stepped forward and said, Divine dragon, I want to make a wish." The divine dragon, emitting a special aura, nodded and said in a loud voice, "You may speak your wish." Any wish is possible, but only one wish is allowed. Then, can you revive the dead? Yes. Divine Dragon nodded and said, no matter how many people, no matter how many times they died, it can be done. Upon hearing this, Muri breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Then, Divine Dragon. Muri swallowed and followed Lin Chen's instructions, saying, Divine Dragon, I want you to revive the Namekians killed by the Cold Force, the people killed by Cooler on Earth, and the Earthlings killed under Broly's rampage. Upon hearing Muri's wish, Tights couldn't help but ask, Lin Chen, can your Divine Dragon grant wishes like this? Of course, Lin Chen nodded. The power of the Dragon Balls is determined by the power of the Creator. Lin Chen's power far surpasses that of the Namekians, so his Dragon Balls are naturally more powerful than those created by the Namekians. The only regret is that because it was Lin Chen who granted the powers to the Divine Dragon, rather than directly from the Dragon God Zalama like the Namekians, his Divine Dragon can only grant one wish at a time, no matter how it's adjusted. Your wish is easy. Divine Dragon's draconic eyes, which were the legendary Super Saiyan, emitted a yellow-green light. At the same time, many people on Earth opened their eyes at the same moment. Bardock, Tien Xinyan and others crawled out of the coffins where their bodies had been stored, looking around in confusion, wondering what had happened. Meanwhile, not far from them, the Namekians who were brought to Earth also stood up one after another, and embraced the Namekians who had been informed and were standing by. There were also the warriors of the human army who had died at the hands of Broly, and those who had been revived from hell. They stood at the site of the previous attack, staring in disbelief at the ruins around them, not understanding what had happened. Your wish has been granted. The Saiyan Divine Dragon said before transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, then slowly flying into the sky, ready to disperse to various corners of the planet. This was not the Saiyans' territory, and Lin Chen naturally wouldn't allow these Dragon Balls to scatter randomly. Come back! He shouted lightly, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls before they could fly away. When he held them in his hands, the golden Dragon Balls had already turned into round stones. For the next year, these Dragon Balls would enter a 1-year adjustment period to restore their power, waiting to be summoned once again. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a remote area far from human civilization, in the far north. This is an area that is known to be the oldest on Earth. The local geological environment indicates that the terrain here appeared at least several million years ago. And millions of years later, because it was far from human society, this place still maintained its appearance from millions of years ago. Because of the harsh environment and the lack of any valuable resources, very few human traces appears in this area. However, at this moment, a figure wearing heavy climbing equipment had appeared here. At this moment, the figure was heading towards the bottom of a bottomless cliff. He held a detection device that looked like a radar, with the fluctuation on the device's screen jumping in a special pattern. We're almost there. That guy said the special energy source should be down here. Bang! Suddenly, the figure found that he had stepped on the ground. He immediately jumped onto the ground, then looked up towards the sky above. At the bottom of this cliff, he couldn't see the sunlight above his head at all. This place is probably over 10,000 meters deep. The figure exclaimed, feeling strange about why there would be a special energy fluctuation in such an old and remote place. Holding the detection equipment and flashlight, the figure began to walk towards where the fluctuations appeared. As he walked, he left marks on the ground to avoid getting lost. It was too dark here, as if it were the end of the world, and the air was also thin. As the figure walked, he gradually became unable to go on. But at this moment, his flashlight suddenly shone on a strange object. What is that? The figure's mouth opened wide, his face showing an incredulous expression. Who would have thought that there would be such a thing under the 10,000 meter deep cliff? In front of the figure, there was a strange object that looked like an egg. The object was round and had a pockmarked surface, just like the surface of the moon. When touched, a faint warmth could be felt. Upon closer inspection, there were several black circular holes on the surface of the round egg. The figure shone a flashlight on one of the holes and discovered that there seemed to be a special power within the hole. Even if the flashlight was shown inside, all that could be seen was darkness. What a strange thing! Could this be the energy source? The figure furrowed his brow and looked down at the scouter, only to realize that the energy source he was looking for wasn't the round egg in front of him, but the 2 strange crystal-like objects lying nearby. The 2 crystals were cylindrical in shape and looked somewhat like blue crystals. However, in the middle of the crystals, a misty substance could be seen with the naked eye. One of the crystals already had a crack, while the other remained intact. The figure placed the two crystals in front of their scouter and it immediately reacted strongly. What a strong energy reaction! This thing must have been around for at least tens of thousands of years, yet it still possesses such strong energy. He was right, as long as these two things are present, an eternal power source is really possible. But what exactly are they? The figure looked at the two crystals with suspicion and then glanced at the round egg nearby. He had a feeling that there was some kind of connection between these two objects. Chapter 212, Peaceful Times. 3 months later, Planet Namekian's Dragon Balls recovered, and the Namekians who had been resurrected embarked on a journey to their new home. Just like in the original work, the Namekians did not choose to restore the planet Namek, but instead chose to go to a new planet. Lin Chen asked them why they didn't restore the planet Namek, and learned that firstly, Namekians revered nature, and restoring a destroyed planet went against the laws of nature. Secondly, because of the actions of the former Elder Slug, the location of planet Namek had already become widely known in the universe. If they return to their former planet, they are bound to encounter space pirates or other evil beings again. Mr. Lin Chen, there is still one wish left, and we have decided to give it to you or Mr. Goku, what do you think? We don't need it. Kakarot, do you have any wishes you want to make? Knowing that the Namekians were leaving today, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin all came to see them off together with Piccolo, and Tien Shinyan and others, who had already been resurrected. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Goku and others looked at each other. Krillin, do you have any wish? Forget it. I don't have anything, Krillin smiled and rubbed his head, not daring to say that he wants to wish for a girlfriend. Goku couldn't think of anything either, so he looked at Piccolo and the others, but they were the same. It was Gohan who suddenly had an idea. Dad, how about we wish to reinforce the Earth? After seeing what happened to planet Namek, I'm afraid that the Earth might be destroyed in battle in the future. Right. Goku clapped his hands, agreeing with Gohan's idea. It was true that with their increasing strength, they were becoming more hesitant to fight on Earth. For example, Goku and Piccolo were like that. In these 3 months, Goku had already challenged Piccolo several times, but they didn't dare to use their full power each time. With Earth's structure, just the power of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan transformation would already cause strange phenomena in the world. If Piccolo also used his full power, with his power level of over 20 million, it was likely that the two of them would destroy the Earth before they even started fighting. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Muri immediately had Porunga fulfill this wish. Then, the Namekians used Porunga to find a planet with a similar environment to planet Namek and moved their entire race to their new home. Seeing Muri and the others leave, everyone also said their goodbyes one after another. At this moment, when Goku was about to leave with Gohan, Lin Chen spoke up. Kakarot, wait a minute. Mr. Lin Chen, is there something you need? Lin Chen said, Kakarot, are you interested in going to a place to train for a while? There are many magical techniques there. Training? Magical techniques? Goku's eyes lit up. Of course I am interested. Mr. Lin Chen, where is it? Is it Planet Vegeta? That planet is called Planet Yardrat. Bulma's older sister Tights once went there to learn instant transmission. If you want to go, I can take you there. Instant transmission? I want to go. Goku exclaimed excitedly. Dad, if you go out to train, Mom won't be happy, Gohan pulled on Goku's pants. Goku didn't care and said, it's okay. I'll bring back some local products as souvenirs for Shishi, and she won't mind. Lin Chen listened to their conversation and smiled. In the original work, when planet Namek collapsed, Goku boarded the spacecraft of the Jinya forces and this turn of events led him to an adventure on planet Yardrat, where he acquired the instant transmission ability. But in this world, with Lin Chen around, everyone uses instant transmission to move around, so Goku didn't have a chance to go to planet Yardrat. Instant transmission would be an essential skill for Goku in the future, and Lin Chen didn't want him to miss it because of him. So, he brought it up to him. Moreover, if he hasn't guessed wrong, if he does it, he will most likely receive a time point. Sure enough, not long after Lin Chen helped Goku get permission to step foot on planet Yardrat, he heard a prompt from the system. Ding! Confirming that history has been revised, congratulations host for obtaining 1 time point. Well, this is probably the last time I'll get time points for a while, Lin Chen sighed. With the destruction of the Frost Demon clan and Dr. Gero's surrender, Lin Chen felt that his world would likely enter a long period of peace for the foreseeable future. In the future, if he wanted to get time points, he would have to wait for the Majin Buu saga to happen. Sure enough, the following days were peaceful, and there were no more disturbances on planet Vegeta or Earth. One day, Lin Chen was enjoying family life with Tights and others in the palace. Meanwhile, Lazuli was playing with Lin Luo and Taro on the side. As time passed, the two children increasingly began to reveal their respective exceptional qualities. Lin Luo, as a hybrid, was born with a power level equivalent to that of a high-level warrior from the past planet Vegeta. Many people were optimistic about his future. Taro, on the other hand, had a power level of only 5 when he was born, but his power level grew almost every day. Now, at just over 3 months old, Taro's power level was almost catching up to Lin Luo's. Lin Chen and others analyzed the abnormalities of this child and finally determined that Taro may have inherited the unique bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan that he fused with. As time goes by, his power level will grow on its own. Because it is Lin Chen's improved version of legendary Super Saiyan bloodline that he inherited, Taro's initial power level was relatively low, and his growth rate was not as impressive as Broly's. But it can be expected that in the near future, this kid will be a formidable character. The lives of 4 adults and 2 children were peaceful and happy, bringing a different kind of joy to Lin Chen. But this happiness was suddenly disturbed by the just revived Bardock. "Your Majesty, Dr. Gero has arrived and is waiting in the conference hall." "Dr. Gero? Hasn't he been busy all this time? Why does he have time to come to Planet Vegeta?" Lin Chen wondered. Beside him, Lazuli, who was playing with the 2 children, couldn't help but stop and prick up her ears. Lazuli had heard about the Dr. Gero of this world a long time ago, but she had never seen him with her own eyes. As an android created by Dr. Gero of another world, Lazuli was particularly sensitive and curious towards this name. Chapter 213, Galactic King's Request. "Your Majesty, Dr. Gero is here for the new android. The new type of auxiliary combat metal Cyberman that you instructed last time has already been designed, and the first batch of mass-produced models are waiting for your inspection," Bardock replied. "So soon?" Lin Chen sat up straight, slightly surprised. It was not long ago when he instructed Dr. Gero to develop the new metal Cyberman. At that time, the Namekians had not yet left Earth. One day, the leader of the Galactic Patrol Organization, Galactic King, personally visited Planet Vegeta for a diplomatic visit with the Saiyans. In recognition of the Saiyans' consecutive victories over 2 major frost demons, Galactic King sent a medal to express gratitude for their efforts in eradicating 2 of the most wicked beings in the universe. However, Galactic King's real purpose for this visit was actually to request Lin Chen for something. Galactic King hoped that Lin Chen could intervene and put an end to the current chaotic situation in the galaxy, particularly in the North area. During this time, the news of Jinyu posing as King Cold and Cooler's death has spread throughout every corner of the North area. The deaths of the 2 major frost demons represent the complete destruction of the frost demon race, which has caused the situation in the North area to undergo significant changes. In the past, the frost demons, with their absolute strength, occupied and controlled a considerable amount of territory in the North area, establishing a colonial empire directly or indirectly controlled by them. Although this empire had greatly shrunk due to the rise of the Saiyans, it still existed. However, with their deaths, this empire naturally completely collapsed. The power vacuum allowed other forces, who had been suppressed by the frost demons, to gradually start becoming restless, and they sent out troops to compete for their territories, during which time conflicts and wars broke out everywhere. In addition, people from the collapsed Cold Force, Cooler Force, and even the Trade Alliance formed their own forces and joined the partition feast. The level of turmoil has reached a point where even the Galactic Patrol could not suppress it. So Galactic King came to ask Lin Chen to have the Saiyans intervene and control the situation in the North area. In the past, Lin Chen had once had the Saiyans liberate the colonial planets under Frieza's control and achieved great success, so the Galactic King hoped that the Saiyans could make a contribution again like in the past for the restoration of peace in the galaxy. At the time, Lin Chen did not immediately agree to Galactic King's request, only saying that he would consider it. However, after Galactic King left, Lin Chen quickly reached a consensus with everyone. Galactic King's request could be accepted, but this time, Lin Chen did not intend to just liberate those planets. To completely solve the chaos in the North area, the best solution was not to eliminate those forces. After all, as seen from the experience of Cold Force, even a prairie fire cannot destroy the grass, as it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. No matter how many forces the Saiyans eliminate, new ones will always emerge in the universe, sparking new conflicts. The only solution is to establish a new order. Therefore, Lin Chen's idea was to establish a planetary alliance led by Saiyans in the North area. In fact, many people, including King Vegeta, hoped that Lin Chen would simply establish a Saiyan empire to rule the entire North area. However, Lin Chen thought it over and realized that he had no interest in being a villain. Moreover, the form of the empire was likely to lead the Saiyans back to their old, corrupt ways. Therefore, he ultimately felt that a more relaxed atmosphere of an alliance would be better. An alliance organized with Saiyans responsible for military force, leadership, and peacekeeping, while the other planets developed equally. However, in order to achieve Lin Chen's plan, it means that the Saiyans will need to start using their military force on a large scale externally. However, Bardock's death was a wake-up call for everyone that even with Super Saiyan level strength, safety cannot be guaranteed in this endless universe. Even though the Saiyans now had Dragon Balls, they still needed to consider protecting their combatants during battles to avoid accidents. In addition, the Saiyan population also limited the scale of their external actions. This time was different from previous small-scale planet liberation wars. The universe is vast, and there are countless planets to contend for just in the North area. Taking all factors into consideration, the final conclusion of everyone was that they hoped Dr. Gero could manufacture new androids. On the one hand, they would protect the Saiyans in battles, and on the other hand, it would supplement the combat power of Planet Vegeta. Upon receiving Lin Chen's order, Dr. Gero immediately agreed. Lin Chen did not expect the other party to act so quickly. Soon, in the conference hall, Lin Chen saw the new metal Cyberman brought by Dr. Gero. Like the previous two models, the new metal Cyberman was a completely mechanical android, but this time, Dr. Gero's metal Cyberman was somewhat special. There were 3 different types of models, metal Cyberman number 3, number 4, and number 5, and they seemed to have assimilated the appearances of the 3 Cooler Armored Squadron's members who had once fought Goku and others on Earth. Your Majesty, this is my new work. The information about these 3 people was obtained from Vegeta Scouter. Therefore, I specially asked Mr. Bardock to take me back to Earth to collect data. These 3 people were a team of 3 before they died, and they were good at cooperating in battle. My metal Cybermans have absorbed their strengths and are also good at cooperating. The 3 of them together can exert the strength of 100 people. Dr. Gero proudly explained to Lin Chen. What about their power level? Lin Chen asked. No 3's power level is 830,000. Number 4 has 900,000. Number 5 has 850,000. But even Mr. Bardock would have a hard time fighting them if the 3 of them worked together, Dr. Gero said. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already had simulated battles with these 3 metal Cybermen, Bardock admitted. Upon hearing this, the other people present were amazed. No one expected that Dr. Gero's android technology had developed to this level, and he had created such a powerful force through technological creation. Individuals with a power level of over 800,000 were rare on the entire planet Vegeta. Now, thanks to Dr. Gero, they could be mass-produced on a large scale. Dr. Gero's technological prowess is truly terrifying. Okay, let's proceed with mass production then. However, Bardock, let everyone know that Dr. Gero's metal Cyberman is just an aid, designed to protect our fighters. I don't want people to rely entirely on metal Cybermen for everything. Saiyans, ultimately, must rely on their own power. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 214, Lazuli and Dr. Gero. After getting permission from Lin Chen, Dr. Gero's face was filled with joy. For a researcher, there's nothing more satisfying than having their research recognized. With that, Dr. Gero prepared to go back and arrange for the expansion of the production line. However, at this moment, Lin Chen stopped him. Dr. Gero, how's your alien android coming along? Are you still researching it? Dr. Gero was surprised. Yes, the research is still ongoing. There were many interesting corpses left behind when the cooler force attacked Earth. Is there a problem, Your Majesty? Lin Chen shook his head. No, I was just asking. Dr. Gero then said, Your Majesty, then I'll take my leave. All right. Dr. Gero then bid farewell to Lin Chen and the others. However, just as he was about to leave the conference hall, Dr. Gero's gaze suddenly fell on a blonde woman outside. It was Lazuli, who had heard about Dr. Gero's arrival and had come to see what was going on. When Dr. Gero discovered Lazuli, she also noticed him. Their gazes met for an instant. Lazuli looked at Dr. Gero with interest, thinking that this world's Dr. Gero looked much younger than she remembered. Lazuli didn't know that this was because Dr. Gero of this world had eaten Tree of Might's fruit. Suddenly, Lazuli noticed something strange. As she looked at Dr. Gero, he was also staring at her with widened eyes, a shocked expression on his face. Lazuli found it strange because this was the first time she had met him in this world. According to Lin Chen, Dr. Gero of this world had not created any human-modified android since leaving Earth. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be any connection between her and Dr. Gero. If that's the case, why did Dr. Gero seem to recognize her? Do we know each other? Lazuli asked curiously. And no. Dr. Gero shook his head. Are you a human? I guess so, Lazuli smiled. At this time, Lin Chen's voice came from behind them. Dr. Gero, this is Lazuli, my friend. Lin Chen walked over with a smile and asked, is there a problem, doctor? No, I was just curious. Besides tights, I didn't know there were other humans on Planet Vegeta. Dr. Gero trailed off with a chuckle, then bid farewell to Lin Chen and left in a hurry. Watching his hastily retreating figure, Lin Chen asked, what's wrong with him? It's nothing. Lazuli shook her head and recounted their conversation. After hearing it, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Paragus? Yes. Paragus hurried over. Your Majesty? Do you have any recent updates on Dr. Gero's surveillance? Lin Chen ignored Lazuli and asked directly. No, everything seems to be normal with Dr. Gero. Apart from the last time he visited Earth, he has been in the laboratory all the time. Even when he was on Earth, we had him under surveillance and didn't notice anything unusual. I understand, continue to keep an eye on him. Hearing that, Lin Chen waved his hand to signal Paragus to leave. It seems like he was just being paranoid. It's not that he had any prejudice against Dr. Gero, but this guy did cause a lot of trouble in another world. No matter how much Lin Chen trusts him, he has no choice but to be on guard against him. Especially considering that the number of androids on Planet Vegeta will increase significantly in the near future, it is necessary to increase vigilance against Dr. Gero, both for personal and public safety reasons. However, Lin Chen and others didn't expect that as Dr. Gero hastily left, he was repeatedly exclaiming in his mind on the way back. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why did she appear by Lin Chen's side? Cold sweat dripped down Dr. Gero's face. At that moment, he almost thought that his secret had been discovered. But after calming down, Dr. Gero quickly realized that there was something off. The woman in question seemed to be someone other than the one he knew. However, this incident also reminded Dr. Gero that he should pay more attention and prepare an escape route for himself. Meanwhile, in the faraway in the depths of the east area, a heavily damaged spaceship flew into an area covered by nebulae. This nebula was full of spaceship debris, like a graveyard for spaceships. The spaceship cautiously navigated through the wreckage, and in the cockpit, several aliens stared nervously, their eyes wide open. Are we there yet? A lizard-like alien patted his companion, who was responsible for piloting the ship. The other person answered in a rage, I told you not to touch me. This place is dangerous. If not careful, we could all die here. The lizard-like alien swallowed his saliva and said, "Tu just wanted to know how much longer we have to fly. We've been flying for months. Can't you wait a little longer?" I'm sorry. At this moment, the eyes of the alien piloting the complex spaceship suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "Look! Is that the one His Majesty instructed us to find?" The people in the cockpit immediately stood up and gathered around the porthole. In the dark space, a silver behemoth slowly revealed its true appearance from the darkness. Wow! Everyone took a deep breath, shocked by the terrifying object in front of them. After a moment of stunned silence, the alien who was piloting the ship suddenly remembered something and pressed a switch on the console in front of him. "Is this our destination, Your Majesty?" Beep. At the back of the cockpit, a cultivation tank suddenly emerged from the wall. Inside the tank, a head soaked in nutrient solution suddenly opened its eyes. A sinister and terrifying voice then transmitted to everyone through the ship's speakers. "Yes, that's it. Send me in there immediately." "Yes." Looking at the spaceship gradually nearing the silver metal object, the head in the solution suddenly laughed. The smile on its face was like it came from the depths of hell, sending shivers down people's spines. Saiyans. Our story isn't over yet. Just wait. Cooler, will return. I swear. Suddenly, the head burst into maniacal laughter. And in the midst of this laughter, the spaceship began to land on the huge metal object, the spaceship's light illuminating the surface of this massive object. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a gigantic metal planet. This planet was none other than the Big Get star, a demonic star that had once caused massive panic in the universe, which Cooler had discovered in the database of Planet Ifrit years ago. Chapter 215, Bardock's Prophecy and Broly's Strongest. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Planet Vegeta, which had been preparing itself, finally began its official military intervention in the chaotic galaxy. The first attack by the Saiyans rescued 3 civilizations that were under attack by foreign invaders, and the invading force was completely destroyed by the powerful military force of the Saiyans. After learning about the Saiyans' intentions, the rescued civilizations immediately reached an unconditional agreement with them and became the first member to join the alliance named Galactic Federation. Then, fleets composed mainly of new metal Cybermen and led by a small number of Saiyans, set off in all directions, launching attacks on forces and planets that refused to join the alliance. The Saiyans' participation made the already chaotic situation in the North area even more turbulent and complicated. Under the powerful military force of the Saiyans, many planets and forces pledged their allegiance and joined the alliance. Of course, during this time, Saiyans also encountered some powerful resistance forces, but under the strength of the metal Cybermen, these forces that attempted to resist were not good enough, and they were easily defeated. The emerging Galactic Federation's expansion in the North area seemed to be unstoppable. Currently, the only thing that seemed to be able to stop the Saiyans from controlling the entire North area was time. One day, Bardock, who was originally the commander-in-chief of external conquest, returned to Planet Vegeta in a hurry and sought out Lin Chen. "Bardock, why did you come back?" Lin Chen asked with some surprise. "Your Majesty, I have returned because I wanted to tell you something," Bardock said with an unprecedented serious look on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sit up straight and ask, "What is it?" "It is actually related to Broly." "Broly?" After Bardock explained, Lin Chen understood what had caused him to return in a hurry. As far as Lin Chen knew, Bardock was the only Saiyan on Planet Vegeta besides himself who possessed special abilities. And his special ability was the power of prophecy. Bardock's ability to prop his eyes allowed him to see into the future and witness events that would happen in the near future. Although the future he saw was not set in stone and would constantly change, the events he saw would indeed occur. For example, in the past, Bardock saw Frieza's attack and saw Goku transform into a Super Saiyan and battle on planet Namek. During his fight against a separatist faction of the Cold Force on an expedition, Bardock saw another prophetic vision. However, this time, the scene he saw was one that terrified him. In the scene Bardock saw, Planet Vegeta was destroyed. And the one who destroyed it was none other than Paragus' son, Broly. "Broly?" Lin Chen stood up suddenly, with a serious expression. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure of it. Last time on Earth, I fought alongside the grown-up Broly. Although the person I saw in the prophecy destroying the planet was a legendary Super Saiyan, it was indeed the Broly I once fought together with," Bardock said confidently. "Do you know when the event that you prophesied will happen?" "I'm not sure. Speaking of which, when I saw the vision, I didn't see anyone other than Broly, so there's no way to tell when it will happen. But Your Majesty, I've heard from Kakarot that when Broly went berserk, he didn't recognize anyone. I'm afraid that the prophecy I saw was what Broly did after going berserk. I didn't see Your Majesty in the vision, but if you were there, there's no way you would allow Broly to attack Planet Vegeta. So, I suspect that Broly probably went berserk when Your Majesty was not around. Broly is also a legendary Super Saiyan. With his strength, no one except Your Majesty can stop him when he goes berserk. That's why I came back specifically, hoping that Your Majesty could make a decision on this matter for the sake of Planet Vegeta." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "Bardock, do you mean? I hope Your Majesty can kill Broly for the sake of Planet Vegeta and eliminate any future troubles." "Kill Broly?" Lin Chen was hesitant, and suddenly another voice rang out from the side. "No, you can't." Both of them turned their heads and saw Paragus rushing over in a hurry. "Your Majesty, you can't listen to Bardock. Why should my son die because of some prophecy?" It was clear that Paragus had been eavesdropping all along. Lin Chen didn't blame him but fell into deep thought. Bardock's prophecy was definitely not wrong. Since he saw Broly destroying Planet Vegeta, if nothing unexpected happened in the future, it would definitely happen. However, Lin Chen couldn't bear to kill Broly, who was almost like his own child, based solely on a prophecy. Although he didn't spend much time with Broly, Lin Chen could almost say that he watched the child grow up and knew that he was inherently good-natured. Although Broly killed at least tens of thousands of humans on Earth this time, it was because of the power of the legendary Super Saiyan that he went berserk, and was not his intention. Ding! Detecting the host's feelings towards Broly, triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, kill Broly, reward, elementary power of destruction. Choice 2, suppress Broly, and deprive him of the ability to transform into legendary Super Saiyan, reward, elementary power of space. Choice 3, allow Broly to completely control his powers, reward, elementary power of creation. Hey? The reward is the power of 3 laws? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. It had been a long time since he had received a choice task, and this time it brought such exaggerated rewards. Power of destruction, power of space, and power of creation. Power of 3 laws. It matched with the guidance on the elementary power of time that he received from Supreme Kai of Time. What should I choose? Back in the 228th world, Lin Chen had experienced these powers when he used the Divine Realm experience card, so he was no stranger to them. Power of destruction can destroy everything. Power of space can control space. And power of creation can even control life and death. All 3 powers are hard to give up. But in this case, the choice became simple. Since the rewards were almost the same, the key to the choice was only in Lin Chen's heart. And Lin Chen himself would never choose to kill or harm Broly, who was almost like a son to him. System, I choose 3. Ding! Confirming host's choice. Time limit for choice 3 is 5 years. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Broly, snap out of it. One day, Lin Chen brought Paragus to Earth. It was not Paragus' first time on Earth, but it was his first time on Lookout. As for why they came, it was for Broly. When Paragus learned that Lin Chen had decided not to follow Bardock's suggestion to kill Broly, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was confused about Lin Chen's desire to help Broly control his power. After all, if Lin Chen was really capable of that, why didn't he help Broly in the past? Why? Paragus asked. Lin Chen sighed. I thought Broly could live the peaceful life he always wanted. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to learn how to control his power. But Paragus, it seems I was too naive. This world is not a peaceful place. While they were talking, the two of them had already met the person who was there to receive them. Mr. Lin Chen, are you here to see Broly-sama? Mr. Popo said with his usual expressionless face. Broly-sama? Lin Chen was taken aback. Broly became Kami? Yes, when Cooler invaded, old Kami passed on the mantle of Kami to Broly-sama. Unfortunately, after that, Broly-sama felt guilty for accidentally killing the Earthlings and voluntarily returned the Kami's position to old Kami, Popo explained. At that moment, old Kami, who had been resurrected, walked out of the lookout. Mr. Lin Chen, long time no see. It's been a while. After exchanging greetings, old Kami said, Mr. Lin Chen, if you are looking for Broly, please come this way. Then, old Kami led Lin Chen and the silent Paragus into the lookout. As they walked towards the depths of lookout with old Kami, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, Old Kami, where are we going? Is it the hyperbolic time chamber? Yes and no, old Kami said mysteriously. It's actually a lesser version of the hyperbolic time chamber, Popo, who was following behind, spoke up. The place we're going to is a room similar to the hyperbolic time chamber. The space inside the room is isolated from the outside world, just like the hyperbolic time chamber, but the time inside is the same as the time outside and you can stay for as long as you want. Lin Chen roughly understood, why would Broly be there? Old Kami said, ever since that day, Broly has been consumed by self-blame. Later on, he asked Mr. Popo to create something to help him learn how to control his power. Really? That's great. Your Majesty, you hear that? Broly has come to his senses. Paragus said with joy. But Lin Chen wasn't as optimistic. If controlling the power of legendary Super Saiyan was so easy, the system wouldn't have given him a task with reward being the power of law. Shortly after, they were standing in front of a door, and Lin Chen asked Paragus and Old Kami to wait outside while he and Popo went in. Behind the door was a world very similar to the hyperbolic time chamber. However, shortly after the two of them had entered, they heard a loud sound of destruction coming from far away. They saw that in a place some distance away, a fierce battle was taking place, accompanied by the sound of fighting and Broly's constant wild laughter. Who was Broly fighting with? Lin Chen took a closer look and found that there were 4 figures around Broly that looked a lot like him, but with blank faces. It's a puppet made by Popo using clay, water of life, and Broly-sama's hair, said Mr. Popo. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Puppet? Those puppets were fighting against Broly, who had already transformed into legendary Super Saiyan. This Mr. Popo. Lin Chen didn't immediately go over, but watched from the side. From the current situation, Lin Chen could guess that Broly was probably trying to exercise control over his mind during battle by simulating fights. His idea was not bad, but the defect of legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was not something that could be achieved through simple physical training. Sure enough, as Lin Chen watched, he soon found that Broly had already entered a berserk state. It was fortunate that this was an alternate dimensional space. No matter how much he destroyed, it wouldn't affect the real world, otherwise, Broly would have probably already destroyed Earth. The 4 puppet opponents of Broly were also quite powerful. Their strength was only slightly weaker than Broly's, but no matter how Broly attacked and destroyed them, these puppets would quickly regenerate. It is precisely because of these factors that Broly's fights never came to an end. Mr. Popo, how long has Broly been fighting like this? It seems like 3 months now? What? Lin Chen was shocked. Not long after Old Kami was resurrected, Broly-sama requested me to help him control his powers, so I made these puppets for him. This idiot! Lin Chen was horrified. Although the power of the legendary Super Saiyan is almost limitless, while the power may be infinite, Broly's body does have its limits. Once it exceeds the capacity to endure, even Broly would collapse. At this time, Mr. Popo said, Lin Chen, have you noticed something? Popo said, actually, if you didn't come, according to the current situation, Broly-sama could only last for another half a year at most. After half a year, if he still doesn't become clear-headed, he will be consumed and destroyed by his constantly increasing power. This idiot! Swoosh, Lin Chen transformed directly into his legendary Super Saiyan form and charged towards Broly. Broly, snap out of it! Surging with a golden aura, Lin Chen heavily struck towards Broly. The raging aura blew away the 4 puppets attacking Broly. But at this moment, Broly roared and grabbed 2 of the puppets, using them as tools to hit Lin Chen's face. Time freeze! Boom! Broly's attack missed, and the 2 puppets were crushed into pieces. Lin Chen appeared above Broly's head, and with a downward elbow strike, he smashed Broly to the ground. Rumble! The 2 puppets on the ground had just recovered before Broly crashed into them, crushing them to pieces once more. Even a Super Saiyan level energy attack wouldn't have shattered the ground, but it instantly created a deep crater upon impact. Broly stood up in place and suddenly let out a roar, his aura rising sharply once again. With Broly's earth-shattering roar, his hair color suddenly changed from yellow to a yellowish-green like Lin Chen's, and his muscles expanded even more. At this moment, Broly finally transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form like Lin Chen. At the same time, his power level underwent a qualitative change, surpassing 400 million in an instant, and it was still rising. Chapter 217, Lin Chen vs Broly, Dragon Fist. Mr. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Broly-sama's condition has gotten even worse than before. Mr. Popo had appeared by Lin Chen's side at some point, watching as Broly vented his soaring aura. Lin Chen smiled and said, with his current state, the flute of tranquility won't work. We can only use fists to bring him back to his senses. In the original work, the Berserk Broly was once brought back to his senses by Gogeta's powerful strength, and now Lin Chen had to do the same thing. Fortunately, Broly was still young and hadn't trained for many years. If he was the same Broly as in the original work who could go head-to-head with Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, Lin Chen wouldn't dare to do that. Compared to his, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was difficult to control, but his strength was improving too fast. Just then, Broly's aura stopped rising. He looked up at Lin Chen with his white pupils, a demonic smile on his face. At this point, his power had surpassed 10 billion, far exceeding Lin Chen's. This kid broke through the 10 billion power level without doing anything. Vegeta will definitely vomit blood in anger if he finds out, Lin Chen laughed on seeing this. The next moment, his aura suddenly erupted out, and he transformed into legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. In this form, Lin Chen's power level exceeded 8 billion, but he was still slightly weaker than Broly. But fortunately, Lin Chen had other skills up his sleeve. Just then, Broly moved, suddenly appearing in front of Lin Chen with a teleportation-like flash. So fast! Lin Chen didn't expect Broly's speed to almost catch up with instant transmission. He exclaimed, hurriedly extending one hand to block the attack while clenching the other hand into a fist to counterattack. A loud explosion ensued as Broly's and Lin Chen's fists collided. A huge force pushed towards Lin Chen. But just then, a red aura suddenly appeared around Lin Chen's body. Super Kaioken. Broly, who had the upper hand before, was suddenly overwhelmed by the immense power and was sent flying backwards. Lin Chen did not hold back, instantly teleported to where Broly was and kicked him into the sky. Then, he continuously fired ki blasts from his hands. Broly's body was hit by the ki blasts and exploded, causing him to scream in madness. Just as an energy shield was about to activate, a fluorescent green energy sphere flew towards him. Eraser Cannon. The massive energy sphere exploded in place, and if it had been in the outside world, it would have probably destroyed the entire planet in one blow. Although it couldn't directly destroy the strange space, Broly's shield shattered like glass. But at this moment, Broly, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly roared, and his aura rose again. He's getting stronger again, Lin Chen sighed, speechless. As Broly once again raised his power, he stretched out both palms and directly blocked Lin Chen's eraser cannon with his body. Then he lifted the eraser cannon up into the air like he was lifting weights. Lin Chen's eraser cannon turned into a speck of light, heading straight above everyone's heads. Then, it seemed like something had shattered. The bright green energy sphere exploded in mid-air, and after the dazzling light, some rocks fell at the explosion site. Mr. Popo looked at these rocks, lifted his head, and then saw a hole in the sky, outside of which was the ruined lookout. The previous attack unexpectedly shattered this dimension before rushing out into the outside world. Such incredible power, he is already capable of tearing through space, Mr. Popo muttered to himself. Lin Chen's gaze also slightly narrowed. Broly's growth rate was just too fast. If this continued, his power level would eventually surpass his own. Then, it would be difficult not only to awaken him, but also to fight against him. The only way is to make Broly lose his power right now. So let's use that move. Broly, are you ready? Lin Chen smiled slightly, ready to act. Then, Lin Chen's figure suddenly turned into a golden stream of light, and at the same time, a surging, divine aura suddenly appeared around Lin Chen. Popo, who was watching from a distance, had a look of shock on his previously calm face. That aura! Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and a golden dragon suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's body. If Tights and the others were here, perhaps they would realize that this golden dragon before them is none other than the Saiyan divine dragon created by Lin Chen. At this moment, this dragon was surrounding Lin Chen as it opened its enormous mouth, and emitted an unstoppable might. One person, one dragon, headed straight for Broly. Dragon Fist. The golden dragon silhouette soared through the air, crashing directly into Broly's body. Boom! Golden energy erupted out from the impact point, like a thunderbolt striking Broly, and then it quickly exploded. In the golden light, a golden dragon was faintly visible, gnashing its teeth and claws, constantly roaring as it wrapped around Broly's body. Under the influence of this power, Broly let out a painful and agonizing scream. Even a legendary Super Saiyan, who can ignore pain and fatigue, couldn't withstand the terrifying power at this moment. Ah! 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 At this moment, in Broly's eyes that were previously devoid of understanding, a pair of emerald green pupils finally emerged. Under the heavy blow, he truly regained consciousness. Swoosh! The power of the dragon fist suddenly stopped, and Broly, who had regained consciousness, completely lost his strength and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to fall, Lin Chen teleported under him and opened his arms to catch him. Bro brother Link's Broly muttered and then passed out. Despite sustaining severe injuries, Broly managed to regain consciousness. And for someone with the power of legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, these injuries would only require a few hours to heal completely. Soon after, Broly regained consciousness without the need for a senzu bean. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Broly's face was filled with self-blame. "I'm sorry, Brother Lynx. I have disappointed you this time." "Disappointed? No, it's good that you finally found the courage to face your own strength. This incident is not your fault at all. In the past, I indulged you too much and didn't teach you how to control your own strength. Since you've made a decision now, from today on, you will learn how to control your power with me." "Control my power? Can I really do it?" Broly still had lingering fears from what happened before. He spent 3 months in another dimension trying to control his power, but gained nothing. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's incredibly powerful strength, he might have even killed Lin Chen. Towards Broly's concern, Lin Chen said, "There's no need to worry, don't forget, I have a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline just like you." Chapter 218, The Boy Who Arrived Suddenly. Lin Chen had some confidence in the plan to transform Broly. After all, he considered himself somewhat experienced. Although Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline differed greatly from Broly's, Lin Chen also experienced situations where he lost control in his legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. At that time, he had spent a long time finding a way to control his own power. So, Lin Chen followed the same method and taught Broly his own approach. The method was simple in theory but difficult in practice: meditation training to strengthen Broly's mental power. However, meditation alone was not enough for Broly given his strength. Therefore, Lin Chen resorted to a plan he had long forgotten. On a green life planet far from Planet Vegeta, in a secluded corner of the universe, Lin Chen threw a seed into a canyon. After a while, the canyon shook as if there was an earthquake, and a towering enormous tree began to rapidly grow before their eyes. "Broly, from this day on, you will guard this place. When the tree of might's fruits ripen, you will use them to enhance your mental power. Once you have consumed the entire planet's fruits, you should be able to control your power." Lin Chen looked at the growing tree of might in front of him. It was his final trump card. The reason for a legendary Super Saiyan to go berserk was the inability of the mind to control the Bodhis energy, causing the energy to go berserk. With a strong enough mental power, the berserk power can be controlled. When Lin Chen himself needed to control his berserk power, he had consumed the fruits of the Tree of Might countless times. Now, he is directly providing Broly with Tree of Might's fruits of an entire planet in the future, ensuring that Broly's mental power will grow exponentially. "Brother Lynx, won't the lives on this planet suffer because of me?" Broly was not unfamiliar with the Tree of Might. Back then, he had witnessed the devastation it had caused on Planet Vegeta. "Don't worry, Planet Vegeta now has Dragon Balls. Once you finish your training, I will restore this planet to its original state." Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation of his newfound power, Broly finally let go of his worries. From that day on, Broly secluded himself on the planet, and began to use meditation training to temper himself while waiting for Tree of Might's fruits to ripen. As for Lin Chen himself, he did not spend any more time on Broly. He had already provided all the guidance he could about the mental training, and the rest was up to Broly's own efforts. As for Lin Chen, he balanced work and leisure, enjoying life with his family while gradually comprehending the power of time given to him by the Supreme Kai of Time. The use of the Divine Realm experience card had already paved a path for Lin Chen's future growth. To realize this path, Lin Chen needed to master at least 2 types of power of laws. The current power of time was one, and the future power of creation would be another. Once he mastered these 2 powers, Lin Chen was confident he could reach a higher level. As for the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, it was simply a further power surge from Super Saiyan 2. As long as his strength continued to grow, breaking through to the new transformation would come naturally. Lin Chen did not believe he needed any special training for it. Just like this, time passed and everyone was growing and enjoying their own lives. But at this moment, in a wilderness several dozen kilometers outside West City on Earth, the air suddenly distorted, followed by transparent ripples and rippling waves in the air. Something was being transported through space, breaking through the dimensional barrier. Whoosh! In the next instant, with a soft sound, a small, peculiar spaceship with the Capsule Corporation symbol suddenly appeared in mid-air. After the spaceship appeared, it began to descend slowly. The faint sound of its engines reverberated in the air, and the airflow from its bottom stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground. At the moment the spaceship appeared, many experts of Earth sensed something. Whose aura is this? Saiyan, who was training with Tietsu, raised his head with a puzzled expression. Such a powerful aura. It's like Vegeta and the others. Could it be that a Saiyan has arrived? Krillin, who was sunbathing with Turtle Hermit on Kame Island, took off his sunglasses. At this moment, all the Z-warriors on Earth felt the presence of a strong and unfamiliar aura. They all put down what they were doing and flew towards the location of the aura. Meanwhile, in West City, closest to the spaceship, Vegeta, drenched in sweat, emerged from the gravity chamber. Kakarot? No, it's not him. Then whose aura is this? Are there Saiyans in this world that I don't know of? Vegeta was perplexed, and then he saw Bulma rushing towards him with a phone in her hand. Vegeta. Krillin said a powerful guy appeared near West City. You stay here, I'll go check it out. Vegeta threw his towel on the ground, and without wasting any time, flew towards the source of the aura. Seeing this, Bulma ignored him and threw out a Hoi-Poi capsule, summoning a small aircraft to chase after him. At this moment, the unknown spaceship that had suddenly appeared on the Earth paused for a few seconds before finally opening its top glass hatch. Then, a figure walked out and landed on the ground. First, the person put away the spaceship and then looked around. So, this is the Earth of the past? It's such a primitive and backward place. With cold words, the figure took out something that resembled a scouter but had a slightly different appearance from what Lin Chen and the others were using. They placed it on their head and tapped it lightly. Suddenly, their light purple hair swung, and the figure turned their head in astonishment. What's going on? How can Earth have so many powerful people? At this time, Earth should still be primitive and backward. Beep beep beep. The device on the figure's face beeped again, and in the next moment, the figure exclaimed in surprise. 23 million power level? How is this possible? Is it a Super Saiyan? They turned their head and looked in the direction where the signal of this 23 million power level was coming from. Then, the figure saw someone in a cloak with green skin appearing right in front of them. Hey, who are you? Are you a Saiyan? Piccolo looked at the figure in front of him with a puzzled expression. So the powerful aura that had suddenly appeared on Earth belonged to a purple-haired teenager. And the attire they were wearing was a Saiyan-type battle armor. Chapter 219, Different World and Who is Lin Chen? The purple-haired young man did not immediately answer Piccolo's question, but instead looked at him with a puzzled expression in his eyes. Seeing this, Piccolo didn't rush to inquire further. He could sense that people were rushing over from all directions towards their location. And the first one to arrive was Vegeta, who was closest to this place. Upon seeing the attire of the young man, both Vegeta and Piccolo were equally perplexed. Who are you? A Saiyan? You Mr. Vegeta? The purple-haired young man was clearly familiar with Vegeta and was greatly surprised. That's right, you know me? Why do I have no recollection of you? What's your name? The purple-haired young man hesitated for a moment but ultimately remained silent. You're not going to speak, huh? Mysterious brat. Do you want me to pry your mouth open? Vegeta furrowed his brow and clenched his fist. Hold on, Vegeta. Others are coming too. Piccolo stopped him. Hearing this, Vegeta scanned the surroundings and saw many people approaching. Krillin, Tien Shinyan and Yamcha had arrived, but Goku and his son were nowhere to be seen. However, at that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred, and Goku and his son suddenly appeared before them. Hey! Everyone's here! Long time no see! Goku greeted everyone with a smile. Kakarot? Did you just use instant transmission? Vegeta questioned. Yeah, that's right. Brother Lynx took me to a planet called Yardrat. I spent half a year there learning instant transmission. Why, Vegeta? Do you want to learn it too? Goku asked. Humph. Wasting half a year on a cheap trick. Kakarot, while you were neglecting your training, I have already surpassed you. Vegeta sneered. Goku shrugged it off and returned a smile. At that moment, Krillin quietly asked, Gohan, where is your Uncle Raditz? Gohan replied, Uncle Raditz went back to Planet Vegeta. I heard that Saiyans are now protecting the peace of the galaxy, and he went there to help. The last person to arrive was Bulma, who came by aircraft. When she saw the purple-haired young man surrounded by everyone, she paused for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. The purple-haired young man was also slightly shocked upon seeing Bulma. However, at this point, everyone had already started asking the mysterious purple-haired young man. "Hey, kid, who are you? And why are you wearing Frieza Force's battle armor?" Vegeta asked. "Frieza? Vegeta, isn't he wearing Saiyans battle armor?" Goku curiously interjected. "You fool, look closely. His battle armor is the one Saiyans wore when they were still working for the Frieza Force. The current Saiyans battle armor has a different design." Vegeta scoffed. Goku examined it carefully and exclaimed, "That's true." The purple-haired young man appeared to be at a loss when faced with Vegeta. He chuckled and said, I'm sorry, I can't say. All I can say is that I'm a Saiyan." "Impossible!" Vegeta retorted. "Saiyans have black hair." "Well, I'm a hybrid," the purple-haired young man said with a lowered head. However, at that moment, the scouter on his face suddenly emitted beeping sounds. The purple-haired young man was startled. "It's already time? Strange, why haven't they arrived yet?" He looked at Vegeta, utterly puzzled, and asked, "Mr. Vegeta, why are you on Earth? Aren't you supposed to be on Planet Vegeta?" Vegeta's mouth twitched, and his gaze instinctively turned towards Bulma beside him. "I, Vegeta, can be wherever I want. Do you have a problem with that, mysterious brat?" "And no, of course not. It's just isn't today the day when Saiyans arrive on Earth?" "Saiyans arriving on Earth? What nonsense are you talking about?" Vegeta was completely bewildered. On the other hand, Bulma, who was standing nearby, realized something. "Ah! I remember now. My sister told me that today Planet Vegeta is apparently going to formally send a diplomatic to Central City, inviting Earth to join the Galactic Federation. Lin Chen will also personally come as the King of Saiyans. His Majesty is coming? Lin Chen is coming?" While Vegeta and the others were astonished, the purple-haired young man looked confused. "Lin Chen? King of Saiyans? Galactic Federation? Who are they? Why does he have no idea?" Well, the purple-haired young man interrupted the discussion and asked, "Everyone, is this place really Earth?" "Yes." "Then, who is Lin Chen you just mentioned? And what is the Galactic Federation? Shouldn't the King of Saiyans be Mr. Vegeta here?" Upon hearing the young man's words, everyone furrowed their brows, wondering if this kid was an idiot. He claimed to be a Saiyan, yet he didn't know about Lin Chen or the Galactic Federation. Where did this strange kid come from? Big Brother Gohan said, "Uncle Lin Chen is also called Lynx. He is the current King of Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. And the Galactic Federation is an alliance of civilizations created by Planet Vegeta. They are currently fighting to restore order in the North area. If you're a Saiyan, you should know about these things, right?" "What?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, the young man's pupils contracted, and his face showed shock. He couldn't believe it and shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? What's going on with this timeline? Did I not travel to the past but instead came to a world I don't know of?" Just then, Goku suddenly looked up at the sky. "This Aura Big Brother Lin Chen is here." Almost as soon as Goku finished speaking, a huge disc-shaped spaceship passed through the atmosphere, flying over the heads of everyone. At the same time, television signals around the world were disrupted by a powerful electromagnetic wave. Then, Lin Chen's figure appeared on the television screens of Earthlings. "Hello, people of Earth. I am Lin Chen, the King of Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. Today, I have brought peace and the key to the universe to humanity." On the spaceship, after delivering the peace declaration, Lin Chen immediately ordered the ship to fly towards the palace in Central City. The king of the Central City had already sent an invitation to meet Lin Chen. This visit to Earth was a planned itinerary prepared well in advance by Lin Chen. With the continuous expansion of the Galactic Federation, Earth has already fallen within its sphere of influence. As a relatively young planet, the Galactic Federation naturally cannot ignore it. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lin Chen decided to personally visit Earth and bring the human world into the space age. Before this, Tides had already conducted preliminary exchanges with the Central City on behalf of Lin Chen, leading to Lin Chen's visit today. However, during the journey of the spaceship, a figure suddenly appeared in the spaceship. "Kakarot? What's the matter?" Seeing Goku suddenly teleporting onto the spaceship, Lin Chen asked with a smile. But the next words from Goku made Lin Chen's expression change. "A purple-haired Saiyan young man of unknown origins? Isn't that Trunks? What's going on? Hasn't the storyline changed?" Trunks has actually come from the future again? Chapter 220, Diplomatic Visit. Although Lin Chen was filled with doubts, he didn't immediately rush to see Trunks. After all, he already had his own itinerary planned, as he was about to visit the king of the central city. So, Trunks' matter had to be postponed for the time being. Besides, Lin Chen speculated that this Trunks was probably from a parallel world. After all, in the original work, Trunks, who claimed to be from the future, ultimately proved that his so-called time travel was actually just traveling to a parallel world, just like how Lin Chen travels to other worlds. But in that case, Trunks had come to the wrong place because the inventor of androids in this world, Dr. Gero, was already Lin Chen's subordinate. However, Lin Chen didn't expect that this Trunks who had come this time was actually completely different from what he had imagined. Your Majesty, we have arrived. At this moment, Paragus, who came as Lin Chen's assistant, reported. Accompanying them was Han Asia, who was there in her role as Lin Chen's wife. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, Kakarot, West City shouldn't be far from here, right? Take that young man to Bulma's house in West City. I'll deal with it after I'm done with things here. I understand. After Kakarot left, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Han Asia walked over and asked, what's wrong? Why did Kakarot come just now? It's nothing. There are some trivial matters I need to attend to. But let's focus on the matters at hand for now. Lin Chen looked at the large screen on the spaceship in front of him. On the screen, the king of the central city, who resembled a dog, was already waiting below. Earth in the Dragon Ball world was a fascinating place. Although humans were the mainstream Earthlings on Earth, there was also a considerable portion of Earthlings who were animal-like humans. For example, Puer and Oolong were animal-like humans, and the king below was one of them. In addition, there were also a type of monster humans on Earth, with Emperor Pilaf being the most notable. However, what surprised Lin Chen a little was that there was actually someone familiar standing next to the king. The former Mark, now Mr. Satan. On the ground, Mr. Satan swallowed a gulp of saliva and felt a bit confused. Great, why the hell did he agree to the king's request to serve as a bodyguard? Especially since the purpose of bringing him here was to deal with those aliens if they showed any ill intention. What a joke! He was a human. How could he possibly defeat those alien monsters? Regret filled Mr. Satan as he cried out in his mind. If only he hadn't stepped forward and claimed credit during that incident. Over a year ago, an incident suspected to be an alien invasion occurred in a certain location in the eastern continent. Central City dispatched a military unit to investigate, but they lost contact with the army halfway through their mission, presumably wiped out. At that time, there was panic within the kingdom, thinking that there were really aliens invading. However, unexpectedly, news came from the front at that time. All the missing soldiers miraculously came back to life. According to their accounts, they found a brave human on the scene who claimed to have driven away those aliens. And as a result, God was moved and used magic to revive the fallen soldiers. And that brave human was none other than Mr. Satan. But in reality, only Mr. Satan knew the truth. Back then, out of curiosity, he flew to the scene in his small aircraft. However, he only caught a glimpse of those aliens from a distance before his aircraft crashed due to a sudden explosion. And when he woke up again, the battle at the scene had already subsided, and only the horrifying aftermath left by the aliens' fight proved that everything that had happened wasn't a dream. And just when Mr. Satan was still in a daze, the soldiers came back to life. In a panic, Mr. Satan blurted out that he had driven away the aliens. Ah, why couldn't I control my mouth? Mr. Satan couldn't help but smack his lips. The king next to him looked at him strangely and said, Mr. Satan? Hey? Oh, it's nothing. Just a mosquito. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Your Majesty. If those aliens have any ill intentions, I will make them know the power of us humans. Ha ha ha. Then, amidst Mr. Satan's loud laughter, Lin Chen and his group descended from the sky and stood before them. While Lin Chen was representing the Galactic Federation as he engaged in an unprecedented diplomatic visit with the humans of Earth, Goku faithfully relayed Lin Chen's words to them. After that, the entire group moved to Bulma's house in West City to await further news. During the wait, the group speculated about the identity of the young man. Krillin, holding a bottle of beer, glanced at the purple-haired young man sitting in front of the television, watching the live broadcast of Lin Chen's visit to the king, and asked, "Where do you think this kid is from?" "I don't know, but I think he looks a bit like Bulma." "Me? No way. Bulma chuckled and said, actually, I think he resembles Vegeta. Haven't you noticed? Now that you mention it, there is a resemblance. Yamcha stroked his chin and looked over at the purple-haired young man. Meanwhile, Gohan handed the purple-haired young man a bottle of drink, smiling, but the young man remained silent, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and turned his head away. This attitude is just like Vegeta, Yamcha declared with certainty. On the other side, while watching the television, the young man's gaze kept drifting towards Vegeta. Noticing this, Vegeta couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at? If you have something to say, say it." "I'm sorry." The young man exaggeratedly stood up and even bowed to Vegeta, attracting everyone's attention. The young man said, "I'm just curious, why is Mr. Vegeta on Earth? Even if you're not the king of Saiyans, according to what Mr. Lin Chen is saying on TV, there's fighting going on everywhere in the universe, right? Mr. Vegeta, aren't you someone who loves fighting? Why aren't you out there fighting instead of staying on Earth? Do I need a little brat like you to tell me what to do? I'm sorry." In this strange atmosphere, time passed, and the live broadcast on television finally came to an end. It was at this moment that everyone's eyes lit up, sensing a powerful aura approaching. Even the purple-haired young man suddenly stood up. The scouter on his face told him that an individual with a power level close to 10 million was approaching. Chapter 221, Trunks, Saiyan Prince? In a short while, a figure walked in from outside. "Where's that purple-haired kid?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone immediately knew that it was Lin Chen who had arrived. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Chen was seen pushing the door open and entering. When he saw the purple-haired youth in front of him, who was indeed Trunks he knows of, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, almost blurting out his name. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Chen noticed Vegeta and Bulma, who were also present, and immediately stopped himself. If he exposed Trunks' identity and caused the Trunks of this world to disappear, it would be a great sin. "Hello, Mr. Lin Chen." Upon seeing Lin Chen, Trunks turned around and nodded politely, but there was hesitation in his movements. "Hello," Lin Chen greeted and said, "You must have something to say to me, right? How about we talk in the garden outside?" "Hey? Oh, okay." Trunks hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Lin Chen led him out of the room and went to the garden outside, avoiding the others. After confirming that apart from Piccolo, who has super hearing, the others probably couldn't hear them, Lin Chen asked, "All right, now that we're here, you can say whatever you want, and you don't have to worry about Vegeta and Bulma overhearing." "Hey?" The purple-haired youth was taken aback and said somewhat awkwardly, "Mr. Lin Chen, what do you mean?" "Hehe, do I need to make it clear?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Just tell me your reason for coming, Mr. Trunks." Trunks trembled, not expecting his name to be called out by someone. Even though it had been so long, he had kept it a secret from everyone, including his own parents. How did this man, whom he had just met, know his name? Trunks was immediately filled with confusion about this king of Saiyans, whom he had no recollection of in his memories. Who was he, really? Seeing Trunks standing in daze, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Lin Chen, and my Saiyan name is Lynx. I am currently the king of Saiyans of Planet Vegeta. And you? Trunks?" Lin Chen's gaze had been scrutinizing the other person. From his appearance, the Trunks in front of him looked exactly like the one in his memories. However, there were a few subtle details about him that made Lin Chen start to doubt whether this Trunks was from the parallel universe in the original work. Especially his old-fashioned Saiyan battle armor, which was completely mismatched. In the original work, when Trunks first appeared, he was wearing the jacket of the Capsule Corporation, completely dressed like an earthling. But the Trunks standing before Lin Chen now, aside from the purple hair, was a complete Saiyan through and through. Trunks was still puzzled and said to the mysterious Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin Chen, why do you know my name?" Lin Chen chuckled inwardly and said, "Why do I know you? The reason is simple, because I can travel through time, traversing between various parallel worlds. In one of those worlds, I've encountered you before." Upon hearing this, Trunks was immediately stunned. And Piccolo, who was in the room nearby, was also shocked in his heart. How could this Lin Chen be so powerful? Time travel is something even the gods can't do. His lips trembling, Trunks asked excitedly, "Mr. Lin Chen, when you say parallel worlds, what do you mean?" It means exactly what I said. I know you're Bulma's child. Hasn't she ever mentioned the concept of parallel universes to you? You even know who my mom is? Trunks took a deep breath. Yes, she did mention it. In fact, Mom suspected from the beginning that her machine might not be a time machine, but a device that travels to different timelines. It turns out her suspicion was true. This isn't the world I'm familiar with. While Trunks muttered to himself, Lin Chen didn't interrupt but instead turned his head slightly and gave a faint smile to Piccolo in the distance. Through the window, Piccolo suddenly shuddered and lowered his head guiltily. Mr. Lin Chen. At this moment, Trunks finally snapped out of his thoughts. And the first words he spoke made Lin Chen squint his eyes. Then he'll tell the truth. I am indeed called Trunks, and I come from a future that is 20 years from now. Of course, I now understand that our worlds have no connection at all, they are completely different parallel universes. And in my world, my identity is Saiyan Prince, son of the former king of Saiyans, Vegeta. Saiyan Prince, the former king of Saiyans Vegeta? Lin Chen was somewhat confused. This seemed different from what he knew. When did Vegeta become king of Saiyans? Sure enough, this Trunks was different from the future Trunks he knew. Trunks, you say you're the son of Vegeta, the king of Saiyans, but as far as I know, in both my world and the parallel worlds I've visited, Vegeta has never been the king of Saiyans for a single day. What's the story with your world? Can you explain it first? Of course. Trunks nodded. Speaking of which, Mr. Lin Chen, while I was waiting for you just now, I already asked my father about the history of Saiyans in this world. Actually, when we compare the histories of our two worlds, there are quite a few similarities. Perhaps it's because of this reason that I ended up crossing over to your world? As Trunks described the history of his world, even the experienced Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. The Dragon Ball world that Trunks came from was truly a world extremely similar to Lin Chen's world. In Trunks' world, the Saiyan home world, Planet Vegeta, had also not been destroyed by Frieza. The history of this world began before Trunks was even born, when Vegeta was still just a child. According to Trunks, in their world, when Frieza planned to destroy Planet Vegeta, although there was no Lin Chen, there was a Saiyan who stood up for Planet Vegeta. It was this person who did what Lin Chen originally did in Lin Chen's world, thus saving the entire Saiyan race and rescuing Planet Vegeta that should have been destroyed. And this person is currently serving as Lin Chen's right-hand man, Bardock. Chapter 222, The Rise of the Saiyan Empire. Lin Chen and future Trunks, or Saiyan Prince Trunks, had a point of divergence in their worlds, which began when Frieza was preparing to destroy Planet Vegeta. In Prince Trunks' world, there was no Lin Chen, but at that time, someone else had discovered Frieza's conspiracy in advance and made their own choice. That person was Bardock. Similar to Lin Chen's world, Bardock in Prince Trunks' world also gained the ability to foresee events after being attacked by the surviving warrior Tulo with the Future Punch during the invasion of Planet Kanasa. However, unlike Bardock in the many parallel worlds, this world's Bardock did not disregard the visions he saw. Instead, he realized that these events could potentially happen in the future and decided to make a choice to change the future. Coincidentally, Bardock's strategy was almost identical to Lin Chen's. Before Frieza arrived at Planet Vegeta, Bardock challenged King Vegeta for the throne. Relying on the strength he had obtained through years of life and death battles, Bardock easily defeated King Vegeta, who had been living in comfort, and successfully became the new Saiyan King. Under his command, all the Saiyans secretly lay in ambush on Planet Vegeta and, when the Frieza force arrived, they suddenly transformed into great apes, killing the arrogant Frieza before he could react and transform. Up to this point, the history of Prince Trunks' world was almost identical to Lin Chen's world. In his world, although there was no Lin Chen, the Saiyans were also liberated from Frieza's control. But then, the development of the two worlds began to diverge significantly. On Lin Chen's side, guided by Lin Chen, the Saiyans gradually embarked on the path of upholding peace. However, in Prince Trunks' world, a Saiyan empire as ruthless as the former Frieza's empire was born. After saving the Saiyans, the hero King Bardock did not cling to the throne. Instead, he chose to retire and handed over the throne to the most powerful Saiyan on the planet at that time. While Bardock himself took on the role of the new king's advisor. Clearly, this new king was not as rational as Lin Chen and, under his rule, the Saiyans began to launch external conquests. In the territories once controlled by Frieza, a new empire dominated by the Saiyans emerged. This situation continued for nearly a decade, with the Saiyans' territory expanding continuously. Their oppressive rule and tyranny surpassed even that of Frieza. Then, a new tyrant emerged. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly finally grew up. Similar to Lin Chen's world, in Prince Trunks' world, Broly was also saved thanks to Bardock's uprising and was not sent to another planet but instead remained on Planet Vegeta, where he grew up. After growing up on the planet for over a decade, Broly's natural talent gradually began to manifest, and he became incredibly powerful, unmatched by anyone. Even the Frost Demon race, once considered invincible in the universe, was unable to stand against him. After Frieza's death, his brother Cooler and father King Cold did not immediately strike back against the Saiyans. Instead, the father and son engaged in a prolonged war to seize territory. However, the rise of the Saiyan Empire made them both wary, leading to the formation of a powerful alliance. But shortly after the alliance was established, it suffered merciless attacks from the Saiyans. And the one of them who attacked was Broly. In the battle against Cooler and his father, Broly awakened as the legendary Super Saiyan for the first time, easily slaughtering Cooler and his father, completely eliminating a formidable enemy on the Saiyans' path to dominance. Similarly, due to his identity as a Super Saiyan, Broly easily killed the then Saiyan King and became the new King Broly. Without the obstacle of the Frost Demons, the Saiyan Empire entered a more glorious period, with no opponents on their path of expansion. However, for other races in the universe, Broly's rule meant the arrival of a nightmare. In Prince Trunks' world, Broly was completely controlled by his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline since no one disciplined or restrained him, turning into a tyrant. Every time he went on a campaign, countless lives were lost, and there were even entire planets reduced to ashes because of Broly. It wasn't until one person appeared that everything came to an end. And that person was none other than the former Saiyan King, Vegeta III's son and Trunks' father Vegeta IV. At that time, although Earth had been discovered by the Saiyan Empire, they looked down upon the weak strength of Earthlings and thus didn't immediately send someone to conquer it. It wasn't until Broly became the king that a Saiyan was ordered to go to Earth. That person happened to be my father, Vegeta Trunks slowly recalled. As the former Saiyan prince, Vegeta in Prince Trunks' world was naturally unwilling to remain beneath others. In fact, before Broly became king, Vegeta had also wanted to challenge the previous Saiyan king and reclaim the position his father had lost. But later, Vegeta witnessed the scene of Broly becoming king, terrified by the immense power of the legendary Super Saiyan, to the point that he lost his fighting spirit and willingly traveled to the distant Earth. However, Vegeta did not expect that this choice would lead to a profound change in his future. At that time, when Vegeta, carrying the declaration of the Saiyan Empire, began to conquer Earth, the humans put up a resistance. However, even though Vegeta had lost his fighting spirit, he was still far superior to the human martial artists on Earth. Central City soon surrendered. But at that moment, on Earth, an organization called the Red Ribbon Army challenged Vegeta. In this organization was a genius scientist named Dr. Gero. Although the androids he created were still far from being Vegeta's match, they piqued Vegeta's interest. After obliterating the Red Ribbon Army with his formidable strength, Vegeta spared Dr. Gero's life and had him continue researching android technology on his behalf. Vegeta's intention was to see how powerful puppets could be created using human technology. However, researching android technology was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Therefore, while waiting for Dr. Gero's results, Vegeta stayed on Earth as the representative of the Saiyan Empire. During this time, Vegeta unexpectedly encountered a human female scientist and developed feelings for her. In the end, they had a child. That female scientist was Bulma, and their child was Trunks. Chapter 223, The End of the Saiyan Empire. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Who would have thought that even in this situation, Vegeta would still run into Bulma? Is the fate between these two people really that strong? At the same time, Lin Chen also keenly noticed the name Dr. Gero. In the Dragon Ball world, whenever Trunks is mentioned, it inevitably brings up the topic of androids. Could it be that Trunks came to Lin Chen's world this time because of the androids? Just then, Trunks continued his story. When I was 3 years old, the former Saiyan King, Mr. Bardock, came to Earth and delivered the tragic news to my father. My grandfather, Vegeta III, was killed by King Broly because he angered him. Because of that news, my father finally broke through his limits out of anger and became a Super Saiyan. And only then did Mr. Bardock reveal the truth behind his arrival on Earth. He had foreseen that my father would become a Super Saiyan and also predicted that if Broly continued his rampage, he would eventually destroy the entire universe, including all the Saiyans. Bardock hoped that my father would step forward to stop Broly and become the new king of Saiyans. Just like that, Vegeta, who regained his confidence by successfully becoming a Super Saiyan, gladly accepted Bardock's request. So, the two of them began planning a way to deal with Broly. Although Vegeta became a Super Saiyan, he knew that he alone was no match for Broly. This fact was confirmed by Bardock's foresight ability. Therefore, they didn't act rashly but carefully prepared. During this period, Dr. Gero also appeared on the stage again. Ever since Vegeta arrived on Earth, Dr. Gero had been conducting research with his support. And his research results became the weapon they planned to use against Broly. With the resources of the entire Earth invested in it, an army of over 200 androids was created. Androids? What model were they? Lin Chen suddenly interjected. Android 19, Trunks replied. Why was it number 19? What happened to the previous models? Lin Chen asked. When my father attacked back then, Dr. Gero's android research had only reached Android 15. According to Dr. Gero, models 16, 17, and 18 failed. So, the new models started from number 19. At least that's what Dr. Gero said back then, but soon we found out that it wasn't true. Android 19, created by Drive Gero for Vegeta, was similar to the Android 19 Lin Chen was familiar with, a fully mechanical android capable of being mass-produced. Dr. Gero manufactured a total of 200 units of Android 19. Although each unit only had strength close to that of a Super Saiyan, they were all equipped with energy absorption devices. With these 200 androids as their trump card, Vegeta and Bardock began their plan. Although Broly was incredibly powerful, he was severely lacking in rationality and intellect. After Vegeta returned to Planet Vegeta, he challenged Broly, who easily fell into the trap and accepted it. Then, upon Bardock's suggestion, the two of them shifted the battlefield to a desolate planet. It was on this planet that Vegeta and Broly engaged in a one-on-one battle. Or at least, that's what it seemed like on the surface. However, when Vegeta was at a disadvantage, Bardock, who had been lying in ambush nearby, ordered the 200 androids to attack. Under the relentless attacks of these androids, Broly's energy blasts were completely suppressed, and facing 200 androids fully charged with energy, even Broly found it difficult to deal with them. The exact details of that battle remain unknown to those who were born afterwards. Even Trunks only learned a few fragments of information from his father. Although they had the numerical advantage, the battle between Vegeta and Broly was far from smooth sailing. The final moments of the fight were extremely brutal, to the point that almost all of the 200 units of Android 19 were wiped out. Even Bardock, unexpectedly, died in the battle. Only Vegeta remained, barely clinging to life, and returned to Planet Vegeta as the new Saiyan King. From then on, the Saiyan Empire was freed from the threat of the deranged King Broly, and the multiverse was liberated from the brink of complete destruction. Once Vegeta fully recovered, the bloodthirsty Saiyan Empire began a new era of revival. And this time, the Saiyans had the powerful weapon called androids. With the assistance of Dr. Gero's android army, the Saiyans' territory expanded like never before. Not only did they conquer the north area, but even the east area, west area, and south area fell to the invasion of the Saiyans. Under the threat of the powerful android forces, all civilizations had to either submit to the Saiyan Empire or face complete annihilation. The glory of the Saiyans reached its peak. However, they didn't anticipate that a threat capable of destroying the entire empire was gradually growing. The initial warning about this threat came from Bulma, Trunks' mother. After Vegeta ascended to the throne, he abandoned Earth and chose to settle permanently on Planet Vegeta. However, he also brought Bulma and Trunks back with him. Bulma became his queen, and Trunks was appointed as the Saiyan Prince. At the same time, due to Bulma, life on Earth remained relatively stable, unlike most other races in the universe, who suffered under the oppressive rule of the Saiyans. But on Planet Vegeta, Bulma discovered hidden concerns beneath the surface glamour of the Saiyan Empire. The incident began with an accidental android attack. While attacking a planet, a Saiyan felt compassion for the local inhabitants and attempted to stop the android's attack. However, one of the androids refused the Saiyan's command after receiving orders and persisted in attacking, even targeting the Saiyan who stood in its way. Although the Saiyan only sustained minor injuries in the end, Bulma realized that there were flaws in the android control devices provided by Dr. Gero. While this incident was an exception, it revealed the possibility of future android rebellion. But Vegeta paid no attention to Bulma's warning. In his view, not only did Dr. Gero immediately beg for forgiveness and provide new control devices after the incident, but even if his androids were to rebel, there was no need to worry. In his eyes, they were mere puppets. Only someone as brainless and purely reliant on brute strength as Broly would lose to them. As long as they prevent the androids from absorbing energy, the power of those androids alone would simply be no match for the might of the Super Saiyans. Vegeta's thoughts might have some merit, but unfortunately, he underestimated these androids far too much. Chapter 224, The End of the Saiyan Empire and Choices reappears. Regarding the threat of androids, Vegeta actually had a conversation with Bardock long ago when he was still alive. However, in their discussion, they concluded that the androids' power was unlikely to pose a threat to Saiyan's rule. Although Vegeta and the others relied on Android 19 as their biggest trump card in dealing with Broly, their main role was actually to absorb Broly's energy. The energy of the legendary Super Saiyan is nearly infinite, and without the help of the androids, Vegeta alone would have had little chance of victory. But conversely, if Broly at that time had been rational, even with Android 19's ability to absorb energy, it would have been useless. As long as he avoided using energy blasts and prevented the android's hands from touching him, defeating Android 19 for a Super Saiyan was actually quite easy. As in terms of human technology, it was impossible to create something that could surpass a Super Saiyan, primarily due to the energy problem, which couldn't be solved. Even Bulma couldn't deny this fact. However, just when Vegeta thought there was no need to worry about the android problem, something unexpected finally happened. One day, Dr. Gero suddenly appeared before Vegeta with two new android models. And just when Vegeta thought Dr. Gero had come to introduce his new toys, Dr. Gero suddenly changed his attitude and demanded that Vegeta and all the Saiyans submit to him. Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, Vegeta scoffed, not taking Dr. Gero's threat seriously at all. But soon, Vegeta realized he was gravely mistaken. They are two extremely terrifying androids. Dr. Gero called them Android 17 and Android 18. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Trunks continued, those two individuals may look like an ordinary human man and woman, but their strength was comparable to my father's. What's even more terrifying is that their power is limitless. No matter how long the battle lasts, their power never decreases. It was with the help of these two androids that Dr. Gero destroyed the capital of Planet Vegeta. My father, unable to defeat them, eventually escaped with the help of his trusted followers Raditz and Nappa. It was only at that moment that my father realized he had been deceived. Dr. Gero had been plotting to revolt against the Saiyans for a long time. From the beginning, he had no intention of truly surrendering. Even the death of Mr. Bardock back then was part of Dr. Gero's scheme. He knew Mr. Bardock had the ability to see the future and was worried his plan would be discovered. So, during the battle against Broly, he deliberately allowed Android 19 to miss his attacks, resulting in the death of Mr. Bardock. And all of this was for the future rebellion. Under the fierce assault of the androids, Planet Vegeta quickly fell. At that time, due to the widespread use of androids, the strength of the Saiyans had long stagnated. Apart from Vegeta and Trunks, there were no other Super Saiyan among the Saiyans. Not to mention Android 17 and 18, there were hardly any experts capable of facing Android 19 head-on. And because Trunks was too young, he couldn't be of much help. It was impossible for him to simultaneously deal with Android 17 and 18 with Vegeta alone. Therefore, in the face of the androids' onslaught, the once glorious Saiyan Empire quickly began to collapse. To combat the androids, Vegeta tried various methods, including destroying all known android production facilities and even attempting to assassinate Dr. Gero directly. However, Dr. Gero disappeared completely after that rebellion, making it impossible for Vegeta to find his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Android's army continued to expand, even surpassing the Saiyan population at one point. Apart from that, the evil Dr. Gero also used the bodies of Saiyans to continuously create new cyborgs. Although the strength of these androids couldn't match that of Android 17 and 18, who had a perpetual energy source, they were much stronger than the purely mechanical Android 19. With these artificial Saiyans as officers and Android 17 and 18 as commanders, the mighty android army began to sweep across the entire universe, spreading fear wherever they went, with no one able to oppose them. The future of his world had become dark. After the fall of Planet Vegeta, my father died a year later. He was assassinated by a Saiyan who had been transformed into an android. Without my father, the remaining Saiyans lost all hope. They could only play hide and seek throughout the universe. My mother and I fled together for a long time until one day she came up with an idea, to research a time machine and go back in time to kill Dr. Gero when he surrendered. As long as Dr. Gero dies, everything that follows won't happen. Although my father may not be able to defeat Broly as a result, as long as Mr. Bardock is still alive, there is always a way to find a solution. To create the time machine, my mother brought me back to Earth and we lived in hiding, waiting for the day when the time machine would be complete. During this time, half of the civilizations in the universe had already been destroyed at the hands of the android army. Trunks' story finally came to an end. He lifted his head and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, I've come here to remind my father to be cautious of Dr. Gero and to change the past. But I never expected that my mother's time machine didn't travel back in time, but instead traveled through dimensions. It seems that you in this dimension don't need my warning, and I can't save my own world by changing the past. However, I can sense that you, Mr. Lin Chen, are incredibly powerful, possibly even stronger than my father. So, can you help me?" Ding! Just then, a notification sound from the system suddenly rang in Lin Chen's mind. Detecting Trunks' request, activating the strongest choices. Choice 1. Accompany future Trunks to his timeline and eliminate Android 17, 18, and Dr. Gero. Reward, upgraded version of Bulma's time machine. Choice 2. Accept Trunks as a disciple and train him for 1 year, hyperbolic time chamber cannot be used, unlocking potential technique cannot be used, and Tree of Might's fruit cannot be used, to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 level. Reward, 11000X gravity chamber and 1 training robot with the power of time. Choice 3. Kill Trunks from the future world, destroying a world's hope. Reward, power level increases by 1 million. Chapter 225, The Arrangement with Trunks. This time, Lin Chen completely ignored Choice 3. To kill Trunks for a mere 1 million power level, there was no need to consider it at all. As for Choice 1, the time machine, Lin Chen felt it was a bit dangerous. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, something like a time machine that could disrupt the timeline was very susceptible. It could easily be destroyed by someone. System, what is the training robot with the power of time? It can transform into a Super Saiyan, Frost Demon, name Qian, and train with the user in simulated combat. The transformed characters can also use the elementary power of time in the gravity chamber set at a 1000x normal gravity for battles. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen had no need to think further. System, I am choosing 2. Ding! The host has made the selection. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Just as Lin Chen made the choice, Trunks grew anxious seeing that Lin Chen hadn't spoken. Mr. Lin Chen, I know our worlds are different, and you have no obligation to help us, but please, as fellow Saiyans. The situation in our world is terrible. Dr. Gero has used some technology to drastically increase the production speed of androids. Over the years, besides me, there have been several individuals who have become Super Saiyans, such as Mr. Kakarot whom I just saw. In our world, he became a Super Saiyan after the death of Mr. Raditz. But the number of androids is simply too great. Other than Android 17 and 18, there is Android 19, which has likely exceeded tens of thousands in number. Besides 19, Dr. Gero is also producing a large number of artificial Saiyans, and their numbers are astonishing. Even Trunks' voice choked up suddenly, even my father Vegeta has been modified into an android by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero has gone mad. It's not just about power for him anymore. He wants to turn everyone into androids, regardless of anything else. My world is already starting to collapse. Mom estimates that at the current rate of android invasion, in the next 10 years at the latest, the entire universe will fall into Dr. Gero's hands. So, I refuse. Lin Chen's icy voice made Trunks feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Just as you said, that's your world, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I risk my life to go to your world and eliminate the androids for you? I'm sorry, Trunks clenched his fist tightly. The glimmer of hope that was born because of Lin Chen had turned into nothingness. However, at that moment, Lin Chen spoke again, Trunks, I've told you before that I've met another version of you in a different world. In that world, you also faced despair because of the androids, and the world was on the verge of destruction. But that Trunks didn't rely on me, instead he trained and defeated the androids, restoring peace to the world. Of course, I did give him some guidance. Trunks' eyes brightened. Mr. Lin Chen, are you saying? The crisis in your world can only be solved by yourself, but I can guide your training. For example, teach you this. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form. The sudden surge of aura caused Goku and the others nearby to instinctively gather by the window. What's going on between them? What is this form of Mr. Lin Chen? Goku asked, puzzled. Vegeta furrowed his brow. This is Super Saiyan 2. It's a level beyond Super Saiyan. What? There's a new level beyond Super Saiyan? Wow! Mr. Lin Chen is truly amazing. The disparity is too big. Humph! One day, I will surpass him. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Hee, me too. Goku grinned. This is... Trunks stared in astonishment at Lin Chen as his muscles swelled and lightning twined around his body. The reading on his scouter had skyrocketed to a level that he couldn't even count in a short amount of time. This is my Super Saiyan 2 form. Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle for Saiyans. There are even stronger and more profound levels beyond it. So that's how it is, damn it, I didn't realize Saiyans have such tremendous room for improvement. What have we been doing all these years? Trunks felt a wave of regret. After becoming a Super Saiyan, he had thought he had reached the pinnacle and gave up further training. Rage began to rise within Trunks' heart, an uncontrollable rage that caused him to transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Trunks' transformation startled the onlookers who were still unaware of what was going on. This kid can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Wow! What's going on? Why didn't Mr. Lin Chen and the others just tell us directly? After feeling endless regret, Trunks didn't immediately decide to start training with Lin Chen. Instead, upon learning that he would need to train with Lin Chen for at least a year, he expressed his hope for Lin Chen to wait for him a little longer. According to Bulma's calculations from that world, the flow of time in the two parallel worlds should be the same. That means, for however long Trunks spent in this world, the same amount of time would pass in his original world. Trunks' time travel this time was hasty, and there were still many unresolved matters in his world. Therefore, he couldn't stay here for too long. Initially, Lin Chen was worried that this might hinder the completion of the mission. However, after confirming with the system, he found that it was not a problem. This mission had no time limit. Alright then, take care of yourself. Be careful not to die over there. Once you've sorted things out, come for training as soon as possible. Okay. Trunks nodded and flew away immediately. As Lin Chen watched Trunks depart, he couldn't help but ponder. If Trunks came here, does that mean the android conflict will also occur in his world? Mr. Lin Chen. Your Majesty. At this moment, seeing Trunks leave, Goku and the others couldn't contain their curiosity and approached from inside the house. Big brother Lin Chen, what exactly happened? Who was that young man? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Lin Chen glanced at Piccolo next to him. Piccolo, you must have heard our conversation. I need some time to think. Can you explain to everyone on my behalf? Lin Chen said. Sure. Piccolo nodded awkwardly and proceeded to explain Trunks' situation. Of course, with Piccolo's wisdom, he knew not to reveal the young man's name or whose child he was. He didn't even mention who made the time machine to prevent the others from guessing it was Bulma. Chapter 226, Doubts and Everyone's Speculations. I never expected that he would be from the future. Not the future, didn't you hear Piccolo's explanation? It should be a parallel universe. Parallel? What does parallel universe mean? Kakarot, you idiot, don't tell me you didn't understand anything he said? Vegeta, since you seem to know, why don't you explain it to me? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the crowd began to discuss with curiosity written on their faces. After Piccolo roughly explained the history of Trunks' world, everyone on the scene was astonished by what had happened in that world. Vegeta, you're really amazing. You actually became the Saiyan King, Bulma exclaimed happily. But Vegeta was not happy. Damn it! How could I be so stupid in that world? Dying at the hands of the androids? Really useless. By the way, Big Brother Lin Chen, why does it seem like the story never mentioned you? Goku raised his hand and asked. Lin Chen shrugged and said, that's because it's a parallel universe. Many things are different there. I don't exist in that world. Anyway, it's something that happened in another world. Mr. Lin Chen, since you said it's a parallel universe, then the events in that timeline shouldn't happen to us, right? Yam Sha asked. Before Lin Chen could answer, the others nodded and said, yeah, that world shouldn't have anything to do with us, right? Not to mention there is Lin Chen in this world. It seems like even Dr. Gero doesn't exist here. I've never heard of this person, Krillin shrugged. No. Dr. Gero does exist. Vegeta interrupted them. Just like in that world, Dr. Gero is currently working for us Saiyans. What? Everyone gasped in surprise. Who would have expected that Dr. Gero, mentioned in the story just now, also existed in their own world? Vegeta continued to reveal more shocking information. Moreover, the androids he created, you guys have seen them before. They are the metal Cybermen that I and Raditz brought to Earth. What? Those were androids? I never thought Dr. Gero was already on Planet Vegeta. Oh no, what if Dr. Gero also staged a rebellion like in the other world? Impossible. With King Lynx here, how could Dr. Gero dare to rebel? As he listened to their conversation, doubts arose in Lin Chen's mind. Would it really be like this? Would the Dr. Gero in this world really not do the same? In theory, it seemed that way. But the betrayal Vegeta encountered in Trunks' world served as a reminder to Lin Chen. In that world, Dr. Gero initially appeared loyal and even made great contributions to Vegeta, but in the end, he raised the banner of rebellion. So, wouldn't Dr. Gero in this world do the same? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen said, everyone, it's hard to say what our future will be like. It's possible that those things won't happen, or even worse situations may occur. So, while you cherish this peaceful time, don't forget to continue your training. New enemies may appear any day. Come on, Lin Chen, don't scare us, Krillin said, trying to calm himself. Krillin, don't you think it would be interesting? If there really are androids more powerful than Super Saiyans, I'd love to test them out, Goku said, sharing his thoughts. King Lynx, just to be safe, should we kill Dr. Gero? If he dies, our world won't be threatened by androids anymore. Vegeta licked his lips, his face filled with coldness. He was filled with anger right now, dissatisfied with the fact that his other self from another world had indiscriminately used the power of the androids. I will investigate Dr. Gero's situation first. You all focus on improving yourselves for now. After saying that, Lin Chen used instant transmission to leave the scene. After Lin Chen left, everyone remained silent for a long time. After quite a while, Goku looked up with a determined gaze and said, all right. From now on, well, train hard. Piccolo added, no matter what the future holds, I won't be afraid. Vegeta declared, I will surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. Then let's all do our best. Goodbye. Despite the difference from the original work, Trunks' appearance didn't bring any future predictions with it. But everyone had found their goals through this and became serious. No matter what the future held for their world, the most important thing was to train hard. After bidding farewell, one by one, everyone left Bulma's house. Vegeta also turned and headed back into the gravity chamber to resume his training. Soon, only Bulma remained at the scene. She watched the departing group and couldn't help but feel a little curious. I never thought there would be someone in another world who could invent a time machine. Who is this genius? On the other side, aboard the Saiyan spaceship, Lin Chen, who had returned, relayed the matter to Hanasia and the others on the ship. What? Dr. Gero could rebel? Hanasia exclaimed immediately, then turned to look at Paragus. Paragus, what's going on? Weren't you monitoring Dr. Gero all the time? Your Highness, I was indeed monitoring him. His Majesty is talking about Dr. Gero from another world, right? Dr. Gero in our world has always been well behaved. I haven't found anything suspicious at all, Paragus looked aggrieved. Lin Chen was clearly talking about matters of another world, why is Queen Hanasia blaming him for it? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen said, Paragus, are you sure there's nothing unusual about Dr. Gero? Yes, Your Majesty. I receive regular reports from the personnel monitoring Dr. Gero, and there are comprehensive surveillance recordings in the android lab as well. Dr. Gero keeps to himself, dedicating his days to research, and he has never had any contact with outsiders. What's even more important is that all of Dr. Gero's successful research is under our control. The most powerful android now, with a power level of just over 1 million, is no threat to us at all. so, I don't believe he would rebel like in the other world, Paragus said confidently. Although they don't assign all the combat missions to the androids like Vegeta did in the other world, androids still play a significant role in various fronts against other forces in the Galactic Federation. Considering this, Lin Chen temporarily decided not to act rashly and would consider everything once he returned to Planet Vegeta. Chapter 227, Suspicious Dr. Gero. A few days later, Lin Chen returned to Planet Vegeta and summoned both Bardock and King Vegeta, who were on the front lines, and told them the story of future Trunks. When they heard that the Saiyans were annihilated at the hands of the androids in another similar world, Bardock was speechless, while King Vegeta took out a Hoi-Poi capsule from his body and released the metal Cybermen inside, instantly crushing them to pieces. Your Majesty! These androids are so dangerous, I suggest we destroy all the androids immediately. And while we're at it, let's eliminate Dr. Gero as well to eliminate the hidden threat. King Vegeta said. No. Paragus immediately objected. King Vegeta, there are at least hundreds of Saiyan warriors on the front lines battling against hostile forces. The number of androids accompanying each Saiyan could be 10 times that. If you order the destruction of the androids now, how can we maintain our front lines? Lin Chen looked at Bardock beside him and asked, Bardock, what do you think? Bardock furrowed his brow and said, Your Majesty, ever since I was resurrected, I've been seeing a strange vision. At first, I didn't understand it and didn't know if I should speak up, but now, I'm afraid I must tell you what I've seen. What did you see? Lin Chen asked. Unlike Bardock in the other world, Bardock in Lin Chen's world had almost no control over his ability. The prophetic visions he sees are completely random and uncontrollable. Last time Lin Chen heard Bardock mention his visions, it was about Goku. After that, Bardock didn't mention them for a long time. He didn't expect that Bardock had already seen a new vision. However, when Lin Chen heard what Bardock saw, he couldn't help but frown. In the visions I saw, I witnessed 2 Miss Lazuli fighting each other. 2 Lazuli? Lin Chen suddenly stood up. He knew why Bardock was confused. But 2 Lazuli, one of them should be the Lazuli by Lin Chen's side. Could the other one be Android 18 of this world? At the same time, memories of when Lazuli first arrived on Planet Vegeta flashed through Lin Chen's mind, particularly the strange expression Dr. Gero had when he saw her. Could it be Dr. Gero of this world has secretly created Android 17 and 18 without Lin Chen and the others knowing? Paragus, bring all your surveillance records. Lin Chen ordered. Soon, several Saiyans arrived with a pile of data. These Saiyans were the surveillance personnel assigned by Paragus to monitor the Android Research Institute. Lin Chen personally questioned them and examined the surveillance records of Dr. Gero over the years. The results confirmed what Paragus had said. For many years, every research conducted by Dr. Gero had been thoroughly monitored by Paragus people. Detailed records of each android model, including design plans, were meticulously stored as backups by Paragus. Based on these records, there was no need to worry about Dr. Gero's current research. The strength of the current androids was far from being comparable to Super Saiyans, and there was no need to be concerned about androids' rebellion similar to what happened in the other world. Seeing this, King Vegeta was also at a loss for words. He stuttered, Why, Your Majesty, even though that's the case, we still need to be cautious. Dr. Gero might be colluding with outsiders. That's highly unlikely, Paragus shook his head and said, Your Majesty, based on our surveillance, Dr. Gero has been diligently focused on his research all these years. He has rarely left the research facility, and it's impossible for him to have colluded with outsiders. Didn't he go to Earth? Our people were with him throughout the entire trip to Earth, and Dr. Gero had no contact with any outsiders. King Vegeta was completely speechless. Because if what Paragus said is true, then there's really nothing suspicious about Dr. Gero. They can't just kill their Dr. Gero because of what happened in another world, right? After all, even though they are parallel worlds, the people in the 2 worlds are not entirely the same. For example, Broly in that world was a madman, but in their world, aside from accidentally killing some Earthlings during a rampage, he has never committed any major atrocities. Lin Chen rested his chin on his right hand, quietly listening to their discussion, but he hesitated to make a decision. Is Dr. Gero truly innocent? How should Bardock's vision be explained? And what about Lazuli's words? There was one thing that puzzled Lin Chen. They say that a leopard can't change its spots, and in Lin Chen's eyes, Dr. Gero was that kind of mad scientist. This was true in any parallel world. However, in Lin Chen's world, Dr. Gero seemed to lack enthusiasm for his research. He had just looked through the android's research files provided by Paragus and found something absurd. Setting aside the initial mass-produced metal Cybermen. In the research of androids modified from human bodies or alien androids, Dr. Gero's progress was unusually slow. Starting with the first alien android, which was modified based on Frieza's subordinate Kui, in all these years, Dr. Gero's alien androids had only iterated up to alien android 5. And these number 3, number 4, and number 5 were all modified based on Cooler's armored squadron's members. With Planet Vegeta providing Dr. Gero with various experimental materials and resources, how could Dr. Gero's alien androids only develop up to number 5? Can you believe that? Looking back at the original story, Dr. Gero, without any external assistance, in roughly the same time, developed androids to Android 15, and perhaps he had even produced Android 17 and 18. Both were Dr. Gero, so why was there such a huge disparity in the research speed? Wasn't there anything suspicious about this? Thinking this, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. At the same time, in the Android Research Institute not far from Planet Vegeta, Dr. Gero looked at the screen, observing Lin Chen's furrowed brow, with sweat dripping from his forehead. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. How is it? I didn't say anything wrong, right? Saiyans will never trust you 100%. Listen to me, act before they realize the truth. In this world, I am the one you can trust the most. Because the person speaking slowly revealed his face from behind Dr. Gero, and that face was none other than Dr. Gero himself. I am you. Chapter 228, The Turbulent Future World. Another world. Earth. On the land covered with dark clouds, a dazzling light flashed by, and Trunks, aboard the time machine, returned to his own world. However, as soon as the time machine landed, Trunks discovered something strange. In front of him, what used to be West City had turned into ruins. Cold winds blew through the ruins, emitting a mournful wail, and burning buildings could be seen everywhere, emitting a crackling sound. What's going on? Mom? Oh no! Trunks was shaken, unable to understand why his world had undergone such enormous changes in such a short period of time. On his way flying towards the Capsule Corporation, Trunks saw corpses scattered all over the ground, a scene of devastation that worsened his mood. Soon after, when Trunks arrived at Capsule Corporation, he found the once towering corporate building collapsed on the ground. The ground full of holes seemed to have been bombarded by countless shells, transforming it into a rugged and uneven terrain. Damn it! What the hell happened? Just as Trunks despairingly shouted, a sudden voice brought him back to his senses. Trunks? You're back? Mom? Trunks lowered his head and immediately noticed to his surprise that his mother Bulma had emerged from beneath the pile of debris in the midst of the ruins. It turned out there was an emergency shelter hidden underneath all this. Seeing his mother unharmed, tears welled up in Trunks' eyes, and he rushed down to embrace her. It's all right, Trunks. I'm fine. Let's go down first, or else it'll be bad if the androids find us. Androids? With disheveled hair and a weary expression, Bulma walked into the basement as Trunks asked in confusion, Mom, what exactly happened? I didn't leave for long, how did West City end up like this? It was the androids. Not long after you left, Dr. Gero's android army attacked. Bulma said, the guards your father left behind to protect me all died. I managed to escape here before the androids attacked, and that's how I luckily survived. Speaking of this, Bulma looked up. By the way, Trunks, how did it go? Did you succeed? Did you go back to the past? Mom, I did arrive in another world, but that world isn't the past of our world. It's a different parallel universe. What? Tell me the details. All right. Trunks proceeded to recount his experience in the other world. After listening, Bulma couldn't help but be surprised. Such a thing actually happened? Who is this Lin Chen? There doesn't seem to be anyone like him among the Saiyans. Moreover, he can travel to parallel worlds without using a time machine? How is that even possible? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but Mr. Lin Chen's strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. Mom, you may not know, but I witnessed Mr. Lin Chen's strength, and it surpasses mine by far. Even Dad would probably be far from his match. If Mr. Lin Chen came to our world, he could annihilate all the androids in an instant. Trunks said excitedly. Unfortunately, Mr. Lin Chen doesn't want to come to our world, but he's willing to train me and help me surpass the limits of a Super Saiyan. Trunks grabbed Bulma's hand. Mom, Mr. Lin Chen said I need to train for at least a year. During this time, please find a place to hide. Once I come back, we can end all of this. I understand, but Trunks, time machine still needs time to gather energy. You'll have to wait a little longer before you can go. Trunks gritted his teeth. I understand, Mom, please do it as quickly as possible. Androids have come to Earth, and we don't know how long this world can hold on. Okay, Bulma nodded. But little did Trunks know that as he looked forward to the future, in an unknown space, Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes as he watched Trunks on the screen. Saiyan King from another world? Damn it, how can this happen? I absolutely cannot allow anyone to disrupt my plans. Just as Dr. Gero was about to press a switch, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded at his location. Dr. Gero's eyes widened and he hurriedly shouted, Computer, what's going on? Beep. A screen lit up, and a mechanical electronic voice answered, Doctor, the troops attacking the Galactic Patrol have been ambushed and completely annihilated. Powerful energy reactions have been detected. What? My troops has been completely wiped out? Who could it be? Beep. In the next moment, two figures appeared on the screen in front of Dr. Gero, engaged in battle. One was tall, and the other was short, but both possessed formidable strength. In front of them, the android army that was sent to attack the Galactic Patrol's headquarters kept retreating and was on the verge of collapse. Damn it! Who are these two? How dare they interfere with my plans? Humph, no one can stop me now, no matter who it is. Computer. Send Android 32 to lead the attack. A storm was brewing in future Trunks' world, and dark clouds shrouded Lin Chen's world as well. After confirming Dr. Gero's suspicious activities, Lin Chen decided to personally confront him at the Android Research Institute. As a precaution, King Vegeta and others also volunteered to accompany him, but Lin Chen only allowed Bardock and Lazuli to go with him. At the same time, the prohibition order on androids began to circulate among various combat units. Until it was confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Dr. Gero, Lin Chen didn't want those who were fighting outside to suddenly face betrayal. When everything was ready, a message was sent to the Android Research Institute, notifying them of Lin Chen's impending visit. Shortly after the message was sent, Lin Chen and his two companions, relying on instant transmission, appeared inside Dr. Gero's Research Institute. Seeing the facility, Lazuli by Lin Chen's side suddenly spoke up, "This place feels somewhat familiar." "What do you mean?" Lin Chen asked. Lazuli gazed around. "It looks similar to the interior design of Dr. Gero's institute in my world." "Is that so?" Just then, several figures approached them. The one leading them was none other than the wrinkled-faced Dr. Gero, and behind him were several alien scientists recruited from other civilizations to serve as assistants. "Welcome, Your Majesty Lin Chen. What brings you here today?" Chapter 229. Dr. Gero, I just came to take a look since it's been a while. I hope I'm not disturbing? As Lin Chen replied, he carefully examined Dr. Gero in front of him. It had been so long since he last saw him that Dr. Gero was looking somewhat strange to him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. "Of course not, Your Majesty, please come in." Dr. Gero waved his hand and invited Lin Chen and the others to proceed deeper into the laboratory. Compared to Lin Chen and Bardock, who had visited a few times before, Lazuli, who was here for the first time, was even more curious about her surroundings, occasionally pausing to observe. Although Dr. Gero had been talking with him all this time, Lin Chen noticed that his gaze would occasionally fall on Lazuli. "What's the matter, Doctor? Why do you keep staring at Lazuli?" Lin Chen inquired. Dr. Gero chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, why does this lady seem to resemble an android?" "You can tell?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. Dr. Gero replied, "I don't sense any aura from her, just like when facing an android." "That's right, she is indeed an android, but from another world," Lin Chen said with a smile. Dr. Gero's gaze instantly sharpened. "Another world?" Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Let's not talk about that for now, Dr. Gero. I came this time to see the progress of the android's research. In the past, I haven't paid much attention to your research. After investigating a few days ago, I found that your research progress seems to be slow. Can you explain the reason?" Dr. Gero's face stiffened. Your Majesty, research is not child's play, and I cannot control the speed of research either. Is that so? But I heard that the research materials on your side have been constantly depleting, Doctor. Why is there only consumption but no results? Can you explain that? Lin Chen said differently. This Dr. Gero appeared nervous, his gaze darting around as if he was trying to come up with an excuse. After a moment, just as he was about to speak, Dr. Gero was interrupted by Lin Chen. Doctor, you don't need to explain. I will confirm it with your assistance. Very well, Your Majesty. Take your time, I have other matters to attend to. Seeing Dr. Gero turning to leave, Lin Chen signaled to Bardock beside him, who nodded in response and quickly followed behind Dr. Gero. After the two left, Lin Chen turned to face those assistants and asked, Everyone, I'm curious about your opinions on Dr. Gero. In the several years you have been working with him, have you noticed anything suspicious? The assistants exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up, Your Majesty, if you had asked this question a month ago, I would have definitely answered that Dr. Gero had been wholeheartedly devoted to his research. And now? Lin Chen furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Now? The assistant hesitated. Recently, there have been some strange occurrences. Strange occurrences? Yes, about a week ago, when I went to see Dr. Gero for some work, I happened to hear him talking to someone, but when I entered the room to find him, there was no one there, said one of the alien assistants. I've noticed something strange too, another alien assistant raised their hand and said, about 3 days ago, I saw Dr. Gero in the android laboratory of the Research Institute. Later, when I went to his office because I had forgotten a document, I found him there as if he had never left. What's the matter with that? Lin Chen asked curiously. Your Majesty, there is only one route from the android laboratory to Dr. Gero's office, so how did he return to the office without me noticing? The assistant asked in return. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment, and Lazuli next to him also exclaimed, Hey? Could it be that Dr. Gero can teleport? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, increasingly feeling that Dr. Gero seemed to have a secret. Continuing on, just as Lin Chen was about to ask these individuals about the slow progress in android research, there was a sudden explosion nearby. Amidst the intense shaking of the laboratory, Lin Chen sensed that someone nearby was engaged in a battle. This is Bardock's aura. Is he fighting someone? Why can't I sense the other person's aura? It's an android. Lazuli said. Lin Chen immediately snapped back to his senses. Androids, they were the only ones who wouldn't emit any aura during a fight. Could it be that Dr. Gero has reached a dead end and revealed his intentions? Damn it! Where did these guys come from? Bardock looked at the Saiyan standing in front of him. The Saiyan had an expressionless face and looked almost identical to himself. Suddenly, a terrifying energy surged from his hand. Boom! In the next instant, the energy Bardock released vanished. No, to be precise, it was absorbed by the person in front of him. Seeing his energy being absorbed by the opponent's palm, Bardock's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. He can absorb my energy? Bang! At that moment, Bardock suddenly heard a sound of wind behind his head. He quickly lowered his head, evading a strike from behind, then turned around and threw a punch, only to be caught by the other person. And the person before him shocked Bardock even more. Raditz? He never expected that the person would turn out to be his own son. Wait! Bardock quickly realized something was off. He wasn't his son because he couldn't sense any signs of a living person's aura from him. He is an android. But what was going on? Raditz was perfectly fine, right? How could there be an android that looked exactly like him? And who was the other android that resembled him? Damn it! Dr. Gero! Come out! What the hell is going on? Just as Bardock shouted, Dr. Gero had already returned to his laboratory. However, inside the laboratory, another Dr. Gero stood there. Seeing Dr. Gero enter, this other Dr. Gero exclaimed in panic, What are you doing? It's all because of you. I have no way out now. Don't panic. The Dr. Gero who had just entered wore a sinister smile. Isn't this perfect? After all, you were going to leave someday. If I hadn't gone out to meet them in your place just now, you would probably have been captured by them already. But this wasn't my plan at all. I didn't intend to confront the Saiyans so early. My world's Android 17 and 18 haven't been completed yet. The ultimate android plan also needs more time. And more importantly, without the Saiyans' support, where will I get the resources and equipment for my future research? I can't go back to Earth, otherwise, everything will be exposed. The real Dr. Gero expressed his anger. Meanwhile, the other Dr. Gero chuckled and said, "Don't worry, everything is within my plan. As for research resources and equipment, I happen to know a place that can provide everything you need. Even without Android 17 and 18, relying on that place alone, you will be able to destroy all the enemies in this world." Chapter 230, Pursuit, Dr. Gero is dead? Bardock, with the golden flaming aura surrounding his body, gasped for breath as he looked at the explosion before him, muttering softly, "Is it finally dead?" The androids he had encountered just now and the ones he had encountered in the past were completely different. Even with Bardock's current strength, he had no chance of winning in his normal state and was forced to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, at that moment, two figures suddenly broke through the engulfing flames and appeared in front of Bardock. How is this possible? Seeing two androids with familiar faces unscathed standing before him, Bardock was taken aback. Before he could react, someone grabbed his head. "Damn it, let go of me!" Bardock shouted, his golden flaming aura surging, trying to break free from the grasp. But at that moment, Bardock suddenly felt his power continuously diminishing. He was shocked, realizing that the opponent could absorb his energy. "Bardock!" Just then, a roar sounded from beside him as Lin Chen and Lazuli broke through a wall and appeared on the scene. Lin Chen kicked the android resembling Raditz, sending him crashing into the wall. Lazuli targeted the android that looked like Bardock, and the two androids engaged in a fierce battle. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Chen helped Bardock to his feet. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Bardock replied with a bitter smile as he stood up. He looked at the android crawling out of the wall and asked, "Your Highness, what's going on? Where did these androids come from?" "I don't know. Let's deal with them first. By the way, where's Dr. Gero?" "He escaped during the chaos, Your Highness." "Why don't you go after him while I handle this guy?" "It seems you're having some trouble with him," Lin Chen refused, shaking his head. Bardock couldn't see the opponent's power level, but Lin Chen could. According to his system's detection, the android in front of him had an astonishing power level of 20 million, slightly stronger than Bardock in his normal Super Saiyan state. No wonder Bardock had been at a disadvantage earlier. The figure that had crawled out of the wall looked at Lin Chen and a glint flashed in its eyes. It suddenly spoke in an emotionless and mechanical voice. "Target identified, Lin Chen. Beginning elimination." The android's hands closed together, and a terrifying blue beam shot towards Lin Chen. "How ridiculous!" A smirk formed on Lin Chen's lips as a barrier appeared, easily blocking the attack. However, the residual energy spread in all directions, triggering alarms throughout the research facility. Glancing around, Lin Chen said, "Bardock, go and evacuate those assistants." "Yes." Bardock nodded and followed the order. The android's gaze followed Bardock, preparing to launch an attack, but Lin Chen blocked him with his hand. "Your opponent is me." Lin Chen grabbed the android tightly, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his body. With a flash of golden light, he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. "Beep, beep warning. Opponent's energy has exceeded what I can handle. Warning." Android Raditz seemed to realize that he was no match for Lin Chen and attempted to escape. But under Lin Chen's firm grip, he couldn't move at all. "Warning, unable to retreat. Activate backup plan." A red light flashed in Android Raditz's eyes. Immediately, a countdown began within its programming. "The backup plan has been activated, self-destruct mode initiated, countdown begins now." 10-9-8. Although the countdown was happening within Android's programming and showed no external signs, there was still someone present who understood Android's system very well. A punch pierced through the android's abdomen and directly crushed its power reactor. Lazuli turned her head and exclaimed, "Lin Chen, it looks like it's going to self-destruct." "Self-destruct?" Narrowing his eyes, Lin Chen grabbed Android Raditz, and in the next moment, he used instant transmission, disappearing with the android from the laboratory. Half a second later, Lin Chen and the android appeared on a desolate planet. Almost at the same time, Android's countdown came to an end. 0. A bright white light suddenly flashed, and a terrifying energy erupted out. An energy sphere suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet, illuminating the entire planet. When the light sphere vanished, a massive irreparable damage appeared on the planet's surface. However, amidst the dissipating light, Lin Chen, protected by his energy shield, emerged unscathed. Confirming that nothing was left at the scene, Lin Chen sneered, turned his head, and left. When he returned to the research facility, Lazuli had also finished her battle. Lin Chen, look! Lazuli pointed at the pile of broken bodies that used to resemble Bardock or to say Goku, and said, there's no mistake. Whether it's the appearance, power, or the absence of aura, this guy is an android, just like me, a human-modified android. Didn't you say that Dr. Gero in this world didn't create androids using humans or Saiyans? What's going on? Well, talk about that later. Lin Chen waved his hand, storing the scrap metal in his system space, just in case. Then he asked, where is Dr. Gero? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a rumble echoed from the research facility. Moments later, Lin Chen received a communication from Bardock. Your Highness! Dr. Gero has escaped. A spaceship just left the research facility. Lin Chen asked Lazuli to stay behind and quickly arrived outside in space. Through the shimmering green energy barrier, he swiftly locked onto a spaceship that was moving away from the research facility. Using instant transmission, Lin Chen appeared on the spaceship and headed straight for the cockpit. There, Dr. Gero suddenly turned around from the pilot's seat. Dr. Gero, I need a reasonable explanation, Lin Chen said calmly. There's nothing to explain. Did you really think I would submit to you, Saiyans? If this world is to have a ruler, it can only be me, Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's face twisted with madness. Furrowing his brows, Lin Chen, though aware that Dr. Gero was an ambitious person in the original story, hadn't expected his ambition to be so extreme. Why can't you just be a good scientist? You're not a conqueror. Why do you want to rule the world? Dr. Gero. Lin Chen was about to say a few words of persuasion when he saw Dr. Gero press a switch. In the next moment, a tremendous energy erupted out beneath Lin Chen's feet. Boom! The spaceship that Dr. Gero was aboard suddenly exploded into pieces. Among the debris of the spaceship, Lin Chen, protected by his energy shield, emerged slowly from behind the fragments. Looking at the wreckage of the spaceship before him, Lin Chen's face turned serious. Dr. Gero died just like this? Chapter 231, The Identity of Androids. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart was filled with numerous doubts. Even he had many questions about what had happened. For example, Dr. Gero's betrayal. Dr. Gero, who had been diligently working under him for several years, why would he suddenly rebel? Was he scheming from the beginning, or did something change later? To be honest, if it weren't for Trunks' appearance and his revelation about another world, Lin Chen would find it hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary scientist, an old man, had ambitions to rule the multiverse. And what about the two androids that resembled Raditz and Bardock, who appeared in the research institute? What's going on with them? Especially the android who looked like Bardock. Lazuli just said that it was also a human-modified android, just like her. But both Bardock and Raditz were perfectly fine. How could they be turned into androids? The final question was about Dr. Gero. Did he really die just like that? A highly intelligent and ambitious person, did he really self-destruct? It was all too strange. After thinking for a long time, Lin Chen couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. He could only shake his head and then return to the research institute. Shortly after, on Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen, who had returned, gathered everyone together again and explained the recent events involving Dr. Gero. What? How could this happen? Tights was stunned. She had even had interactions with Dr. Gero before when she was writing her novels. In her view, he was just an ordinary old man, albeit obsessed with his research. How could he even think of betraying them? King Vegeta looked wary. Your Majesty, if Dr. Gero has betrayed us, then those androids he was researching are no longer trustworthy. I suggest we immediately destroy all the androids to prevent any future trouble. Paragus quickly retorted, that won't do. Your Majesty, there are already tens of thousands of androids on Planet Vegeta, including the Metal Cybermen. Destroying all the androids will have implications for every aspect of our lives. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and also felt that completely abandoning the use of androids would be a waste. He asked Tights to return to Earth and bring Bulma and Dr. Brief, hoping that they could conduct a thorough inspection of Dr. Gero's designed androids and check for any backdoor programs. However, until everything was confirmed to be safe, all the androids needed to be temporarily disabled. Besides ensuring that the androids are safe, there was another matter that puzzled Lin Chen: the identities of the two androids who appeared in the research institute during the incident. Your Majesty, according to Professor Fidat, Dr. Gero's chief assistant, these two androids are not created by Dr. Gero, Paragus reported. Professor Fidat? Shortly after, an alien walked in. Lin Chen recognized him. He seemed to be one of Dr. Gero's former assistants. The alien bowed and spoke directly, Your Majesty Lin Chen, we have conducted a preliminary examination of the android corpses you retrieved. It is confirmed that the androids were indeed modified from Saiyans. What? That bastard Dr. Gero! How dare he use Saiyans for his experiments? Upon hearing this, the Saiyans, led by King Vegeta, were instantly furious. But before they could explode in anger, Professor Fidat's next words left everyone stunned. Your Majesty, based on our comparisons, we have also discovered something. The genetic sample of the android you retrieved seems to bear a striking resemblance to Mr. Bardock. We suspect that his original identity is either Mr. Bardock himself or a direct relative of him. What? That's impossible. Bardock immediately shook his head. He was perfectly fine now. How could he have been turned into an android? Bardock, could it be Kakarot? King Vegeta asked. That's also impossible. Jin recently visited Earth, so it can't be him. Then who could it be? Do you have another illegitimate child? You're the one with an illegitimate child. While Bardock and King Vegeta argued, Paragus interjected, Your Majesty, could these two androids be from that future world of the young man? From the future? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Paragus said, Your Majesty, let's not dwell on the identity of those two androids for now. We have been monitoring every move of Dr. Gero, and it's impossible for him to create androids that we are not aware of. Hence, the most logical explanation is that these two individuals are from the future world. You mentioned before that, according to the young man from the future, in his world, after the fall of Planet Vegeta, many Saiyans were transformed into androids by the Dr. Gero of that world. Could it be possible that these two androids are from that world? Lin Chen nodded, that's a possibility. But how did they come here? Does Dr. Gero also possess a time machine? No one had an answer to that question. After all, Dr. Gero was already dead, and the truth of the matter remains unknown to anyone. Perhaps Trunks from the future would know, but he was currently in his own world and couldn't provide answers to Lin Chen and others' questions. So, in the end, they could only temporarily set aside this matter. However, little did they know that as they were discussing, the supposedly deceased Dr. Gero was actually sitting on a spaceship. And beside Dr. Gero was another Dr. Gero. Are you sure Lin Chen won't discover anything? The real Dr. Gero asked anxiously. The other him smiled and replied, Don't worry. He witnessed me self-destruct before his own eyes. The entire spaceship was obliterated, leaving no evidence behind. No one will know that the one who died at that time was actually your android clone. The real Dr. Gero looked at the other him, sweat forming on his forehead. So terrifying. The me from another world already possesses such technological prowess. You'll soon have it too. Just as the words fell, a beeping sound suddenly came from the control panel behind the two. The other Dr. Gero turned around, glanced at the screen, and then smiled. We're almost there. My speculation was correct. This thing exists in this world too. At this time, on the screen in front of them, a cold, white planet slowly emerged from the chaotic asteroid belt. And this planet was none other than the white planet that Cooler had managed to escape to Big Get Star. Chapter 232, 1 year later. Planet Vegeta, on the outskirts of the densely populated capital city. A year has passed since the sudden rebellion by Dr. Gero. During this year, Trunks from the other world unexpectedly did not return. Combined with the appearance of the mysterious androids, Lin Chen couldn't help but worry if something had happened to that world's Trunks. However, no matter how worried he was, Lin Chen couldn't rashly choose to venture into Trunks' world for investigation. After all, Trunks' appearance in Dr. Gero's rebellion has made him somewhat worried. Could it be that in his world, about 2 years later, there would be android attack just like in the original work? No one could say for sure. Therefore, Lin Chen could only prepare for various possibilities in his own world. On the outskirts, Lin Chen was practicing his power of time. He pointed his finger towards Vegeta, who was fighting Goku in the distance, and the power of time silently enveloped Vegeta. Immediately, Vegeta, who was fully focused on the fight, noticed that Goku's movements had suddenly become faster. Bang! Goku's fist landed heavily on Vegeta's face, causing him to be sent flying and crash to the ground. Hey! Vegeta, why did your movements slow down just now? Goku noticed the anomaly and asked with a puzzled expression. Vegeta covered his face and angrily shouted at Lin Chen nearby, "Your Majesty Lynx! Did you mess around with me again?" "Sorry about that," Lin Chen laughed. Indeed, it was his doing just now. Through his understanding of the power of time, he is now able to use other time-based abilities. The move just now was something Lin Chen came up with himself, a technique similar to Hit's time prison. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to think of a name for it, so he simply called it time prison. Unlike time skip, this move didn't affect himself but instead affected the opponent, slowing down their time flow. When pushed to the extreme, it could completely seal the opponent's movements. Lin Chen inspected his own attributes. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 10.8 million. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Beginner Martial Arts Talent, Time Skip, Time Prison, and more. Techniques, Kaioken, Super Kaioken, and more. Divine Realm, 0.2 rank. Time points, 2 points. Besides the increased power level and techniques, the most special addition to Lin Chen's current attribute panel was undoubtedly the new Divine Realm attribute. When this attribute panel first appeared, it was when Lin Chen started delving into power of time. The appearance of the Divine Realm attribute meant that Lin Chen had already acquired the power of the gods to some extent. If he continued, perhaps he could transform into the Black God form he achieved by using the Divine Realm experience card. I never thought I would skip Super Saiyan 3 and directly start developing toward the Divine Realm. It's a bit regrettable that I can't become a Super Saiyan 3, but oh well, Lin Chen laughed at himself. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku flew over. Vegeta complained, "Your Majesty Lynx, next time you want to test your skills, can you use them on Kakarot?" Alright, my apologies," Lin Chen apologized. Goku chuckled carefreely and waved to a group of children in the distance, saying, "Gohan, I won. I saw it, Dad." Gohan grinned and ruffled the hair of the two little ones beside him, saying, "See? I told you Dad is powerful. Big brother Gohan, does it really count? It was only because of my dad that Uncle Kakarot won. That's right. I don't accept it. Piccolo taught me that real battles are full of surprises. Lin Luo, Taro, remember that. Come on, give me the Tree of Might's fruit." Gohan smiled and reached out his hand to Lin Luo and Taro, the two children in front of him. The two children glanced at each other and reluctantly handed over a Tree of Might's fruit to Gohan. Gohan smiled and hugged the Tree of Might's fruit and ran towards Goku, muttering, "Dad, look. Now Mom won't complain that we haven't visited for so long. Isn't this the Tree of Might's fruit? I heard from Sister Tights that it can slow down aging." Well done, Gohan. About half a year ago, Goku, who had heard about Dr. Gero's betrayal from Bardock, came to Planet Vegeta with Gohan, hoping to receive guidance from Lin Chen. Not long after Goku arrived, Vegeta also returned. Although he claimed that he was bringing the newborn Trunks to meet Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, who had been away from Earth for a long time, Lin Chen knew that Vegeta actually didn't want to be surpassed by Goku again and wanted to learn from Lin Chen how to surpass Super Saiyan. By the way, just like in the original work, Vegeta and Bulma finally became a couple. Although they didn't get married, they had little Trunks a year earlier than in the original work. Their arrival brought a lot of liveliness to Lin Chen's side, especially Gohan. He became a big brother that Lin Luo and Taro liked. The three children trained and played together. At this moment, while these small and big men were talking about their own things. In the distance, Hanasia, Tights, Bulma, and Lazuli sat in a pavilion by the lake, watching them. Bulma held Trunks in her arms, who was still breastfeeding. The four women didn't pay attention to the three adults but rather discussed the other three children. "These kids are really amazing. When I was their age, I was much weaker than them," Hanasia said, looking at Lin Luo and Taro with envy. Leaving aside Trunks, who was still a baby, these three children at the scene would probably be considered little geniuses in the history of Planet Vegeta. At such a young age, their power level was astonishing. Gohan's power level had already exceeded 1 million, just a step away from Super Saiyan. Lin Luo, who was also a hybrid like Gohan, although several years younger, had a power level exceeding 500,000. As for Taro, his strength was even more jaw-dropping. With his legendary Super Saiyan's constitution, although his power level was only 5 at birth, it had now surpassed his half-brother Lin Luo and reached an astonishing 720,000. The three children are already being called the three little monsters by many peers on Planet Vegeta. Tights nodded and said, Lin Chen had mentioned before that hybrid children of a Saiyan and Earthling would have great talent. It seems to be true. Not to mention Taro, even Trunks has an amazing power level. Of course. Trunks, you can't lose to those three big brothers in the future. Bulma smiled as she picked up Trunks. Young Trunks seemed to understand and responded with a wah-ah sound. Everyone laughed at his response. However, this peaceful atmosphere suddenly changed. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the atmosphere, and everyone looked up to see numerous bright spots appearing in the sky. Chapter 233, Attack and Metal Cooler Army. What's going on? There was such a big commotion in the sky that no one could have missed it. Simultaneously, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up towards the sky. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately took out his scouter, putting it on his face. Paragus, I want to know what's happening. Soon, Paragus's voice came through the communicator. Your Majesty, we have just received a report from the Planet Vegeta Defense Force. An unidentified fleet is attacking us. The space fleet composed of metal Cybermen has already been deployed to intercept them, but the situation is not looking good. The enemy fleet has released numerous individuals with unknown data, and their strength far surpasses that of the metal Cybermen. Even the strongest Model 345, working together, are no match for them. Metal Cybermen Model 345 were fully mechanical androids modeled after Cooler's armored squadron, each with a power level close to 1 million. Working together, they could even contend with opponents with power level exceeding 1 million. If even they couldn't hold off the enemy, then the attackers must have power level of at least 2 million? Who are these people that they can send out so many experts at once? Cold light flickered in Lin Chen's dark eyes. Since the invasion of the Tull's Crusher Corps on Planet Vegeta in his absence, the planet had not faced any external enemies for many years. It seems they are really tired of living. Vegeta was filled with indignation. Your Majesty, I will go and see who dares to cause trouble on our planet. Then without waiting for Lin Chen's response, Vegeta hurriedly flew away. Vegeta, wait for me. I'll come with you. Goku shouted and followed suit. Lin Chen didn't stop them but turned to Hanasia and the others, saying, I'll go and take a look. You guys stay hidden with the children. Your Majesty, I'll accompany you. Hanasia stood up and declared. No need, I can handle it myself. Just as Lin Chen said that, Lazuli also stood up. However, she didn't seek Lin Chen's opinion and flew directly into the distance. This Lazuli, she's really... Lin Chen chuckled and followed suit. As Lin Chen flew ahead, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta had already mobilized in response to the sudden attack. Saiyans could be seen flying into the sky from all over the planet. When they saw Lin Chen flying past in the sky, they immediately followed him on their own accord. Before long, a Saiyan army had gathered behind Lin Chen. At that moment, meteors suddenly streaked across the sky. 1, 2, 3. At least 100 meteors descended from the sky. Simultaneously, Lin Chen heard Paragus's exclamation through the communicator, Your Majesty. The defense line has been breached, and the enemy has begun landing. I see. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, he saw two red auras rise like rockets in the distance, rushing towards the falling meteors. Such powerful auras! Are they Super Saiyans? Is that not Bardock and Queen Hanasia? Who are those two? It looks like Bardock's son, Kakarot, and Vegeta. Oh my, so they've become Super Saiyans too. Witnessing the two Super Saiyans charging ahead, the morale of the remaining Saiyans soared. Since there were Super Saiyans present, there was nothing to worry about. However, to everyone's surprise, Goku and Vegeta, who were the first to charge ahead, were unable to stop the invading enemies at all. Among the group of unidentified enemies, only two individuals were separated, yet they fought Goku and Vegeta evenly. Seeing that the opponents could match Super Saiyan and their auras couldn't be sensed, Lin Chen already had a faint idea of their identities. At that moment, the descending enemies suddenly slowed down and stopped in mid-air. It seemed they had noticed Lin Chen and the others. As both sides faced off, Lin Chen finally saw who those descending guys were. Emerald green and bright figures with metallic bodies, resembling Frieza. Although it was their first meeting, Lin Chen recognized them. Cooler? And metal cooler, at that? Seeing the enemy before him, Lin Chen's pupils contracted, and his expression immediately darkened. He had initially thought the opponents might be androids dispatched by Dr. Gero, but he never expected it to be metal cooler. This was an even more formidable enemy than the android army. How is this possible? Your Majesty, they are cooler. Frieza's older brother. In the distance, Bardock, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, rushed over with Tarbal and other 4 Super Saiyan gods. Seeing metal cooler, Bardock's face changed drastically. The first time he died in his life was because of cooler, so Bardock had a vivid memory of that face. What? Cooler? Didn't Cooler die already? Upon hearing the name Cooler, everyone else jumped in surprise. These people aren't cooler, they're metal cooler. Their nature is similar to our metal Saibaman. They should have come from a place called the Big Get Star. Back then, Cooler must not have died but escaped to the Big Get Star. Lin Chen scanned these metal coolers, explaining while checking their power level. Metal cooler, power level, 32 million. Bardock, have everyone else retreat. Each of these guys has a power level of 32 million. You're no match for them. Upon hearing the information provided by Lin Chen, everyone was shocked. 32 million power level? Keep in mind, the strongest 3 types of metal Saibaman on the Saiyan side have power level of less than 1 million. Yet, the power level of a single metal cooler exceeds 32 million? 32 million power level, only Lin Chen, Bardock, Hanasia, and the 4 Super Saiyan gods on the entire planet Vegeta could deal with it. Oh, and Bardock's son, Kakarot and Vegeta, should be able to handle them with some effort. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Although reluctant, no Saiyan would act foolishly in the face of such a massive gap. People began to retreat one after another. Meanwhile, those capable of dealing with the metal coolers stepped forward. Lin Chen said to them, finish this quickly. The enemy's numbers are too great. If even one escapes, who knows how many lives will be lost. Understood. With a resolute response, everyone unleashed their own auras and charged mercilessly at the enemies before them. The sudden burst of aura caused the clouds in the sky to surge like waves. Chapter 234, The Fierce Battle over Planet Vegeta. Since Tull's rebellion over a decade ago, the people on Planet Vegeta had never again witnessed a battle taking place on their planet. As they gazed at the constantly flickering golden and red flames in the sky, many were initially confident. But they never expected the enemy this time would be so powerful. Although Metal Cooler's power level was only 32 million, it could be handled as long as they achieve at least second stage Super Saiyan transformation. However, as Metal Saibaman from the Big Get Star, these metal monsters possessed unexpected special abilities. Inside Metal Cooler's brain, in addition to Cooler's original combat skills, there were some special combat programs that made them almost unstoppable. Roar! Facing the counterattack from Lin Chen and his allies, the Metal Coolers raised their hands together and swung them forcefully. Vast amounts of sparkling energy formed massive spheres in the sky. These spheres contained terrifying energy capable of destroying a planet as they hurtled towards Lin Chen and the others. Your Majesty, let us handle this. Tarbal and the other 3 Super Saiyan gods shouted in unison, standing in front of everyone. An invisible energy stopped all the energy spheres in mid-air. Then, under the control of Tarbal and the other 3 Super Saiyan gods, they flew into the sky and headed towards the spaceships carrying Metal Cooler. Soon, orange rays of light lit up on the atmospheric layer, and one by one, the spaceships were consumed by the energy of the Metal Coolers, turning into ashes. Occasionally, Lin Chen and others would also take action against the one which escaped, knocking the energy spheres onto uninhabited wilderness. If this were an ordinary planet, these energy spheres could have destroyed it in the blink of an eye. But this was Planet Vegeta, and Lin Chen had made a wish to Porunga to reinforce the planet. Thus, those energies merely caused a slight disturbance to Planet Vegeta's terrain. After blocking the attacks, it was time for Lin Chen and others to counterattack. Without waiting for any commands, they rushed forward. Lin Chen, who had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, punched a Metal Cooler in the head, shattering it like glassware and reducing its head to powder. With the head gone, the mechanical structure inside the Metal Cooler's body was exposed, with wires resembling nerves crackling with electric sparks. On the other side, Lazuli also targeted a metal cooler. As an android, her strength far surpassed these seemingly personality-lacking metal puppets. After several rounds of combat, she kicked a metal cooler's body into two halves. Before the body of the metal cooler fell, Lazuli grabbed one of the halves and took a glance, furrowing her brow. Lin Chen, the internal structure of this thing is similar to your metal Cyberman. Are you sure they're not Dr. Gero's design? Before she could finish speaking, metallic cables suddenly emerged from the damaged body she was holding. These cables seemed alive, twisting and contorting, startling Lazuli, who hastily threw the body away. Immediately after, the broken body unexpectedly merged back together with the previously fallen half. The metal cooler that had been clearly destroyed just moments ago stood intact once again. Not only the metal cooler Lazuli had dealt with, but the one Lin Chen had shattered also began to recover before him. Not only that, in Lin Chen's eyes, the power level of the metal cooler he had destroyed moments ago had actually increased. Metal cooler, power level 36 million. Its power level had risen by 4 million after its resurrection. I don't know if it's Dr. Gero's design, but this is undoubtedly the technology of the Big Get Star, Lin Chen growled softly. In Lin Chen's memory, metal cooler's first appearance should have been in one of the Dragon Ball movies. In the original work, Cooler, who was pushed towards the sun by Goku, miraculously survived and encountered the control chip of the Big Get Star in space. He became the core control of the Big Get Star and utilized the planet's technological power to create multiple metal cooler bodies. These bodies not only possessed immensely powerful strength but also had many special abilities, which posed a great challenge to Goku and Vegeta. One of these abilities was self-regeneration. Besides that, there was another ability that caused headaches for everyone. In the distance, Tarbal and the other 4 Super Saiyan gods were being toyed with by Metal Cooler using this ability. Suddenly, Tarbal unleashed a powerful golden energy wave towards his opponent using all his strength. But to his surprise, before his attack could hit the target, the metal cooler he was targeting suddenly vanished in place. At the same time, the vanished metal cooler reappeared next to Tarbal and sent him flying with a single punch. What's going on? How can I not see his movements? Tarbal wasn't the only one caught off guard, the others were in the same situation. Everyone, they can teleport. Be careful. Lin Chen shouted swiftly, and also used instant transmission to engage in combat with the opponent. Within Metal Cooler's core, there was a special program for teleportation. As long as there was a place that their eyes could see, Metal Cooler could instantly teleport there. In terms of speed, it even surpassed Yardration's instant transmission. Unfortunately for them, there was someone else at the scene who possessed a similar ability to teleport. Boom! 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 Metal coolers were continuously knocked out of their teleportation state. Blaster Meteor! A surge of emerald green energy suddenly enveloped Lin Chen, continuously expanding. When the energy reached its peak, it suddenly exploded, unleashing numerous emerald green energy blasts towards the surrounding metal coolers. Rumble! The metal coolers that had just been shattered and were in the process of self-repair were instantly engulfed by these energy blasts. The dense barrage of energy blasts left no chance for the remaining metal coolers to regenerate, they were completely evaporated. Everyone, these guys can self-regenerate. Use energy attacks to eradicate them completely and leave no part behind. Upon hearing Lin Chen's reminder, the others finally realized and changed their previous fighting approach. With Lin Chen blocking the metal cooler's teleportation ability, the group, whose strength was originally stronger than the metal coolers, gradually gained control of the situation. The sky above Planet Vegeta was filled with raging energy. Beep, beep, beep. Unbeknownst to everyone engaged in battle, their every move was being transmitted through Metal Cooler's eyes to a distant white planet. Chapter 235, Trunks Return. Metal Cooler was very powerful, but compared to Cooler who transformed into his fourth form when he attacked Earth, it seemed to be slightly weaker. According to Bardock and others' description, Cooler at that time already had a power level close to 100 million. The current Metal Cooler didn't possess the same powerful strength as Final Form Cooler did back then, let alone matching Lin Chen and the other Super Saiyan gods. They were not on the same level at all. Even Bardock, Goku, and Vegeta, who had once been defeated by Cooler, could easily handle them after transforming into Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Under their full-powered attacks, each metal cooler was shattered into pieces and then evaporated by energy waves. Metal Cooler, who tried to rely on teleportation for a surprise attack, were kept getting knocked out of their teleportation state by Lin Chen. In terms of teleportation ability, Lin Chen far surpassed these metal puppets. If it weren't for the numerous metal coolers attacking Planet Vegeta this time, with the constant stream of reinforcements descending from the sky, the battle would have likely ended long ago. While every expert fought for Planet Vegeta, the Saiyans watching from the sidelines had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Many people had only heard rumors about the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan gods among the Saiyans and had never witnessed them firsthand, especially the younger generation. Now, seeing the battle unfolding in the sky, these Saiyans were filled with fear and awe. The enemies who appeared overwhelmingly powerful to them were fragile like children at the hands of Lin Chen and the others. So, this was the pinnacle of power on Planet Vegeta. Too strong. A sense of pride surged in the hearts of many. His Majesty Lynx is so strong. Those metal Saibamen are like toys in his hands. Tarbal and the others are amazing too. Super Saiyan God is even stronger than Super Saiyan. I heard that one needs a righteous heart to become a Super Saiyan God. I feel like I have no hope, maybe Mr. Bardock and the others are more suitable as my role models. That's right. As the Saiyans shouted with excitement, suddenly, a cold light flashed before them, and a metal cooler appeared right in front of them using teleportation. This metal cooler had used teleportation directly upon entering the atmosphere, so even Lin Chen didn't notice. However, as the crowd watched in terror as metal cooler raised his hand expressionlessly and a beam of light condensed at his fingertip, suddenly, an energy wave swept through, shattering the metal cooler into pieces. Queen Hanasia! The crowd shouted in joy. Hanasia flew over from a distance and shouted to them, "Everyone, quickly leave this place. There are too many enemies, and we can't take care of you." Yes. Following Hanasia's instructions, those who hadn't left yet began to hide in safe places following her instructions. Seeing them dispersing, Hanasia flew to Lin Chen's side and said, "Your Majesty, there are too many enemies. We must act quickly." "Okay." Lin Chen nodded. Metal cooler was nothing to be afraid of, but the problem was that there were simply too many of them. With the metal coolers invading Planet Vegeta this time, if we include those who haven't entered the atmosphere yet, the number is probably already in the thousands. This meant that at the same time, there were thousands of enemies stronger than Frieza invading Planet Vegeta. Although Lin Chen and others were powerful, there were only 10 of them, and they were truly overwhelmed. Fortunately, at this time, not only the capital but also everyone on the entire planet was taking refuge. Tides had already sent the Saiyan Dragon Balls and the children on Planet Vegeta back to Earth to prevent the worst-case scenario. Apart from that, for some unknown reason, it seemed that those metal coolers did not intend to directly destroy Planet Vegeta. They seemed to want to deal with Lin Chen and the others first. Therefore, the numerous metal coolers that descended from the sky all gathered around Lin Chen and his group. They covered the sky, making it impossible to see anything but the greenish glow of the metal Saibamen from every direction. "Let's finish this quickly." Seeing the large number of opponents, Lin Chen decided not to hold back in order to avoid any trouble that could arise with time. A powerful aura erupted out without restraint, even affecting the climate of Planet Vegeta. As the sky began to flash with lightning, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look in Lin Chen's direction. That immense aura made everyone feel awestruck. What incredible strength! His Majesty Lynx has already become this strong? Dad, this isn't even His Majesty Lynx's full power. When we were on planet Namek, his strength was even stronger. What? Just as Bardock and his son were discussing Lin Chen's power. In a distant, unknown space, 2 figures on Big Get Star were also shocked by Lin Chen's power. A power level of 500 million? The Saiyans in this world possess such strength? Look. That's why I said we should plan before taking action. A power level of 500 million. This strength has far exceeded our initial expectations. No need to panic. This attack was originally a test. Now that we know the power of these Saiyans, we can make adjustments. Not to mention those 3 special products on Earth, just this guy named Cooler still has a lot of untapped potential. In the end, we will have the last laugh. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta. After Lin Chen began to fight seriously, the metal coolers in the sky started disappearing at a visible speed. First, the spaceships that transported these metal coolers to Planet Vegeta were all shot down by Lin Chen's Kamehameha. Then, with Lin Chen unleashing his full power, his robust body became like a heavy steamroller. Wherever he went, the metal coolers were powerless to fight back and were completely pulverized. Thousands of metal coolers were quickly shattered in the intense battle and then destroyed and evaporated by energy waves from Goku and the others following behind Lin Chen. Before long, this invasion came to an end. But it wasn't over yet. Although others didn't know, Lin Chen was well aware that these metal coolers could only have come from Big Get Star. During this attack, Big Get Star did not show itself. To eliminate the root cause, if Big Get Star was not dealt with quickly, there would likely be even more troublesome situations in the future. The universe is vast. Big Get Star encountered a powerful opponent in Planet Vegeta this time, but the next time, what would happen if they attacked Earth or other planets? The most urgent task was to quickly find the whereabouts of Big Get Star. However, at that moment, Tights, who had gone to Earth for refuge, suddenly returned. She had brought astonishing news. Lin Chen. That young man has returned. Young man? Lin Chen was dazed for a moment and then realized, you mean Trunks? Chapter 236, Supreme Kai of Future World. Lin Chen blurted out Trunks' name, unaware that Vegeta was also present. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Vegeta was stunned and said, Your Highness, isn't Trunks the name of my son? Could it be? Realizing that he had exposed Trunks' identity, Lin Chen no longer concealed the truth. Anyway, this world's Trunks had already been born. Vegeta, that Trunks from the future is your and Bulma's child. My child? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Goku said with an amused look, Vegeta, so you and Bulma also ended up together in that world, hey? You two are quite amazing. Shut up. Vegeta blushed furiously. As these two were talking, Lin Chen reminisced about the events when Trunks left. When Trunks left to return to his own world, Lin Chen had asked him how long it would take for him to come back. At that time, Trunks had told him that as soon as he ensured the safety of his mother, Bulma, and the time machine's energy was replenished, he would return immediately. In Trunks' world, Earth was far away from Planet Vegeta and had not been attacked yet. The planet has various advanced research facilities, and the time machine didn't require the lengthy 3-year charge like in the original work. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, an entire year had passed without any news from Trunks. Lin Chen even started to suspect that he had been killed. But who would have thought that Trunks was still alive and had returned from that world? Tights, where is that young man? Lin Chen asked curiously. If Trunks had returned, why didn't Tights bring him directly? Frowning, Tights replied, Come with me to Earth, and you will find out. Trunks arrived with serious injuries and has already been taken to the hospital. Serious injuries? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned to Bardock and the others and gave them instructions to handle the aftermath on Planet Vegeta. Although Metal Cooler had been defeated, the recent battle had caused considerable damage to the planet. Many buildings had been affected, and some of the ordinary Saiyans who had taken shelter had also been accidentally injured by the aftermath of the fight. All of this required attention and care. As for the retaliation against Big Get Star, it would have to wait for now. When Vegeta heard that Lin Chen was going back to Earth to see Trunks, he immediately volunteered to go along, and Goku naturally joined in the fun. The group teleported back to Earth in an instant and soon arrived at Bulma's house in West City, where they saw Trunks. However, at that moment, Trunks was undergoing treatment in Bulma's medical machine. The medical machine was a replica of the model commissioned by Lin Chen from Dr. Brief back then, and later Vegeta had taken it out for his own use after settling down here. Upon seeing his son covered in injuries, Vegeta couldn't help but exclaim, How did Trunks end up like this? Didn't he say that Earth in that world was safe? Trunks? Vegeta, what are you talking about? Trunks is perfectly fine in my arms. Holding little Trunks in her arms, Bulma asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Vegeta then revealed the true identity of Trunks. What? Bulma was taken aback, but Brief family's easygoing nature quickly calmed her down. She walked over to Vegeta with little Trunks in her arms and teasingly said, Vegeta, so we are connected in the other world too? Shut up. There are so many people here. Vegeta blushed. Alright. Lin Chen interrupted this odd couple and said, Bulma, let Trunks out. I have some special medicine. Senzu bean? No need. He's almost healed. Trunks was just exhausted, his injuries weren't severe. As Bulma spoke, she pressed a few buttons on the medical machine. After a few seconds, the healing liquid began to drain, and Trunks slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the person in front of him clearly, Trunks, still wearing a breathing mask, spoke in a somewhat tired voice, "Mr. Lin Chen, it's so good to see you all again." Later, in a resting room, Trunks sat before Lin Chen and the others, his face filled with worry as he held a cup of hot cocoa. Seeing his troubled expression, Lin Chen furrowed his brows and asked, "Trunks, did something happen in your world?" "Mr. Lin Chen?" Trunks immediately appeared uneasy upon hearing his name spoken by Lin Chen. But Vegeta immediately interjected, "We already know everything, you don't have to worry. The you of this world has already been born." Then Trunks saw Bulma shake little Trunks in front of him. "Oh, I see. Trunks of this world was born a year earlier than me in that world," Trunks sighed with emotion. Then he turned to Lin Chen and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, you were right. Something unexpected happened in my world. Did Dr. Gero find you?" "No, it was worse than that. Mom, she was turned into an android." Trunks' recollection plunged the audience into a somber atmosphere. No one expected that in just a year, the situation in Trunks' world would deteriorate to such an extent. Returning to 1 year ago, future Trunks' world. Shortly after future Trunks returned from Lin Chen's world and told Bulma about Lin Chen, he began preparing to go back to Lin Chen's world. The most important thing was ensuring Bulma's safety once he was gone. During Trunks' absence, androids attacked Earth. Although they temporarily left for unknown reasons, Trunks had to ensure that his mother wouldn't encounter danger again. However, just as Trunks was preparing a new shelter, 2 strangers suddenly appeared at his doorstep. These 2 strangers were a young-looking guy with a short stature and a tall, long-haired old man. They were both dressed strangely, and were clearly not from Earth. "Who are you?" Trunks asked with a wary expression on his face. These 2 suddenly appeared before him, and he hadn't sensed their aura at all, which was suspicious. Could they be androids? That was the first thought that crossed Trunks' mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Unlike the androids, he could sense the aura of living beings from these 2 individuals, and their auras were exceptionally strong. It reminded Trunks of the feeling when he had first met Lin Chen. "Hello there, Saiyan Prince Trunks." The short person among the duo spoke first, wearing a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Shin, the Supreme Kai who oversees the universe." Chapter 237, A Future Without Hope. Supreme Kai? What's that? Trunks looked puzzled. As soon as Trunks finished speaking, Kibito on the side exclaimed, "You fool! Supreme Kai is above the 4 Kais who govern the universe. He is responsible for creating planets and maintaining the balance in the universe. He is the most powerful god. How dare you, a mere mortal, be so disrespectful? You should immediately—" "Enough, Kibito. This is a time of emergency, we don't need to worry about formalities," interrupted Supreme Kai Shin before Kibito could finish. Then, Shin turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, let's get straight to the point. We are here this time because of Dr. Gero and his android army." Shin narrowed his eyes and continued, "To put it simply, we are enemies of Dr. Gero. And as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Trunks, we don't have any malicious intentions." Trunks stared intently into Shin's eyes and after a moment, he let down his guard. "All right, I believe you. So, Supreme Kai-sama, why have you come looking for me?" Shin nodded and said, "Trunks, I know you have been fighting against Dr. Gero for a long time. Normally, matters in the mortal realm are not my concern. But Dr. Gero and his androids have now become a serious threat to the balance of the universe. If left unchecked, it is likely that all life forms in the universe will be transformed into Dr. Gero's androids in the near future. So, not long ago, Kibito and I decided to intervene in the war in the mortal realm. But unfortunately, we didn't anticipate that the strength of Dr. Gero's androids would be on par with Majin Buu who once wreaked havoc in the universe in ancient times. With just the 2 of us, we can only launch surprise attacks on their bases. As for their main facility, Big Get Star, we are unable to deal with it." Trunks furrowed his brow. He had thought that the other person who claimed to be Supreme Kai could be of some help, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Mr. Lin Chen was right. Only by becoming stronger himself could he truly save this world. Shin wasn't done speaking yet. "For that reason, I and my attendant Kibito have decided to seek out other warriors in the universe who have the ability to fight against the androids. And my first choice among them is you, Saiyan Prince Trunks." Trunks replied, "Thank you for your recognition, Supreme Kai-sama. I am willing to contribute in the fight against the androids, but I also know that I cannot be of much help at the moment. However, if you can give me 1 year, I believe I can make a difference. 1 year? Shin exchanged a surprised glance with Kibito. Trunks, what do you plan to do within 1 year? Well, it's like this. Without any suspicions, Trunks proceeded to explain his journey to another world using the time machine, hoping to instill more confidence in them. But little did he know that playing with time was a grave offense. Kibito immediately jumped up, angrily saying, "You audacious mortal! Do you know what you've done? Manipulating time is a serious crime." What? Trunks was taken aback. You humans are beyond redemption. First, you tamper with life, and now you want to play with time? Supreme Kai-sama, this guy can't be trusted. We should find someone else. Wait. Shin stopped Kibito. Perhaps the situation is not as we thought. Kibito, go to the sacred world of the Kai and bring me the time ring. Time ring? I understand, nodded Kibito, and he disappeared from the spot. Trunks was momentarily stunned. I never expected that humans could create something like this. You truly are impressive, said Shin with a faint smile. Supreme Kai-sama, what are you? Let's wait until Kibito returns with the item. After a while, Kibito returned holding a box. Shin casually took it, opened it, and glanced inside before saying, just as I suspected. Kibito, take a look. Kibito took the box and glanced inside. Hey? There's only one time ring? That's right. It means there haven't been any parallel worlds created. Trunks was correct in saying that his time machine is not strictly a time machine but a device for leaping to parallel worlds. The world he traveled to is completely disconnected from our own world. Therefore, it has no impact on our own world. After explaining, Shin looked at Trunks and smiled. In that case, if Trunks can truly become stronger within a year, I think we can let him give it a try. 1 year, we can wait. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Supreme Kai agree to his proposal. Next, the three of them headed to the storage facility where the time machine was kept. Even Supreme Kai was quite curious about this miraculous device created by humans. However, they didn't anticipate that a simple curiosity would lead them to a shocking discovery. Bulma, Trunks' mother, was actually an android in disguise. The real Bulma had been captured by Dr. Gero's android army long ago when Trunks had traveled to Lin Chen's world. How is this possible? Supreme Kai-sama, you must be mistaken. There's no mistake. This impostor doesn't have the aura of a living being. Trunks, if you pay close attention, you'll notice it too. Trunks was stunned upon hearing Shin's words. He had indeed failed to sense Bulma's aura, but he always thought it was because Bulma was a normal person with a weak aura. He never imagined she was an android. The android disguised as Bulma originally planned to ambush Trunks but unexpectedly discovered the secret of the time machine instead. For the past few days, she had been analyzing and deciphering the structure of the time machine. Not even aware that your own mother was switched out. Trunks, you truly are a foolish boy. With your current state, do you really think you can resist Dr. Gero? While you were ignorant of everything, Bulma has most likely been completely transformed into an android by Dr. Gero. Damn it! Give my mother back! Trunks, filled with anger, transformed into a Super Saiyan and attacked the impostor. However, just as he was about to get close, the android disguised as Bulma pressed a button, causing Trunks' time machine to explode. Then, amidst maniacal laughter, she chose to self-destruct. Trunks was unharmed by the android's self-destruction. But Bulma's capture dealt a severe blow to Trunks mentally, and almost at the same time, the android army that had been lying in ambush on Earth resumed their attack. Seeing the situation unfold, Supreme Kai-Shin took Trunks and left Earth. Before departing, he also took some materials related to the time machine from the scene. Because he suspected that those materials might be the last hope for this world. Chapter 238, The Truth About Dr. Gero. After that, Supreme Kai-sama took me to a planet with a civilization that had not been attacked by androids. We found a local scientist there and attempted to restore my mother's time machine, but progress was slow. During this time, he also encouraged me and helped me regain my spirits. While the new time machine was being rebuilt, I fought alongside Supreme Kai-sama against the android army in various parts of the universe. In addition to myself, Supreme Kai-sama also gathered many powerful beings from different universes. Together with the other world warriors from Grand Kai's place, we launched an attack on Dr. Gero's main base, Big Get Star. However, we underestimated the true power of Dr. Gero's android army. There were countless metal androids, and each one of the human-modified beings created by Dr. Gero possessed power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan. The battle lasted for an entire day, but we couldn't break through the defenses of the Big Get Star. In the end, when the other world warriors disappeared due to time limitations, our attack ended in complete failure. The situation deteriorated day by day, and the strong warriors Supreme Kai recruited kept falling. Only a few planets remained under Supreme Kai's protection, but he was just one person. Facing the relentless android army, he couldn't hold on forever. The time machine became our last hope. So Mr. Lin Chen, please train me. That's the purpose of my visit this time. After Trunks finished explaining the events of the past year, everyone fell into silence. No one anticipated that the situation in Trunks' world had deteriorated to such an extent. Bulma, in particular, grabbed Vegeta's arm in fear. Vegeta, I don't want to become an android. Fool, that's another world. If that world's Dr. Gero comes here, I'll crush him to pieces. Vegeta clenched his fist. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. I understand. Trunks, but you need to rest for a few days. It's not the right time for me to train you yet. Why? Mr. Lin Chen, my world won't be able to hold on for much longer. Your world shouldn't be in immediate danger for now because if I'm not mistaken, your world's Dr. Gero has probably arrived in our world. Take a look at this. Lin Chen gently waved his hand in the air, using Kami's magic to display an image in front of Trunks. It showed the image of the androids that resembled Raditz and Bardock when Dr. Gero rebelled. What? Trunks was shaken when he saw these two individuals. He hurriedly leaned in to examine the image carefully. These are Android 24 and 25. Dr. Gero modified them using the two sons of Mr. Bardock, Mr. Raditz, and Kakarot. Hey? They turned out to be me and Raditz? Goku beside him was greatly surprised. Trunks nodded. Mr. Lin Chen, what's going on? You just said that Dr. Gero from my world has come to yours? Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he explained the recent events of Dr. Gero's rebellion and the subsequent invasion by the Metal Cooler Army. Then he concluded, at first, I had some doubts, but listening to what you just said, it seems that the main base of Dr. Gero's android army in your world is the Big Get Star? Yes, that's right. With the resources of the Big Get Star, Dr. Gero in my world secretly created an android army, Trunks answered. That makes sense. I now understand why Dr. Gero rebelled. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably related to your mother, Bulma, being captured. Lin Chen had found Dr. Gero's unexpected rebellion quite strange all along because the origins of those two androids modified using Saiyans couldn't be explained. Now everything makes sense. These two Saiyan-created beings were probably from another timeline, just like Trunks. And their means of coming here naturally relied on the time machine invented by Bulma. Let's not forget, according to Trunks, Bulma had already been captured by Dr. Gero, and the android posing as Bulma carefully analyzed all the data on the time machine. Therefore, it's likely that the Dr. Gero from that timeline had also learned the method of building a time machine. From Trunks' own account, it became clear that Dr. Gero was aware of the existence of Lin Chen's world. It was possible that he intended to strengthen his position or perhaps even conquer both worlds simultaneously. In any case, it was highly possible that this Dr. Gero had also arrived in Lin Chen's timeline and manipulated the Dr. Gero of this world, leading him to rebellion. If that was the case, then the Dr. Gero who self-destructed in front of Lin Chen at the time might not have been the real Dr. Gero after all. It was worth considering. Trunks, did the Dr. Gero of your world modify himself into an android? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Trunks paused for a moment. How did you know? He did modify himself. Then, it's clear. Lin Chen was now certain that the one who self-destructed in front of him back then was probably not the real Dr. Gero but an android. Upon hearing Lin Chen's speculation, the people around him were stunned. What? That bastard Dr. Gero isn't dead yet? Your Majesty Lynx, where is Dr. Gero? I want to personally end him. Big Get Star. Lin Chen mentioned a name. If his guess was correct, then this world's Dr. Gero was likely to have gone to the Big Get Star, just like Dr. Gero from Trunks' world. Metal coolers that attacked Planet Vegeta were probably the first wave of Dr. Gero's revenge. This Trunks trembled, realizing that if what Lin Chen said was true, things were about to take a turn for the worse. In his world, Trunks had personally experienced the power of the Big Get Star. In that world, there were many top-level fighters who were actually stronger than the androids. Whether it was Supreme Kai or the powerful warriors from the other world, there were numerous individuals stronger than the androids. But why couldn't they achieve victory? One significant reason was the sheer number of androids. Under the production capacity of the Big Get Star, the android army was endless and impossible to exterminate. If this world's Dr. Gero had full control over the Big Get Star as well, would this world also succumb to its might? Trunks couldn't even imagine that possibility. Chapter 239, Target, Big Get Star. Mr. Lin Chen, so what do you plan to do? I'm sorry, Trunks, but first I need to find the location of the Big Get Star and completely eliminate it, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen had already planned to deal with the Big Get Star, and Trunks' story about his world only strengthened his determination. After all, East Supreme Kai Shin's strength was at least on par with a full power Super Saiyan 1, possibly even comparable to Perfect Cell. Yet, even with that level of power, he couldn't defeat Dr. Gero in Trunks' world. That meant that the combination of the Big Get Star and Dr. Gero was likely to be at least as strong as Majin Buu. There was no way around it. It just so happened that these two combinations complemented each other perfectly. Dr. Gero was already an incredibly talented individual, considered the best in the universe when it came to android technology. If we add the Big Get Star, a planet that can harness immense technological power, with its vast reserves of technology and unparalleled manufacturing capabilities, the combined energy unleashed by these two sides is almost unimaginable. In the original work, Cooler, who was defeated by Goku, was the first to control the Big Get Star. Even someone like Cooler, who knew nothing about technology and only focused on combat, was able to use the technology of the Big Get Star to create metal coolers with astonishing strength. If it weren't for Cooler's own stupidity, which led to excessive energy absorption and caused the planet's core to overload, he would have almost defeated Goku and Vegeta. If Cooler could achieve that, then Dr. Gero, who was thousands of times smarter than Cooler, could fully exploit the potential of the Big Get Star. Fortunately, based on the current situation, it seems that the two Dr. Gero have not fully gotten control over the Big Get Star yet. Otherwise, based on the power demonstrated by Cooler on Earth, the power of the metal coolers would be far greater than it is now and much more terrifying. But Mr. Lin Chen, do you know the location of the Big Get Star? Although it's referred to as a planet, it's actually a mobile interstellar fortress, and its location is constantly changing, Trunks said. It's alright, I have a way. There were many ways to locate the Big Get Star, and Lin Chen chose the most efficient and reasonable one. After bringing gifts to Zuno's planet and in a friendly and peaceful atmosphere, Lin Chen easily persuaded Zuno to lock onto the location of the Big Get Star. Then, Lin Chen prepared for the attack. As soon as he returned to Planet Vegeta, he gathered everyone together. Everyone, I have found the location of the Big Get Star. Next, I will launch an attack on it. No one can attack Planet Vegeta and get away with it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the people below immediately volunteered, hoping to accompany Lin Chen to the Big Get Star. Considering that there might be a large number of metal coolers and other androids on the Big Get Star, Lin Chen decided to bring more people with him to prevent the enemy from escaping. However, just as he was about to select the personnel, Bardock suddenly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, if we're going to deal with the Big Get Star, I suggest not bringing too many people this time." What happened, Bardock? Your Majesty, I suddenly feel uneasy. It seems that something major will happen on Planet Vegeta, Bardock said with a serious expression. Something major? Have you seen a new prophecy again? Lin Chen asked, sitting up straight. Not this time. I haven't seen any visions, but I have this inexplicable feeling that something is very wrong. Your Majesty, I advise a little caution. Bardock's precognitive abilities didn't always manifest as visions, sometimes they appeared as mysterious sensations, akin to telepathic warnings. In the past, when Bardock went to support Goku and the others on Earth, he had a similar ominous feeling, and it ultimately came true with his death on Earth. This time, the feeling was just as strong, which made him worried. Well then. After considering for a moment, Lin Chen said, Bardock, you stay on Planet Vegeta. For this mission against the Big Get Star, I will take Kakarot, Vegeta and Lazuli. Uncle Lin Chen, please bring me as well. Trunks stepped forward and said, I have participated in the battle against the Big Get Star before, so I know more about it than all of you. Alright, then you can join us. Thank you. Just as Trunks was about to speak, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and a burst of explosive aura erupted from his body. Due to the suddenness of the event, those with weaker power among the people present were almost blown away. You insolent bastard! What are you doing? A guard angrily tried to rush up and capture Trunks, but Lin Chen signaled for him to back off. At that moment, Trunks' gaze swept around the room, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. He unleashed a ki blast toward a certain spot in the room. Swoosh! The direction of his attack was a corner of the room where nothing was originally present, but the ki blast seemed to hit something and suddenly exploded in mid-air. Lin Chen stood up and looked toward the spot where the ki blast had exploded. Within the flames, a pile of shattered metal debris fell to the ground. What is this? Bardock and the others were astonished. Because before Trunks acted, no one noticed that there was something hidden around them. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Chen. I actually forgot about something so important before. Trunks looked ashamed and said, this thing is Dr. Gero's stealth surveillance robot. In my world, Dr. Gero used it to gather intelligence from everywhere. It's small in size and has a stealth coating. It can't be detected without special means. I only learned about it from Supreme Kai-sama. What? Paragus exclaimed, Your Majesty, does that mean Dr. Gero already knows all our plans? Your Majesty, since Dr. Gero is going to be on guard against us, we should readjust the plan. King Vegeta suggested. No. We can't wait. We will leave now. Lin Chen decisively declared. Lin Chen wasn't concerned about whether the enemy was on guard against them, but he was worried about something else. Was this surveillance robot really from Dr. Gero of another world? If this robot was manufactured by Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world, it meant that the Dr. Gero he had always considered harmless was actually plotting something in secret. What was he planning? Could it be Cell? A sense of unease gradually welled up in Lin Chen's heart. Chapter 240, Returning to Planet Vegeta and Cooler's Revenge. A remote region in the east area, far from many civilizations. Whoosh! 5 figures suddenly appeared in this area. They were Lin Chen, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks and Lazuli. At this moment, all 5 of them were hiding within the energy shield created by Lin Chen. Not far from them was a white metal planet. We found it. Trunks, is that the big Get Star? Vegeta asked. Yes, Dad. That's the big Get Star. Be careful, this planet itself is an interstellar fortress with an astonishing number of defense weapons. Trunks said. As Trunks finished speaking, the big Get Star reacted immediately. In an instant, numerous shielding devices were activated, and a colossal energy shield, covering the entire planet, instantly activated. Various attack weapons emerged on the planet's surface, along with countless metal coolers flying out of the planet. In just a few tens of seconds, the big Get Star transformed into a war fortress, armed to the teeth. They've found us. Lazuli said. Don't worry, hold on to me. Once the 4 of them had their hands placed on him again, Lin Chen used his instant transmission. He originally intended to teleport directly into the big Get Star, rendering these external defenses useless. However, he underestimated the power of the big Get Star. Just as Lin Chen used his instant transmission, he was bounced back. The spatial disturbance caused everyone to be sent flying a distance away. What's going on? Now it was Lin Chen's turn to be astonished. He hadn't expected that there would be something like a spatial barrier on the big Get Star. His instant transmission collided with this barrier, causing them to be repelled. But upon further thought, Lin Chen felt relieved. Since the big Get Star could develop a program to use instant transmission, it naturally understood the principle behind it and could counteract it. It wasn't surprising. But this meant they could only break through head-on. Upon realizing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks immediately took out 3 mask-shaped devices. These devices were brought back from the future by Trunks and allowed people to survive and fight in space. As for Lin Chen and Lazuli, one was the legendary Super Saiyan, and the other was an android, both capable of surviving in space. Once Goku and the others were ready, the 5 of them launched an attack on the big Get Star. Initially, the android army, mainly consisting of metal coolers, fell into a disadvantage when faced with the sudden assault from Lin Chen and the others. Even Trunks, who was the weakest among the 5, had a power level comparable to that of metal cooler. As for the strength of Lin Chen and Lazuli, they were far superior. Transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen moved without encountering any resistance, turning into a yellow-green energy sphere that left behind a trail of metal debris. Lazuli followed closely, clearing up the remnants with energy blasts. The two of them cooperated seamlessly and quickly reached the edge of the planet's atmosphere. At this moment, the anti-aircraft guns on the Big Get Star lit up, forming a dense network of bullets that almost completely blocked Lin Chen's path. Nevertheless, Lin Chen didn't retreat. His emerald green energy shield expanded to its maximum, turning him into a green meteor that shot straight toward the Big Get Star. Boom! He hadn't flown far before he collided with the energy shield of the Big Get Star. Both sides immediately entered a deadlock. Just at that moment, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and his aura continued to skyrocket. Crack! It seemed as if a glass had shattered in space, and the energy shield of the Big Get Star shattered with that sound. Vegeta, Kakarot, Trunks! Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the other three immediately rushed over and charged into the Big Get Star with Lin Chen. Damn it! What kind of strength is this? How can a Saiyan be this strong? Dr. Gero from another world looked at the readings displayed on the energy indicator before him, filled with astonishment. At this moment, Lin Chen's strength had far exceeded the estimations of Dr. Gero from both worlds. Dr. Gero from Trunks' world was even more surprised to discover that this Saiyan king named Lin Chen had already surpassed the supreme Kai of his world in terms of power level. A human strength surpassing that of a god. It was simply unbelievable. What should we do? Lin Chen's strength is indeed formidable. Even the ultimate cooler you just created cannot match him. Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world exclaimed in fear. Don't panic. Dr. Gero from Trunks' world, also known as future Dr. Gero, sneered, ultimate metal cooler may not be able to stop Lin Chen, but what about Planet Vegeta? I want to see how this Lin Chen will choose between saving his own people or continuing to deal with us. With that, future Dr. Gero burst into laughter and pressed a switch. Whoosh! In a corner of the Big Get Star, the towering figures instantly disappeared from their original positions. After a moment, these gigantic figures, emitting a metallic sheen, appeared on Planet Vegeta. These bright emerald figures bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous metal coolers that invaded Planet Vegeta, except for one significant difference: their appearance strikingly resembled Cooler's fourth transformation form. The power level of these coolers had also astonishingly reached 200 million. A group of over 100 ultimate metal cooler with power level exceeding 200 million descended upon Planet Vegeta. Among these ultimate metal coolers, there was one whose color slightly differed from the surrounding models. Besides the emerald green layer, faint traces of purple could also be seen on its body. This particular ultimate metal cooler is the original Cooler, who had survived Broly's attack. In order to survive, Cooler fled to the Big Get Star, hoping to make a comeback. However, to his surprise, the two Dr. Gero, who suddenly appeared, seized control of the Big Get Star, and turned him into their puppet. However, none of these mattered anymore to Cooler, as at this moment, he was already standing on Planet Vegeta. On this planet, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of Saiyans. It was because of these detestable Saiyans that he had fallen to his current state. Cooler! You have only one mission, to cause as much destruction as possible with the ultimate metal coolers. But don't destroy the entire Planet Vegeta in one go. Wait until Lin Chen is lured back, then it will be your opportunity to unleash a massacre. Upon hearing the command in his ear, Cooler sneered. Fine, even if he became someone else's puppet, it didn't matter. As long as he could have his revenge against the Saiyans, he was willing to pay any price. My puppets! Cooler pointed towards the direction of the Saiyan capital in the distance. Attack! Chapter 241, The Powerful Ultimate Metal Cooler. Due to teleportation, they arrived on Planet Vegeta, and since Metal Cooler were also androids, their aura couldn't be sensed at all. Therefore, the people on Planet Vegeta only discovered the disaster just when the attack began. Energy waves suddenly bombarded the Saiyan city, and many people evaporated before they could react. The most heavily attacked area was undoubtedly the Saiyan capital. After the attack erupted out, the entire capital trembled violently. Hanasia, who was with the children, immediately stood up and shouted outside, "Someone is coming!" Before the palace attendants arrived, King Vegeta, who was staying behind, had already led many warriors and stepped in. Your Highness! Something terrible has happened. It's the Metal Cooler. They've come again. Metal Cooler? Didn't His Majesty go to attack Big Get Star? How did they come here? Hanasia exclaimed. They are probably here to make His Majesty return, Paragus said. Hanasia frowned and walked directly outside, while Tights and Bulma each took their own children and followed. As soon as they stepped out of the room, they saw a fiery red sky in the distance. A massive fire was spreading in the capital, and above the flames, there were at least hundreds of figures rampantly attacking the city. Soon, figures flew out from the capital, and these figures' aura, like metal cooler, couldn't be sensed at all, but they were metal Saibamen 3, 4, and 5. The trio of metal Saibamen rushed fearlessly towards the metal cooler, but the outcome of the battle was completely one-sided. With just a single exchange, the first wave of metal Saibamen was pulverized in mid-air. However, more metal Saibamen rushed up from the ground, followed by a golden figure leading 5 red figures. It was Bardock and Tarbell, and the other 4 Super Saiyan gods. It's Uncle Bardock. And Big Brother Tarbell. That's great. It should be fine now that they're here. Lin Luo and Taro, the 2 children, became excited when they saw Bardock and the others appear. But before they could enjoy their excitement, the situation in the distance changed abruptly. Metal cooler emitting a metallic glow suddenly disappeared from their original positions, and when they reappeared, they were already beside Bardock and the others. At the same moment, at least 5 metal cooler appeared next to Bardock and the others. Spread out! Bardock shouted loudly, and his muscles suddenly swelled. The imminent danger caused him to immediately transform into Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Meanwhile, one of the metal cooler fists came crashing towards Bardock. He extended his hand to block it but suddenly realized that the power of the metal cooler was completely different from the last time when they attacked, or rather it had surpassed the previous ones by far. Oh no! Are they a more powerful model? Bardock gritted his teeth and persevered. He had noticed that the appearance of these metal cooler was not in their 3rd form but the ultimate form when cooler transformed on Earth. He felt uneasy, worried that these coolers might not only have the appearance, but also possess the strength of ultimate cooler, or be even stronger. Unexpectedly, his prophecy has become a reality. In fact, if Bardock could sense the aura of these ultimate metal cooler, or if the scouters worked on androids, he would have realized that the strength of these ultimate metal cooler had far surpassed coolers. However, he soon experienced it firsthand without needing the scouter. Boom! The experienced Bardock found an opening on one of the ultimate metal cooler in front of him and landed a punch on its face. If it were the previous metal cooler, Bardock's punch would have directly shattered its head. However, Bardock's punch was forcibly blocked by the metal cooler with its face. How is this possible? Bardock was shocked. His strength had increased significantly since the last time on Earth, and even the real ultimate cooler would have suffered from his punch. However, the metal cooler in front of him seemed completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Just how much stronger was it compared to cooler? While Bardock was momentarily stunned, the ultimate metal cooler swiftly seized his fist, flipped him over, and forcefully slammed him down towards the ground. Instantly, Bardock plummeted like a meteor, crushing a building. Mr. Bardock! Tarbell exclaimed and said to his 3 companions, "Everyone, deal with them quickly." "Yes, Captain Tarbell." The 4 Super Saiyan gods immediately ignited their auras, unleashing ki blasts straight towards the ultimate metal cooler standing before them, creating a spectacular scene. However, the ultimate metal cooler in front of them raised their hands with expressionless look on their faces and each released a wave of energy, colliding directly with the ki blasts from Tarbell and the others. In the sky above the capital, it was as if a tornado had struck, and the immense energy swept through the entire capital. The buildings closest to the battlefield instantly crumbled, and countless Saiyans lost their lives amidst the explosion of energy. At the same time, Tarbell and the other 3 Super Saiyan gods were blown away, each landing on the ground with blood dripping from their mouths. "So strong!" Tarbell exclaimed in shock. The metal cooler in front of them were completely different from before, their strength has probably exceeded those of the Super Saiyan gods. "Haha, Saiyans! Are these your strongest warriors? They are no match for me. Call back that lynx right away, or else I will turn this planet into a sea of flames." "That voice, is it cooler?" Hearing the voice, Bardock was startled. Looking up, he saw that the voice had come from one of the ultimate metal cooler. Unlike the surrounding metal cooler, this metal cooler's body had a hint of purple mixed in it. Hearing Bardock's voice, Cooler lowered his head and frowned. "The Saiyan from last time? Strange, haven't I already killed you once? Never mind, I'll kill you again." Metal Cooler raised his hand, and a crimson-red aura instantly lit up. However, at that moment, a red figure dashed forward. Stop! Tarbal swiftly launched 2 punches. Super Saiyan God? Ridiculous, your power is nothing. After a muffled sound, Cooler easily sent Tarbal flying. Tarbal, who had a power level exceeding 100 million as a Super Saiyan God, was completely outmatched by Cooler, who had been transformed into a metal android. Chapter 242, Watch Them Die Without Saving? I still have a trump card. Just as Planet Vegeta was being attacked, Lin Chen and his group had already gained the upper hand on the Big Get Star. Having successfully infiltrated the Big Get Star, they wantonly wreaked havoc inside. Led by Lin Chen, the metal cooler on the Big Get Star were powerless to stop the group's advance. Since the battlefield was the Big Get Star itself, they fought without any restraints, non-stop unleashing their powers. With each attack, even if they couldn't deal with these metal cooler, they would create large holes in the Big Get Star. If it weren't for the Big Get Star's nanomachines constantly repairing the planet during the battle, the entire Big Get Star would have been pulverized long ago. However, as the battle pushed deeper into the Big Get Star, the metal cooler that had been relentlessly attacking suddenly disappeared. It's over? After destroying the last metal cooler in front of him, Lin Chen suddenly realized that there were no enemies around him. Once Goku and the others also defeated their respective opponents, the place suddenly became quiet. Lin Chen, have we finished them all off? Lazuli asked. Trunks was the first to answer, it's impossible. Big Get Star's production capacity is far greater than this. And until just now, we've only encountered those metal cooler. This doesn't make sense. If my Dr. Gero from my world is here, there should be other androids here too. Before Trunks finished speaking, the voice of an elderly person echoed in their ears. He, Trunks, you're right. We do have other androids here. But are you sure you want to continue fighting? Upon hearing this voice and realizing that the other side recognized him, Trunks immediately glared and gritted his teeth. Is that Dr. Gero from my world? Damn it, you lunatic. Come out. Don't be impatient. See this first. Suddenly, several robots resembling cleaning machines quickly rushed out from the surrounding passageways. Trunks wanted to destroy them as soon as he saw them. However, Lin Chen held him back and said, wait, let's see what it is first. Soon, the machines arrived in front of them, and after a moment, holographic scenes were projected. These machines turned out to be projection robots. But the scenes that appeared before them were astonishing. In the scenes, Ultimate Metal Cooler were rampaging on Planet Vegeta. And Bardock and others who were left behind with the task of guarding Planet Vegeta by Lin Chen, were actually being put into a difficult situation by a single Ultimate Metal Cooler. In the scene, Bardock and the others' attacks were weak and feeble, and they were already reaching their limits. The metal cooler was able to effortlessly block their attacks and then send them flying with a few swift strikes. How is this possible? Trunks was shocked. Those metal cooler in the scene seemed even more powerful than the ones they had encountered before. But if there were metal cooler this powerful, why didn't Dr. Gero send them to protect the Big Get Star instead of attacking Planet Vegeta? Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, can you see it? Your Planet Vegeta has already turned into a sea of flames. The Saiyans you left behind are no match for the Ultimate Metal Cooler. Dr. Gero's voice resounded again. Ultimate Metal Cooler? Vegeta exclaimed. That's right, Ultimate Metal Cooler. They are android created by the Big Get Star by merging the cells of the Frost Demon Cooler. Their power level is a whopping 200 million. 200 million? Your Majesty, power level of Tarbal and the other 3 Super Saiyan gods is only slightly over 100 million. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Currently, there are only 4 individuals on Planet Vegeta who can transform into Super Saiyan gods. Including Tarbal, these 4 individuals have always disliked fighting since they were young, and they were kind-hearted children. Although they started training after realizing their responsibilities, their potential was limited. Even the strongest among them, Tarbal, only had a power level of 260,000. After transforming into a Super Saiyan God, his power level was just over 150 million, still far behind the Ultimate Metal Cooler. No wonder they couldn't even handle a single metal cooler. Lin Chen, Hanasia, and the children are all on Planet Vegeta. Lazuli said anxiously. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, both Dr. Gero had an expression of triumph on their faces. Ha ha ha, now there's no problem. Once they leave, we'll immediately have the Big Get Star perform teleportation. Future Dr. Gero said in a sinister tone. However, he felt that something was not right and said, "Hey, why isn't that kid leaving? Could it be that he's not afraid of Planet Vegeta being destroyed?" At that moment, on Lin Chen's side, Vegeta and the others were already anxiously asking, "Your Majesty, should we retreat? Tarbal and the others can't hold on any longer." As they spoke, Vegeta turned to look at the holographic projection next to him. In the scene, Tarbal and the others were in increasingly dire straits. Bardock had already lost and his fate was unknown. One of the 4 Super Saiyan gods had been knocked unconscious and returned to their base form. The remaining 3 were also in bad shape. The transformation into Super Saiyan God through the ritual had a time limit, and Lin Chen didn't know how long the battle had been going on, but their limited time was likely not far off. However, what puzzled everyone was that despite the situation, Lin Chen didn't show any signs of movement, causing everyone to grow increasingly anxious. Lazuli was the first to speak. "Lin Chen, what are you waiting for? Bardock and the others are on the verge of death." "I know." Lin Chen nodded and then looked at the others. Seeing this, everyone thought Lin Chen had decided to go back and were about to reach out their hands, but Lin Chen took a step back and said, "What are you doing? Hey? Aren't we going back to Planet Vegeta?" Goku asked in confusion. "No, we're not going back. Well, continue the attack," Lin Chen said. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you going to let Planet Vegeta get destroyed? Don't worry, even without us, Planet Vegeta can handle the current situation." "What?" Not only Goku and the others, but even the 2 Dr. Gero were stunned. "Lin Chen, do you think we're deceiving you? What you're seeing now is the live transmission from the metal cooler." Upon hearing Dr. Gero's frustrated voice, Lin Chen's lips curled up, and he extended his hand toward the big Get Star. Ha! A blast wave pierced through more than half of the big Get Star, nearly piercing it completely. And before the damaged parts could be repaired by the nanomachines, Lin Chen had already charged forward. "Damn it! What's going on with His Majesty? I don't know. Vegeta, let's chase after him." Before Goku and the others could move, Lazuli had already followed. She caught up to Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, what's going on? Planet Vegeta?" "Don't worry, I've left behind my trump card on Planet Vegeta. Bardock and the others can hold on," Lin Chen said firmly. Chapter 243, Guardian of Planet Vegeta, come out. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, the sky suddenly darkened. Metal Cooler looked up, and through their eyes, both Dr. Gero witnessed this strange phenomenon. "What is this?" Future Dr. Gero exclaimed in confusion. It was still afternoon on Planet Vegeta, so why did the sky turn dark? Could it be that Planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed? At that moment, Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world exclaimed, "It's Dragon Balls! They're actually summoning Divine Dragon!" Divine Dragon? On Planet Vegeta, Tights and others looked at the enormous Divine Dragon in front of them, their faces filled with astonishment. Such an incredible sight, even if they had seen it before, still shook their hearts. "Wow! Is that a Divine Dragon? Mama, can this thing really protect us?" Both Lin Luo and Taro, the 2 children, were excited, seeing a Divine Dragon for the first time. Bulma, standing beside them, asked, "Sis, why are you summoning the Divine Dragon now? It can't help us defeat those enemies. Earth also has a Divine Dragon, and when Cooler invaded, people on Earth had fantasized about relying on Shenron to deal with Cooler. But at that time, Kami had already said that Shenron had its limits, and it couldn't handle powerful beings like Cooler." However, Tights smiled and said, "The Divine Dragon on Planet Vegeta was made by Lin Chen. It's quite special." Just then, thunder roared in the sky, and black clouds covered the entire capital city. Then, accompanied by a golden light, a 5-clawed golden dragon poked its head out of the black clouds, its majestic and holy body capturing everyone's attention. Even the Metal Cooler were stunned. "Divine Dragon? Is this a Divine Dragon?" Bulma exclaimed, her mouth wide open. "This Divine Dragon is huge. Even bigger than the one on planet Namek." At the same time, on Big Get Star, the 2 Dr. Gero saw the Divine Dragon through the eyes of Metal Cooler. The Dr. Gero from the future narrowed his eyes and said, "Is this the Divine Dragon that can grant any wish? So, this kind of thing actually exists in this world? Damn it, in my world, those foolish Saiyans must have destroyed the Dragon Balls. But, why are these people summoning the Divine Dragon now? Could they want to use the Divine Dragon to protect themselves? That shouldn't be possible. A Divine Dragon has its limitations. Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world said, when Cooler attacked Earth, Kami on Earth said that Shenron couldn't deal with someone stronger than it. Let's not worry about that for now. Damn it. Lin Chen has already broken through the third line of defense. The two Dr. Gero shifted their gaze to the monitor. On the screen, the dot representing Lin Chen was still advancing, and they were only a short distance away from them. Useless. Those metal cooler are no match for him. No, we have to get rid of him first. The future Dr. Gero turned his head and looked into the darkness behind them, where a figure had been silently standing behind them all along. Android 32, go stop Lin Chen at all costs. Yes. The one who has gathered all the 7 Dragon Balls, state thy wish. Any wish can be granted. In the capital city of Planet Vegeta, the 5-clawed golden dragon in the sky lowered its head and spoke to Tights near the royal palace. Tights gazed at the divine dragon in the sky, recalling Lin Chen's instructions before he left, and then said, Divine Dragon, there are invaders attacking Planet Vegeta. Can you eliminate them all? Invaders? The 5-clawed golden dragon raised its head and looked towards the group of metal cooler in the distance. Thy wish is easy. Hey? Bulma was astonished by the divine dragon's response. Could this divine dragon made by Lin Chen really deal with enemies? Just as Bulma was filled with surprise, the golden divine dragon suddenly emitted a dazzling light. As the divine dragon's body began to shine with a dazzling light, Cooler in the distance began to move. It didn't know why the Saiyans summoned the divine dragon, but he knew that he couldn't let it succeed. Under Cooler's control, the other ultimate metal cooler raised their hands one after another. A series of energy blasts were directed straight at the divine dragon. Not good. Oh no. Mom, quickly make the divine dragon dodge. Lin Luo and Taro exclaimed in alarm. But at that very moment, the attacks from the ultimate metal cooler hit the divine dragon. Ah! Amidst the cries of the people, the golden divine dragon seemed to be on the verge of annihilation, its body gradually disappearing. However, the people who had witnessed Lin Chen summoning the Saiyan divine dragon for the first time showed no signs of panic. Instead, they were somewhat expectant. Under their watchful gaze, a miraculous scene unfolded. A translucent green barrier suddenly formed, blocking the attacks from the metal cooler. Energy shield? Cooler froze for a moment. Following that, the onlookers discovered that the seemingly disappearing divine dragon was actually shrinking in size, and before long, a humanoid figure appeared. The figure had the legendary Super Saiyan physique but the head of a 5-clawed golden dragon. This was the battle form of the Saiyan divine dragon. Let me fulfill your wish. A red light glowed in the divine dragon's eyes. In the next moment, the divine dragon in its battle form blurred and instantly appeared in front of the metal cooler. Intruders of Planet Vegeta. Prepare to be eliminated. This. Cooler's face stiffened, and he gritted his teeth and commanded, it's just a trick, get rid of it. Instantly, the 4 ultimate metal cooler appeared in front, behind, and on both sides of the divine dragon, simultaneously throwing punches at it. Thud. The attacks from the 4 metal cooler easily landed on the divine dragon. However, immediately after, they all wore expressions of confusion. Before they could react, the divine dragon spoke in a cold voice, beginning elimination. Swoosh! The divine dragon suddenly crossed its arms, and its entire body emitted a powerful aura. In an instant, as if an explosion happened, the entire area was blown away. After this attack ended, the 4 androids that had attacked the divine dragon were completely shattered, their bodies turned into fragments and fell to the ground. What's even more peculiar was that the self-repair function of these 4 ultimate metal cooler did not activate. All 4 metal coolers seemed to have been completely crushed. In the distance, Cooler's gaze hardened as he carefully examined the aftermath. He discovered that the previous attack had shattered the nanomachines within the metal cooler. It was as if they had been completely destroyed. With just one attack, the 4 metal cooler were completely destroyed? How was this possible? What are you? I am the Saiyan Divine Dragon created by His Majesty, Lin Chen. I am here to eliminate the intruders on Planet Vegeta. Prepare to die. The Divine Dragon's hands formed a gesture, and a tremendous aura suddenly erupted out. In the eyes of the metal cooler, they could detect a power level exceeding 500 million. Chapter 244. When the situation on Planet Vegeta suddenly took a turn, Lin Chen also stopped in his tracks. He was the creator of the Saiyan Divine Dragon, and when Divine Dragon was summoned, he could sense it as well. Knowing that Tights should have summoned Divine Dragon according to his message, Lin Chen felt much relieved. As long as Divine Dragon was there, Planet Vegeta would be fine. Next, all they had to do was destroy the Big Get Star, take down Dr. Gero, and everything would be peaceful. But at this moment, Lin Chen frowned suddenly because in front of them, a figure was slowly approaching. From the looks of it, it seemed to be someone other than Metal Cooler who had been blocking their way all along. Because Lin Chen stopped, Goku and the others who had been chasing after him finally caught up. "Be careful, it seems like there's a new android ahead," Lin Chen warned, and immediately everyone stood beside him, on guard. A few seconds later, the figure revealed its true identity, and everyone was surprised because the person looked none other than like Vegeta, who was by Lin Chen's side. But how could there be two Vegeta in this world? After thinking for a moment, everyone understood what was going on. Android. Just like the android Raditz and android Goku they encountered before, Vegeta in front of them was probably also an android from Trunks' world. In other words, Lin Chen suddenly realized that the android Vegeta in front of him was Trunks' real father. He remembered Trunks saying that in that world, Vegeta was assassinated by an android, but who would have thought that Dr. Gero had turned him into an android? "Trunks, how does it feel to see your father again? After my modifications, your father is no longer what he used to be. He is now one of the most powerful androids by my side, designated as number 32. I never thought that you and your father could be reunited in another world. Fate is truly amazing, so enjoy this father-son reunion." As Dr. Gero's words fell, Lin Chen immediately turned his head to look at Trunks and saw that the young man was indeed unable to control his emotions. Driven by anger, Trunks rushed forward without a word. "Damn you, Dr. Gero! Trunks, come back!" When Vegeta saw him rushing out, he immediately followed anxiously, but it was too late. Enraged Trunks had completely lost his sanity, roaring in anger as he unleashed terrifying energy. "Father, let me free you! Galit gun!" Boom! In the next instant, the beam of light containing all of Trunks' power exploded right in front of everyone, creating billowing smoke. But before Trunks could even rejoice, a loud thud sound rang out from the area previously engulfed in explosion, and a figure broke through the flames, instantly appearing before him. Bang, bang, bang! First, 2 punches heavily struck Trunks, and finally, Android 32 delivered a kick that sent Trunks flying. "Trunks!" Vegeta shouted loudly, reaching out to catch Trunks. But he couldn't dissipate the tremendous force, and in the end, both him and Trunks were sent flying, creating a massive crater several tens of meters wide in the passage. "Vegeta!" Goku called out, intending to go forward and deal with Android 32, but he was stopped by Lin Chen. "You all just watch, he's not someone you can handle." Through the system's detector, Lin Chen had already seen that the android Vegeta's true power level was over 100 million. Although Goku and Vegeta had grown a lot these days and even mastered the Super Saiyan second grade transformation, their power level had still not surpassed 100 million. How could they be his match? But for Lin Chen, such an opponent was much easier to deal with. Using instant transmission, Lin Chen appeared in front of Android 32, his fist smashing down with a sonic boom. Lin Chen's current power level was over 500 million, so dealing with an android with just over 100 million was a piece of cake. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, before his fist could hit, the opponent's hand intercepted him. "Hey?" Lin Chen was taken aback. He had been blocked? What was going on? The answer was quickly revealed. Android 32 in front of him suddenly emitted a familiar light, and in the next moment, the hair of Android Vegeta turned golden. He could transform into a Super Saiyan? Even Lin Chen was bewildered this time. Although he had long known that the Vegeta from another world also possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he never expected that the opponent could still transform after being turned into an android. And this transformation was not just for show. The opponent's power level had instantly skyrocketed from just over 100 million to over 500 million, almost a 5-fold increase. Although it couldn't be compared to a true Super Saiyan, it was still quite astonishing. However, the astonishing thing didn't end there. After blocking Lin Chen's attack, Android 32 didn't immediately counterattack. Instead, he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Lin Chen. "Come here. You worthless people, give me your power." Android 32 suddenly shouted. In the next moment, countless metal cooler emerged from the passage. These metal coolers seemed to be controlled by some kind of program. Their eyes were lifeless, and as they approached Android 32, their bodies rapidly disintegrated until only a chip and an energy battery remained. Each metal cooler was reduced to a chip and a battery. When at least dozens of metal cooler became nothing more than chips and batteries, Lin Chen frowned. He suddenly felt that this scene was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but for the moment, he couldn't confirm it. Regardless, the current situation was not good. Everyone, help me! Stop him! Okay! The crowd responded loudly. Immediately, everyone joined forces, and the dazzling energy waves of the martial arts roared and rushed forward. But at this moment, Android 32's mouth curled up, and he laughed as he absorbed all the energy batteries and compute chips floating around him. As soon as these chips and energy batteries entered his body, 32 let out a painful howl. Every inch of his muscles and bones seemed to be shattered by a heavy object, only to be reassembled again. As this process kept repeating, his body began to swell, and the color of his skin gradually changed. This is... Looking at the continuously skyrocketing energy and the changed appearance of 32, Lin Chen's face darkened. He finally understood where he had seen this scene before. The current appearance of Android 32 was exactly the same as the transformation of Android 13 in a certain Dragon Ball movie. Chapter 245. This is... Lazuli looked at the drastically changed Android 32 in astonishment. Even though they were both androids, it was the first time she had seen an android that could transform and absorb the energy batteries of other androids. But Lin Chen had seen it before. This was exactly the way Android 13 transformed in the Dragon Ball movie. In that movie, Android 13, created by Dr. Gero, initially had strength equivalent to Super Saiyan 1, but after absorbing the power of his two companions, his strength suddenly increased to nearly the level of a full-power Super Saiyan. Just by absorbing two androids, he gained such a significant boost in power, then one can only wonder what Android Vegeta, standing before them now, will transform into. The answer was soon revealed. Soon, Android 32 completed the transformation. After the transformation, he seemed like a completely different person. Not only did his height increase to over 2 meters, almost comparable to Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form, but his body and skin also turned blue, with bulging muscles full of power. And his power level skyrocketed to 800 million. This power has almost surpassed Perfect Cell in the original work, right? Lin Chen couldn't believe it. Future Dr. Gero seemed to possess even greater technological prowess than the Dr. Gero in the original work. Perhaps it's because he has absorbed the technology of the Big Get Star that his androids have surpassed the original. Indeed, when the Big Get Star and Dr. Gero combined, they became a bug. Lazuli, Kakarot, Vegeta, and Trunks. Go find Dr. Gero. I'll deal with this guy. Understood. Everyone nodded, even Vegeta didn't object this time. Although he couldn't sense 32's aura, he could still perceive the terrifying power of this android that had been modified using his body. Lazuli raised her hand and sent an energy wave toward the nearby passage, creating a large hole in the wall. The others took the opportunity to enter and continue their assault on the core of the Big Get Star. Super Android 32. Stop them! In the control room of the Big Get Star's core, seeing Lin Chen and the others dispersing, future Dr. Gero immediately issued a command in a loud voice. At the same time, he pulled over his counterpart from this world and said, "Prepare to execute Plan B." Why? Didn't you say that Super Android 32 can even kill gods? Yes, that's true, but don't forget that Super Android 32 doesn't have a perpetual energy source. Just to be safe, let's start Plan B early. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Human body is ultimately less convenient than an android. I understand. Dr. Gero nodded as if he had made up his mind. Meanwhile, on Lin Chen's side, Super Android 32 received the command and started to move. With its immense power, it moved so quickly that it left behind a blurry afterimage. It completely ignored Lin Chen and attacked Lazuli. Swish! Lin Chen used instant transmission to appear in front of Super Android 32, and without a word, he delivered a powerful punch, creating a series of shockwaves. Super Android 32 didn't care at all and attempted to forcibly block the attack with its physical body. His scouter clearly told him that his power level now far surpassed that of Lin Chen. However, an unexpected force suddenly slammed into Super Android 32, sending him flying backward. Boom, boom, boom. Super Android 32 crashed through several layers of armored plating before coming to a stop, his face filled with anger. Humph. It seems that even after becoming an android, you are still a careless guy, Vegeta. Shut up. I was just careless earlier. In my eyes, crushing you is as simple as crushing an ant. Enraged, Super Android 32 finally shifted his target to Lin Chen and attempted to charge at him. But at that moment, Lin Chen no longer held back and unleashed all his strength. In an instant, the entire Big Get Star began to tremble. Amidst thunderous rumbling sounds, Lin Chen transformed into legendary Super Saiyan 2. Although he sensed that Goku and the others had already gone far away, Lin Chen didn't know if there were any other powerful androids on the Big Get Star. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. Kamehameha. Boom. A massive energy wave surged directly towards Super Android 32. With Lin Chen's power as a Super Saiyan 2, there was no chance of survival for Super Android 32 if he was hit. Super Android 32 was well aware of this, but strangely, he didn't dodge. Instead, he charged straight into the Kamehameha. However, just as he was about to collide with the energy wave, a black hole suddenly appeared in Super Android 32's chest. This black hole resembled a real black hole, instantly absorbing Lin Chen's Kamehameha completely. What incredible power! But now, it's mine. Super Android 32 let out a triumphant laughter. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect this Super Android 32 to have an energy absorption device as well. Moreover, due to the previous energy wave, Super Android 32's power level suddenly rose to a level comparable to his own. Lynx, do you understand now? You can't defeat me. I am the strongest Saiyan. Super Android 32 pointed at Lin Chen and laughed. Oh? It's just energy absorption. If you're so confident, why don't you give it another try? Lin Chen smiled faintly, then he clasped his hands together, assuming the stance of Kamehameha once again. What? Super Android 32 found it somewhat amusing that Lin Chen was going to attempt it again. Foolish. No matter how many times you try, the energy wave is useless against me. Then give it a try. Kamehameha. Boom. An energy wave with a power level surpassing 1 billion surged forth, accompanied by a blinding burst of white light. Super Android 32 sneered and puffed out his chest, revealing his energy absorption device, ready to enjoy another feast. The surging energy was instantly absorbed by his absorption device. Feeling his strength expanding once again, Super Android 32 burst into maniacal laughter. But at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, Super Kaioken. In an instant, Lin Chen's power level doubled abruptly. Super Android 32, in the distance, immediately noticed that his energy absorption device had reached its critical point. How is this possible? How can you still have so much energy? No, stop. I don't want to absorb any more. Super Android 32 never imagined that Lin Chen's strength would surpass even the maximum value in his data. The current energy had already exceeded the absorption limit set by Dr. Gero for Super Android 32. Soon, explosions occurred within Super Android 32's body. The energy batteries inside him could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy. However, Lin Chen remained indifferent, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He pushed his palms forward forcefully. Crack! Finally, cracks appeared on the towering body of Super Android 32. His body could no longer withstand Lin Chen's power. Boom! Under Lin Chen's Kamehameha, Super Android 32 was obliterated into pieces, shattered by the overflowing energy, and fell to the ground, completely destroyed. Chapter 246, Big Get Star's End. How is this possible? Does this Saiyan's power level have no limit? Dr. Gero from the future was almost dumbfounded when he saw Super Android 32 reduced to a pile of fragments. He never expected that his creation, Super Android 32, which combined the technology of the future world and the Big Get Star from this world, would still be unable to defeat Lin Chen. Especially the astonishing power unleashed by Lin Chen at the last moment, it was difficult for the future Dr. Gero to believe that a Saiyan could possess such terrifying strength. How did he achieve it? At that moment, a gloomy mechanical sound came from behind future Dr. Gero. Indeed, an android without a perpetual energy source has its limits. After all, the other me, Goku and the others are about to arrive. Continue with your plan quickly. I understand. It will be completed soon. Once the surgery is successful, we will leave immediately. While listening to the sounds of explosion increasingly getting closer in the distance, future Dr. Gero hastened his actions. Under his hands lay the body of the other Dr. Gero, except this Dr. Gero's head had been completely hollowed out. Shortly after, in the core area of the Big Get Star. In an instant, Lin Chen teleported and appeared beside Lazuli and her group. With a few swift moves, he took care of the ultimate metal cooler that were surrounding them, finally clearing the way to the core. Trunks said, Mr. Lin Chen, the control room of the Big Get Star's core should be ahead. Let's go and put an end to all of this. Trunks nodded, then released a blast wave with one hand. Boom! The final door was blasted open, and the control room of the Big Get Star's core appeared within their sight. However, as the group entered the control room, they were somewhat surprised by what they saw. In front of them, Dr. Gero was sitting alone in a chair, his head lowered as if in a deep sleep. As for the other Dr. Gero, he was nowhere to be seen. Dr. Gero! Trunks called out as he approached. Welcome! Trunks from the future, it's truly surprising that you all made it here, said Dr. Gero, still with his head lowered. Where is the other Dr. Gero? Trunks asked. Apologies, but we must bid you farewell for now. However, don't worry, we will meet again soon. Farewell? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and charged directly toward Dr. Gero. With a kick, Dr. Gero in the chair fell motionlessly to the ground, and his skull rolled off his head, revealing an empty brain cavity. What is this? Everyone was shocked. But at that moment, the large screen in the control room lit up. Another Dr. Gero appeared on the screen. To all of you in this world, although you may have won this time, we have not lost. Just wait, we will be back. Dr. Gero on the screen smiled and took off the hat from his head. Upon seeing his head, everyone immediately understood what Dr. Gero had just said. On Dr. Gero's head, there was a glass cover with two large brains arranged vertically underneath it, separated by a partition. It turns out that the two Dr. Gero had placed their brains inside a single body, using the body of the Dr. Gero from this world to buy themselves more time. Ugh! How disgusting! Goku felt a bit nauseous watching it. Lazuli also had a disgusted expression, while Lin Chen and the father-son duo of Vegeta looked at the screen with cold indifference. Where are you planning to go? Lin Chen questioned. Of course, we're going back to my world. Once we develop new androids in our world, we will return. By then, this world will also become ours. As the Dr. Gero on the screen began laughing, some devices behind him also became visible. Oh no! Seeing those devices, Trunks' eyes suddenly widened and exclaimed, Mr. Lin Chen, Dr. Gero is in a time machine. He is going back to the future. That's right. Just wait, Lin Chen. I will return, and when I do, it will be time for Ultimate Android to be born. Beep. The signal was interrupted at that moment. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately used instant transmission to appear outside the Big Get Star. Soon, he spotted a speck of light in the distance. The true form of the light was none other than Dr. Gero sitting in a time machine. Lin Chen wanted to stop him, but by then, the time machine had already disappeared from sight. This Dr. Gero, he truly is cunning. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Dr. Gero was like an eel, managing to escape from him several times. But upon further thought, it seemed that Dr. Gero, regardless of the world, was skilled at escaping, as depicted in the original work. In a flash, Lin Chen returned to the core control room of the Big Get Star. Vegeta was yelling at Trunks. Trunks, don't you also have a time machine? We will go to your world and make sure to eliminate that guy who toyed with Saiyan bodies. Sorry, Dad, I'm afraid it won't work, Trunks shook his head. Why? Trunks' time machine isn't as convenient as you think, Lin Chen explained. The point in time that a time machine can travel is fixed. We should only be able to go back to the time after Trunks left his world, but we can't go to the time when Dr. Gero went back to the future. If we just randomly go back, there's a high chance that we'll arrive before Dr. Gero in his world even started time traveling. In that case, even if we kill Dr. Gero, we're just creating a new parallel universe. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Trunks nodded and agreed, yes, Mr. Lin Chen is right, that's what it means. But Vegeta looked confused, completely not understanding, and Goku beside him was equally bewildered. In any case, unless Dr. Gero returns to our world, we won't be able to kill him. In simple terms, that's how it is, Lin Chen concluded. Damn it, so all we can do is wait? Vegeta unwillingly said. Seems like it, Lin Chen said helplessly. I didn't expect things to become even more complicated. From now on, we can't relax in the slightest. Anyway, let's focus on training. Vegeta, I want to become a Super Saiyan too, like big brother Lin Chen. How about you? Goku clenched his fist. Humph. I will definitely become a Super Saiyan too first. Vegeta replied. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Trunks. Trunks, you too, let's start training here from now on. I understand, Trunks nodded. Thus, after throwing out an energy ball, Lin Chen led everyone to leave the Big Get Star. And shortly after they left, a gigantic energy sphere, comparable to half of the size of Big Get Star, erupted from within the star. It expanded outward from the core of the Big Get Star, engulfing the entire star completely. Chapter 247, Training Trunks. Humph. I didn't expect the Saiyans to have such potential. I underestimated them before. Just as Lin Chen completely destroyed the Big Get Star, in another world, Dr. Gero's time machine returned to his world. Now, what are you planning to do? The voice of Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world echoed in the future Dr. Gero's mind. In Lin Chen's world, the future Dr. Gero had devised a plan B. And this plan B involved Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world joining him to return to the future world, where they would research and create a new android together. Although Dr. Gero from Lin Chen's world seemed to be behind in his progress on android research compared to the future Dr. Gero, in reality, he had many research findings that the future Dr. Gero had not yet come into contact with. With his help, the future Dr. Gero believed he could soon create an android that could defeat Lin Chen. After thinking for a moment, the future Dr. Gero said, "Of course, we need to complete our ultimate android as soon as possible. Originally, I planned to slowly conduct research on the ultimate android, but now it's urgent. Ultimate android must be completed as soon as possible. And the name Qian cells you collected must be added as well. In my world, most of the powerful races were wiped out by the Saiyans before I began the ultimate android plan, so my cell only had cells of Saiyan and Frieza race." Upon hearing this, the past Dr. Gero said, "No. The more powerful cells, the better. Never underestimate the Saiyans in my world, especially Lin Chen." "Right," future Dr. Gero nodded. "Our designs need to be improved. I now realize that if it's just the ultimate android I originally designed, even if it reaches its ultimate form, it won't be able to defeat Lin Chen. But if we can make it absorb Android 17 and 18 from both worlds, the mere Saiyans won't be our match." Yes. The past Dr. Gero was equally confident. The android created with the combined efforts of two worlds Dr. Gero, would be the true ultimate android. It would definitely be able to defeat Lin Chen. Definitely. At that time, on Planet Vegeta, everything had returned to tranquility. When Lin Chen and the others returned to Planet Vegeta, they saw the aftermath of the great battle. There were ruins everywhere on the planet, but the invading metal cooler were nowhere to be seen. "Your Majesty." As soon as Lin Chen and the others appeared, King Vegeta and the others, sensing their immense aura, immediately rushed over. "Father, what happened here? Wasn't there an attack by metal cooler? Where are they?" Vegeta asked. King Vegeta pointed to the sky with a joyful expression on his face. "It's all thanks to His Majesty's Divine Dragon." Divine Dragon? Vegeta and the others looked up and realized that in the sky, the humanoid Divine Dragon was holding the head of a metal cooler, floating in mid-air. And that cooler was the original form of all metal cooler, who had retained his self-consciousness. Why? What kind of monster are you?" Cooler said unwillingly. "I am the Divine Dragon of Planet Vegeta." The Divine Dragon exerted force and completely crushed Cooler's head. Then, with a powerful explosive strike, Cooler's body turned into ashes, never to be restored again. After completing everything, the Divine Dragon turned its head and bowed slightly to Tights. "Your wish has been granted." As soon as it finished speaking, the Divine Dragon transformed into a beam of light, turning into 7 Dragon Balls ready to scatter in all directions. However, at that moment, Lin Chen reached out and grabbed the 7 Dragon Balls, collecting them in his bag. "Brother Lin Chen, was that a Divine Dragon just now?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "How is that possible?" Vegeta's mouth was also opened wide. They had seen a Divine Dragon before, although its aura was divine, they could sense that its strength was not that strong. But the aura emitted by that thing just now was completely different from a divine dragon, it had some resemblance to Lin Chen's aura. Yes, that was the divine dragon I created. Its battle form is what you saw. Hey? Goku and the others were dumbfounded. No wonder Lin Chen wasn't worried when he learned that Dr. Gero had sent androids to attack Planet Vegeta. It turned out he had this ace up his sleeve. Kakarot, I need you to go to Earth and have Kami collect the Dragon Balls there. I want to resurrect the victims of this battle. Goku followed Lin Chen's instructions and used instant transmission to return to Earth and make the wish. Shortly after, Planet Vegeta returned to its original state, and even the deceased Saiyans were all revived. Remember everything that happened today. In this world, there are always powerful beings you don't know about. Don't think that the Saiyans are safe just because things are going well now. After everything had calmed down, Lin Chen gathered all the Saiyans on the planet and addressed them publicly. Yes. All the Saiyans responded enthusiastically. Although the damage caused by the Ultimate Metal Cooler's attack had been completely repaired with the help of the Earth's Dragon Balls, the emotional impact on those who experienced life and death for the first time was not so easily healed. Including Tarbal, many people realized their flaws and shortcomings. They silently vowed in their hearts that they would never let today's events happen again. Combined with the threat from Dr. Gero, a wave of training enthusiasm swept over Planet Vegeta, which had been calm for a long time. Several days later, on a desolate planet located in a remote corner of the universe, far away from Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen appeared with Trunks using instant transmission. Mr. Lin Chen, where are we? Trunks asked, confused. Since the battle on the Big Get Star, Lin Chen hadn't immediately started guiding Trunks. Instead, he allowed him to rest for a few days, and now, out of the blue, he said they were going to a place to train. Unexpectedly, the so-called training place turned out to be a planet Trunks had never heard of. Although this planet seemed to have forests and grasslands, Trunks sensed a trace of desolation in the aura, as if all life on the entire planet had perished. However, it didn't take long for Trunks to notice a towering giant tree not far away. Whether in this world or his own original world, Trunks had never seen such a massive tree before. Just the enormous canopy seemed to have pierced through the atmosphere. Oh my, Mr. Lin Chen, what is that? Don't worry about these, Trunks. From today onwards, for the next year, we will live here, and I will train you properly. Is it finally starting? Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. No, Teacher Lin Chen. Trunks trembled and respectfully said to Lin Chen. Chapter 248, Another Year and the Return of the Androids. Shortly after, Lin Chen flew with Trunks to the foot of the enormous tree. Upon landing, Lin Chen said, Trunks, I'm bringing you to meet someone. From today onwards, he will train you together with me. Someone? Trunks looked puzzled. After flying for quite some time, not to mention seeing a person, they didn't even see a single living thing on this planet. Where could there be anyone? However, at that moment, a figure suddenly descended from above. When the figure landed, Lin Chen shouted, Broly, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while, brother Lynx. Standing before the two of them was none other than Broly, who had disappeared without any traces. The person that Lin Chen mentioned to Trunks just now is him. After briefly explaining Trunks' situation, Lin Chen said, Broly, how's your training going? If you're free, can you help me guide him? I can now control the regular Super Saiyan form, but I still don't dare to try the legendary Super Saiyan form, Broly answered. Alright, I can guide you as well. Sure, Broly nodded, then he turned to Trunks and said, Your name is Trunks, right? Show me your skills, let me see how well you control your power. Trunks glanced at Lin Chen, and seeing no objections from him, said, Shall I begin then? Yes, go all out. Trunks felt nervous because even though the man named Broly in front of him had a domineering name and shared the same name as the legendary Mad King Broly from his world, this Broly looked completely frail. So, Trunks' aura erupted out and he transformed into Super Saiyan before launching a probing attack towards Broly. However, to Trunks' surprise, the seemingly frail man in front of him effortlessly dodged his attacks. Moreover, he was even in his normal state Saiyan form. This caused Trunks' eyes to widen. He had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, so how could he still be unable to defeat an ordinary Saiyan? Who was this guy? Meanwhile, Lin Chen shook his head while watching the fight. Unlike future Trunks in the original work, this Trunks grew up on planet Vegeta in his world, with almost no exposure to Earth's martial arts. The training he received was purely focused on building strength, which left Trunks with almost no technique in his attacks. He relies solely on brute force. Speaking of which, this Trunks was indeed very similar to Vegeta from the past. However, since Vegeta arrived on Earth, he has started to change, and now Trunks had to do the same. Otherwise, even if Trunks were to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation in the future, he might still struggle against the androids in his own world. How could this happen? What's going on? Trunks was growing impatient. Almost all of his attacks were missing, unable to even touch Broly, while Broly effortlessly dealt with everything. This feeling was even more frustrating than being outmatched in strength. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt there was nothing more to see. Trunks, stop! Lin Chen shouted. No. I'm the Saiyan Prince, how can I lose to an ordinary Saiyan? Trunks refused Lin Chen's order and suddenly boosted his aura to the maximum. But at that moment, Broly sighed softly, you're too impatient, you don't understand what true combat is. What? Just as Trunks was fuming with anger, he saw Broly's hair change color, and a surging power burst out of him. Trunks felt like he had just been punched as his entire body was sent flying until he came to a stop several hundred meters away. Immediately after, before Trunks could even stand up, Broly, in his Super Saiyan form, lunged at him with a punch. With a casual punch, Trunks was knocked unconscious. Seeing Trunks fall, Broly cancelled his Super Saiyan form. Brother Lin, it seems like he needs to start from scratch, Broly said indifferently. Yeah, take it slow. Anyway, I have a year's time, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Not long after, Trunks finally regained consciousness. Looking dazed at his loss, Trunks found it hard to accept. How could this happen? His own attacks proved to be completely ineffective, despite being in his Super Saiyan form. The disparity seemed too overwhelming. Observing his state, Lin Chen said, don't be discouraged. You've lacked proper guidance in the past, so despite having immense power, you don't know how to utilize it. Well, start from the beginning, and you will see improvements. Or do you not want to save your mother? Trunks' emotions suddenly surged upon hearing this. He stood up in place and earnestly said, I understand. Master, please teach me. I will, nodded Lin Chen, as he took out a few hoi poi capsules and threw them around. With a bang, several buildings appeared before them. These have living facilities and a gravity training room. In the coming 1 year, you will endure a great deal of hardship. I'm ready. Trunks shouted loudly. Then let's begin. Lin Chen smiled. Thus, for the next year, the two of them lived on this planet together with Broly. Normally, Trunks mainly trains with Lin Chen in the gravity chamber in foundational training. And during leisure time, he would engage in combat exercises with Broly. And when Trunks trained alone, Lin Chen would spar with Broly. After all, Lin Chen had a mission regarding Broly to have him fully master his own power as soon as possible, which would also lead to a new leap in Lin Chen's strength. Time passed just like that, and soon a year had gone by. During this period, everything was calm, and peace seemed to have returned. May 12th, an ordinary day, the sun rose as usual. West City, Capsule Corporation's chairman office. Bulma was on a business call while chasing after her 2-year-old Trunks in the office. Since Dr. Brief was invited by Lin Chen to Planet Vegeta to oversee the redesign of the metal Cyberman left by Dr. Gero, Bulma had taken over the entire operations of Capsule Corporation. She had to manage the company and take care of her child, making her life quite exhausting. However, just when Bulma was extremely busy, the office door opened. Hey! Bulma, the gravity chamber is broken. Fix it for me. Vegeta walked in, drenched in sweat. Vegeta! Can't you see I'm busy? Bulma hung up the phone, looking displeased. I don't care, I need to use it urgently. Quickly fix it for me. No way. Since the gravity chamber is broken, you can look after Trunks for me. Trunks, go to your dad. Hey? I don't know how to take care of a kid. Then learn quickly. While Bulma and Vegeta argued about taking care of Trunks, they failed to notice 3 unexpected guests approaching. Outside the Capsule Corporation building, a young man and woman and a tall, muscular man arrived downstairs. They looked up and glanced at the Capsule Corporation sign outside the building. Chapter 249, Dr. Gero is back? New androids. These three people who had suddenly appeared, if Lin Chen or Trunks were present at this moment, they would definitely recognize that they were none other than the most powerful three androids created by Dr. Gero in the original work besides Cell. Android 16, 17, and 18. 16 was still the burly man wearing green clothes with a mohawk hairstyle. However, the appearance of 17 and 18 was slightly different from the original work. 17 has short, neat hair, while 18 has shoulder-length hair. Both of them were different from the 17 and 18 that Lin Chen remembered. At this moment, 17 glanced at the signboard and asked, 16, are you sure Bulma is here? 16 cast a cold gaze at the building and replied, confirmed. Bulma's life signs are in the CEO's office of this building. There are also two other life signals next to her. According to the data, one is Vegeta, and the other is their child, Trunks. Having a purely mechanical body is quite convenient, 18 sighed. I really don't understand why the two of us had to undergo human modification. Is human modification not good? At least we can still experience human feelings, 18. Android 17 smiled and waved his hand at the two. Let's go, let's quickly capture Bulma. Our target is Tights. After capturing Bulma, we will use her to issue a threatening warning. The three androids then entered the Hoi Poi Capsule Corporation's building. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Bulma were still quarreling. But suddenly, both of them felt a violent shaking beneath their feet. What's going on? Bulma exclaimed. Vegeta looked down and used his senses but didn't detect any strange aura. Is it an accident? Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma's secretary rushed in anxiously. Chairwoman, some people are causing trouble downstairs. Causing trouble? Who is it? I don't know, but there are two men and a woman. Their hands seem to be some kind of weapons. They can casually throw out rockets. They have even broken the isolation door in the first floor lobby. Rockets? Bulma hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, but Vegeta had already realized something. Idiot! What rockets? Those are energy blasts. I can't sense their aura. Are they androids? Bulma, take Trunks and leave first. I'll go and deal with them. Saying that, Vegeta rushed downstairs, and Bulma couldn't stop him in time. Androids? Could it be that Dr. Gero has returned again? Not good. Where's my phone? Bring it to me quickly. Bulma shouted at her secretary. Bulma had witnessed the battles on Planet Vegeta and Big Get Star. She knew very well how formidable those androids were. Although she didn't know the model of the androids downstairs yet, facing three of them, she didn't have much confidence in Vegeta. Soon, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha received Bulma's call for help. Krillin and Yamcha flew straight to West City, while Goku acted faster, instantly appearing by Bulma's side with Gohan. Bulma, where are the androids? Goku asked. They are down there. Vegeta has already gone there. Goku, please hurry and help him. Bulma urged anxiously. All right, Gohan, take Bulma away from here. It might be dangerous. Yes, Dad. As Gohan flew away with Bulma and Trunks from the balcony, Goku's gaze shifted downwards. He pointed his finger to his forehead, and in an instant, he teleported below to Vegeta's side. At this moment, Vegeta was facing off against the three androids. Vegeta? Kakarot? Did Bulma leave? Gohan took her and Trunks away. Don't worry, Goku said. Saying that, Goku assumed a fighting stance and was about to see what these three androids wanted, but he suddenly froze. Miss Lazuli? Goku somewhat understood why Vegeta, known for his explosive temper, hadn't immediately attacked this time. Among the three androids in front of them, one of them actually looked exactly like Miss Lazuli, who was by Lin Chen's side. 18, do they seem familiar to you? 17 asked, seeing the strange expressions on the two Saiyans' faces. Have you seen them before? Besides in the database, I don't have any impression of the two of them, 18 said, curling her lips. Hearing her words, Goku asked, aren't you Miss Lazuli? Lazuli? Who's that? 18 frowned. Hey! You're Goku, right? We are androids of the Red Ribbon Army. You and Tights are our targets. So, sorry, but get ready to die. Wait. Goku stopped them. If we're going to fight, can we find another place? There are too many people here. 16 glanced at the life reactions around him and said, 17, 18, Gaku is right. Fine, 18 retracted her hand. Let's find another place. I don't mind, 17 also said. The group didn't speak further but flew away in unison, directly breaking through the building and heading towards the outskirts of West City. After a moment, they landed in a desolate wilderness far from West City. As soon as they landed, Vegeta was the first to ask, "Hey, you mentioned that besides Kakarot, your targets also include Miss Tights?" "That's right. Our targets are Gaku and Tights because it was because of them that the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed. But it seems Tights is not on Earth right now, so our initial plan was to kidnap Bulma and find a way to locate Tights," 17 explained. "Hey, 17, do you ever stop talking? Are you going to fight or not?" 18 furrowed her brow. "What's the rush? It's easy to deal with them," 17 extended his hands and clenched his fists. 5 minutes will be enough. I'll handle Gaku, and Vegeta can be yours. 5 minutes? Do you have the skills for that? Gaku's lips curved, and his hair instantly stood on end, transforming into Super Saiyan. However, in an instant, his entire aura suddenly converged, no longer exuding the same aura as before. Vegeta looked at Gaku in surprise. "Kakarot, what is this?" According to Brother Lin Chen's explanation, this should be the full power Super Saiyan, right? "What do you think, Vegeta? Am I stronger than before?" "Humph." Vegeta snorted and immediately began his transformation. This time, it was Gaku who was shocked because he actually saw Vegeta, just like himself, suppressing his aura while in the Super Saiyan state. "Hey? So, you can do it too?" "Of course, Kakarot. I am a superior warrior with talent far surpassing yours." Saying that, Vegeta turned towards the 3 androids. Regardless of where these 3 androids come from or what their real intentions are, since they dared to target Bulma, they should be prepared to die. The battle quickly began. 17 stood in front of Gaku, while 18 clashed with Vegeta. The shockwaves caused by their explosive collisions reverberated across the wilderness. Chapter 250, Infinite Energy. A sharp turn in the battle. In no time, Krillin and Yamcha also arrived at the scene. Shortly after, Piccolo and Tien Shinyan also arrived. Both of them had sensed the aura emanating from Gaku and the others during their battle and made their way to the scene. "Krillin. What's going on? Who are they?" Piccolo asked. "I heard from Bulma that they're androids, but I noticed that one of them looks similar to the young lady who's always with Lin Chen." "I don't know what's happening either," Krillin replied helplessly. As the others heard this, they indeed noticed that the woman who was fighting Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to the golden-haired beauty who had been following Lin Chen. Piccolo frowned and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's attack together and end this battle quickly." "Yes." Everyone nodded, about to join forces, but unexpectedly, a tall figure stood in their way. Android 16 extended his arms and blocked Piccolo and the others, saying, "Just watch from here. This is a fair fight. If you try to intervene, don't blame me for not being polite." "Oh? You think you can stop us?" Piccolo sneered and kicked towards Android 16. The kick accurately hit Android 16's neck, but Piccolo's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. "Piccolo, what's wrong?" Krillin and the others looked at Piccolo retreating with confusion, but only Piccolo knew that although he couldn't sense the aura of this android in front of him, his long years of battle experience reminded him that this silent and reserved giant was actually terrifying. This guy doesn't seem to be ordinary. With this realization in mind, Piccolo felt somewhat wary and refrained from acting recklessly for the time being. Boom! 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 At this moment, Gaku and Vegeta had already begun their respective battles, their strength having greatly surpassed that of over a year ago. Just their slight movements made the sky tremble as if it was about to burst. So powerful! Gaku has gotten even stronger than before. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Tien Shinyan said unwillingly, "These guys are like cheating. Not long ago, we were evenly matched, but now the difference is so vast. Being a Super Saiyan is really convenient." While Yamcha and the others could only sigh at the disparity between them, Piccolo understood the current situation much better. Honestly, if he went all out, his current strength would be on par with Gaku and the others. The fusion with Slug had not only rapidly increased Piccolo's strength but also expanded his own potential. While Goku and the others were constantly striving to break through the limits of Super Saiyan, Piccolo's strength had not left behind. His normal state's power level had already surpassed 40 million, and when he used Kaioken, for a short period of time, Piccolo's strength even surpassed that of Goku and the others, who had mastered the full power Super Saiyan. However, despite this, when Piccolo put himself in Goku and the others' shoes, he realized that he might not be able to win this battle. Goku and the others may not have noticed yet, but Piccolo had already realized that these two seemingly fragile androids hadn't even used their full power until now. And what was even more unbelievable was that their strength seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of weakening until now. On the contrary, as Goku and Vegeta continued their intense battle, their auras had already started to weaken. With the passage of time, this situation became increasingly apparent. First of all, Vegeta's movements started becoming heavier, and his reactions began to slow down. He was unable to land a single attack on Android 18, while she counterattacked, making it difficult for him to defend himself. Even Krillin and the others could see that something was wrong with him. Oh no, Vegeta seems like he can't hold on anymore. Their power level should be similar, right? But this android's endurance is incredible. She isn't showing any signs of fatigue. Because our energy is infinite, Android 16 suddenly spoke up. His words startled Krillin and the others. Infinite energy? How is that possible? Could it be true? Is there really infinite energy in this world? Amidst the shock, Piccolo immediately shouted to Goku, Goku! Use any trump cards you have left. The opponent has infinite energy. Infinite energy? Both Goku and Vegeta, who were engaged in the fierce battle, were taken aback. They had never heard of infinite energy before. Even the Super Android 32 on Big Get Star didn't possess infinite energy, right? Damn it! Vegeta let out a frustrated roar and, in order to quickly end the battle, started launching relentless attacks, ignoring everything else. His actions immediately made Goku, who was standing far away, inwardly exclaim, oh no! Like Piccolo, he had also noticed during his fight with Android 17 that their opponents hadn't used their full power yet. If someone like Vegeta were to unleash his aura to quickly finish the battle, he would soon reach his limit. Sure enough, when Android 18 saw Vegeta's reckless assault, she cleverly chose to dodge. After avoiding the initial burst from Vegeta, a cold smile appeared on her face, and her movements suddenly became faster. Crack! Dashing over, she swept her leg and struck Vegeta's arm, breaking the bones. Vegeta let out a cry of pain and fell backward. Not good. Seeing this, Goku immediately rushed towards Vegeta, but he didn't expect Android 17's speed to suddenly increase as well. Goku, I'm your opponent. Android 17 clenched his fists and smashed them down on Goku's back. With just one blow, Goku almost lost consciousness, and he couldn't maintain his full power Super Saiyan form any longer. He reverted back to regular Saiyan and gritted his teeth, struggling to stay conscious. He used instant transmission to teleport to Vegeta's side and took him away. Then, Goku arrived next to Krillin and the others, shouting, hold on to me, let's get out of here. 16, stop him. Seeing Goku's attempt to escape, Android 17 immediately yelled. Although Android 16 didn't respond, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly rushed towards Goku and the others. His movements were so fast that Krillin hadn't even had a chance to grab onto Goku before Android 16 reached them. So fast! Everyone was shocked. But at that moment, a white cape suddenly blocked Android 16, and Piccolo, emanating Kaioken's red aura, forcefully stopped him with his own power. Goku, go! They're after you! Piccolo! Goku shouted. However, at that moment, Android 18 caught up to him, about to capture them all. Goku! Don't worry about me, just go! Krillin yelled and rushed towards Android 18, trying to stall her. Seeing this, Goku no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and used instant transmission, immediately taking everyone away from the scene.